Bang! The air itself seemed to twist under the sheer force of the collision, creating a shockwave that rippled in every direction. Sparks of lightning crackled in the air as the ground below fractured, and the clouds above began to part ominously. Green Hill Island shuddered under the impact, the tremors felt by everyone present. Speed stood motionless for a moment, astonished that their attacks had cancelled each other out. But before he could fully process it, a golden explosion erupted mere inches from his face. The blazing heat of the golden flames surged forward, obliterating everything in a 500-meter radius. The ground melted under the intense temperature, the air shimmering with heat waves. However, Speed's devil fruit ability lived up to its name. Moving faster than the explosion could reach him, his figure blurred and reappeared hundreds of meters away, completely unharmed. Even his clothes showed no sign of scorching. Blaze clicked his tongue in annoyance. The attack was precise and powerful, perfectly timed. Yet Speed's extraordinary reflexes and devil fruit ability had allowed him to escape unscathed. His power is ridiculous, Blaze thought grimly. No wonder they call him uncatchable. Speed's ability functioned on the principle of movement through danger before it could affect him, like swiping a finger through a flame without being burned. No matter how hot the fire, it couldn't transfer enough heat in the fraction of a second it took Speed to move through it. Blaze's flames were far from ordinary, but Speed's unmatched velocity rendered them nearly useless. At least for now, Blaze had to admit that his devil fruit powers were ineffective against this opponent. Fine, Blaze thought, his mind racing with ideas. If flames alone won't work, I'll use them differently. He had already experimented with using his devil fruit ability to enhance his own body. Though he couldn't mimic Kizaru's ability to transform into light particles, he could use extreme heat to stimulate his cells, increasing his speed and reaction time. It wasn't perfect, and it wasn't fully developed, but it would have to do. The rivalry heats up. On the other side of the battlefield, Speed was equally shocked. Blaze had reacted to his attack in a way that defied common sense. For someone to match his speed, even for a moment, was unthinkable. This Marine. He's not ordinary, Speed mused. It seems he's found a way to push his speed beyond normal limits. Impressive. I didn't expect to find a worthy opponent among the Marines. Despite his surprise, Speed didn't show his full strength just yet. The battle was far from over, and he planned to test Blaze further before revealing his hand. As Speed analyzed his opponent, Blaze did the same. He noted the man's lean, athletic build, his spiky hair, and the tattoo on his left arm. Everything about Speed, his demeanor, his calm confidence, spoke of a veteran fighter who had seen countless battles and emerged victorious. He's clever, skilled, and in his prime, Blaze thought. If the Marines don't stop him now, he could grow into a force as dangerous as Kaido or Big Mom. A clash of titans. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, Kuzan was locked in an intense battle with Luke. Neither fighter had gained the upper hand, their strength evenly matched. Kuzan's Ice Age ability had frozen 1/3 of Green Hill Island and the sea below, encasing everything in a thick shell of ice. Yet Luke remained unaffected, his strength evident in how easily he resisted Kuzan's freezing attacks. Watching the two fights unfold, Blaze couldn't help but wonder. With strength like this, why aren't Speed and Luke mentioned in the history of the great pirate battles? Did they lose to another crew? Or would things have been different if Garp had accompanied Kuzan instead of me? Whatever the case, Blaze knew what mattered now. These pirates had to be stopped before they became an unstoppable force. The counterattack. As the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, Blaze felt the warmth on his skin. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the energy flow through him. When he opened them, his body shimmered with golden light. The Marines watching from a distance were momentarily stunned as golden sparks danced around him, his figure exuding an aura of power and confidence. Channeling the energy through his body, Blaze moved. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Speed, faster than even Speed's heightened senses could process. Instead of relying on his flames, Blaze focused on raw speed and power. Coating his fist with haki, he drew his arm back and unleashed a devastating punch. Bang! The impact sent Speed flying backward, smashing through the dense vegetation of Green Hill Island and carving a trench in the ground. Speed was astonished. He had seen the punch coming but couldn't react in time. Blaze's clever use of his devil fruit ability, creating a small explosion at his elbow to accelerate his punch, had made it impossible to evade. Impressive, Speed thought, coughing as he picked himself up. His cheek throbbed where the punch had landed, and the bones in his face felt dangerously close to breaking. If not for his last-second use of haki to mitigate the damage, he would have suffered far worse. Still, Blaze couldn't help but feel frustrated. Speed had managed to minimize the impact, proving once again just how formidable he was. The battle continues. Undeterred by the blow, Speed rose to his feet, his casual demeanor replaced with a glint of seriousness in his eyes. Without wasting a second, he launched himself at Blaze, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Blaze braced himself, his mind racing as he prepared to meet Speed's counterattack. The clash between the two combatants was far from over, and with each move, the intensity of their battle only grew. Both men knew the stakes. For Blaze, this was a chance to prove himself and stop a growing threat to the world. For Speed, it was an opportunity to cement his place as one of the strongest in the new world. As the sun rose higher, the battle raged on, each strike shaking the very foundations of Green Hill Island. The sun's rays illuminated the battlefield, casting light over the chaos unfolding on Green Hill Island. Blaze and Speed's duel raged on with increasing ferocity, while Kuzan and Luke clashed in their own intense struggle. Blaze readied himself, honing his observation haki to its limit. Speed, meanwhile, blurred into motion, appearing directly in front of Blaze in an instant. He's even faster now, Blaze thought, his instinct screaming at him to defend. Without hesitation, he crossed his arms and shielded them with armament haki, bracing for impact. Speed's punch wasn't ordinary. Haki coated his fist, and sparks of lightning crackled around it. The force carried vibrations that amplified its destructive power, turning it into a deadly super punch. Bang! The impact sent Blaze flying backward like a cannonball, the shockwave tearing through the landscape and leveling everything in its path. The vibrations bypassed his haki defense, injuring his internal organs. Crash! Blaze's body smashed into the frozen terrain, carving a trail through the icy ground and shattering anything in his way. He coughed up blood but quickly pushed himself to his feet, forcing his battered body to move. Coating his legs with haki, Blaze activated Soru and vanished from the spot just as Speed's figure appeared, ready to follow up with another attack. Speed's relentless pursuit. Speed gave chase, his movements too fast for most to follow. Blaze dodged as best as he could, using a combination of observation haki, Soru, and his devil fruit powers to stay ahead. Still, Speed's incredible agility allowed some attacks to connect, leaving Blaze with minor injuries. Blaze studied Speed's fighting style as they clashed. Every move was calculated, seamlessly blending speed, stamina, haki, and endurance. It was clear Speed had found a perfect balance in his abilities, making him a nearly invincible force. On the other hand, Blaze was at a disadvantage. Without being able to fully utilize his devil fruit power offensively, he had to rely on strategy and patience. He knew Speed was trying to wear him down, launching a relentless barrage of killing blows and paralyzing strikes. Their battle raged across the island, through frozen fields and into the sky. Each clash left behind thunderous shockwaves, flashes of lightning, and destruction in their wake. To the spectators, the fight was an incomprehensible blur of afterimages and explosive sounds. Blaze, however, began noticing patterns in Speed's movements. As he dodged, blocked, and countered, his observation haki grew sharper, pushing his limits in real time. A turning point. Despite the pain and fatigue, Blaze felt alive. His heart pounded in his chest, adrenaline surged through his veins, and his mind sharpened with pure focus. At that moment, he felt a shift. His strength soared, his haki heightened, and his constitution attribute increased by 1 point, an unprecedented development even he didn't notice. The battle had pushed Blaze to evolve. His observation haki broke through a threshold, allowing him to predict Speed's movements seconds ahead of time. Though it wasn't the advanced ability to see into the future, it was enough to give him a critical edge. This is it, Blaze thought. I can predict his moves now. Time to strike. Exploiting weakness. Blaze had observed a crucial flaw in Speed's technique. While his speed was unmatched, it came with a cost. At extreme velocities, Speed struggled to control his movements precisely. He couldn't stop instantly or change direction without a brief delay, a weakness Blaze could exploit. Speed launched another assault, appearing in front of Blaze with his arm vibrating at high speed, ready to pierce through him. Blaze dodged just in time, narrowly avoiding the strike. As Speed withdrew to prepare another attack, Blaze saw his opportunity. Without hesitation, he burst forward with incredible speed, closing the gap between them. Speed sensed the sudden rush through his observation haki and instinctively moved to his left. But Blaze, having already foreseen the move, adjusted his trajectory, forcing Speed to hesitate. For the first time in their fight, Speed faltered. He chose to retreat straight back, but his foot landed on a partially melted ice shard, causing him to stumble. Though he quickly regained his balance, the brief misstep was all Blaze needed. This is it. Blaze's eyes gleamed as he surged forward. The final strike. Before Speed could react, Blaze delivered a sweeping kick to his legs, disrupting his balance completely and sending him into the air. Channeling all his power, Blaze unleashed his strongest attack. Golden energy radiated from his body, condensing into a miniature sun around his fist. Coating the glowing orb with armament haki, he threw a devastating punch. Bang! The punch connected squarely with Speed's face, the force behind it creating a shockwave that shook the entire island. The golden energy burst outward, incinerating everything in its path. Speed had no chance to escape. The blow sent him hurtling into the ground with such force that it left a massive crater, the vegetation around it obliterated. Blaze landed, his chest heaving as he caught his breath. He had put everything into that strike, channeling his devil fruit power, haki, and physical strength into one overwhelming attack. Aftermath. Speed lay at the center of the crater, blood dripping from his mouth. His body trembled as he struggled to move. Though his durability and haki had mitigated the damage, the attack had left him severely weakened. Blaze stood tall, his golden aura fading as he straightened. His observation haki still pulsed with clarity, and his focus remained sharp. The tides of the battle had turned. For the first time, Blaze had landed a decisive blow. The question now was whether Speed could recover, or if Blaze could finish the fight before his opponent got back on his feet. As the sun climbed higher, its light illuminated the battlefield, reflecting off the shattered ice and the smoldering remnants of their clash. The fight wasn't over, but the momentum was now firmly in Blaze's favor.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
A deafening boom resounded, followed by an explosion. The tremendous amount of force in the attack twisted the space itself that led to huge cracks in the air. The explosion slammed right into Speed's face, pushing him downwards onto the ground at an incredible speed. Unlike regular shockwaves, the impact generated a heat wave at high temperature because of Blaze's devil fruit ability and explosion. The heat waves melted everything in its path, and most of them were concentrated directly below their feet as Blaze punched downward when Speed was in midair. When Speed's figure crashed into the ground, it created a huge crater. As Blaze's heat wave traveled further, it melted the soil and turned the crater into a deep abyss. It was as if the door to hell has opened. 1/3 of Green Hill Island is completely destroyed. If not for Kuzen's ability that froze most of the sea, the blow would have sunk the entire island. Steam filled the area as the heat wave vaporized the ice. Meanwhile, the Marines and pirates suddenly felt a huge tremor below their feet, and before they could make sense of what's happening, a heat wave traveled past them. It destroyed whatever vegetation left and turned the whole island into barren land. As for the living beings, they were flung directly into the air. It's not the end. The wails and cries from both Marines and pirates filled the air as the attack injured them in some way. Few unlucky ones had their entire skin scorched. Regis and Kuna were also affected by the attack. Blaze can't be blamed for it as he can't hold back his strength at such a crucial moment. Well, in a way, his strike helped the Marines and changed the outcome of the battle between them since pirates lost their advantage. Blaze felt comforted by the punch. It gave him a huge relief as it's been a long time since he utilized his full strength. Kuzen and Luke stopped their fight, overcome with awe. The landscape that had been scattered with ice shards was unrecognizable. The once beautiful Green Hill Island is ruined beyond restoration. After seeing the exchange, Kuzen's opinion of Blaze has been completely changed. He's not weaker than me? Such monstrous strength. It's frightening. Meanwhile, Luke had a look of shock. He couldn't accept the reality that someone landed a blow on Speed as he knew how strong and fast his brother is. Still, he has full confidence in Speed. His brother isn't someone who can be defeated by a single strike. Despite his confidence, Blaze's strength somewhat worried him. Luke even had a conception that if he's in Speed's place, he either would have been killed or lost his ability to fight facing that powerful strike head-on. Just as he thought of helping his brother, Kuzen interrupted him from doing so. It made Luke wildly attack Kuzen, who lazily evaded the strikes with precision. Kuzen may not look like someone who possesses great strength, but that's what makes him extremely dangerous. He's someone who's proficient in Rokushiki while his haki is stronger than even Speed. Rumble. A slight noise came from deep within the crater shaped by the blow. The next moment, Speed's figure came out and landed before Blaze. Blood trickled down his face that missed the nose and mouth but had a huge dent in its place. His entire face is deformed and it's a horrible sight to behold. Next, an unbelievable thing happened. Similar to Blaze, Speed's wound healed on its own, and in no time, his face was good as new. Blaze nearly cursed seeing this. Fuck it, he can even super heal. Not bad. I'm impressed, but if you think that a single punch is enough to take me out, then you are greatly mistaken. Speed cracked his neck and uttered, looking at Blaze. Hadn't he reacted fast and clad his body with ample haki, the last blow would have injured him heavily or even claimed his life away. He's not going to underestimate his opponent anymore. Speed planned to go all out. Besides, he exhausted half of his haki reserve to protect against the last attack while the super heal drained his physical strength greatly. Blaze smirked and answered, "Of course I know that. But, I'm just starting." Speed is superior to Blaze in many ways, his haki is slightly stronger, he's faster and more experienced than him. But, it's not like he's undefeatable, he's just fast. To defeat Speed, Blaze first had to disrupt his power balance and he just did that. Now, his opponent will show his ultimate technique and trump cards. Meanwhile, Speed too gazed at Blaze, whose marine coat fluttered in the air. He found Blaze is different and better than him in some areas. First, his devil fruit ability is unusual, it's even hotter than the magma displayed by the Akaino. Secondly, his opponent's haki reserve is extraordinary. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. The atmosphere is stifling as both Blaze and Speed glared at each other as if they are going to kill each other in their next move. Everyone present within a few kilometers radius felt their terrifying presence. Even without them doing anything, sparks flew off in all directions as a rippling effect appeared in the air. Thin lightning-like energies of one golden and one red suddenly clashed in midair. Boom! The air screeched while sparks of lightning flew off. The clouds shook and thundered. The clash provoked a shockwave that dispersed in all directions. The clash of two supreme kings? Foam came out of most marines and pirates' mouths, their eyes went blank, and with mouths wide open they all hit the ground with audible thuds. Some of them didn't directly lose their consciousness but were forced to their knees. Only a few strong-willed ones stood on their feet. Speed gazed straight at Blaze in seriousness. A marine using House Hoku Haki. Without wasting any time, Speed suddenly sprinted forward as his entire form turned into a blur. Meanwhile, Blaze's senses flared as he steadied his stance to welcome the incoming assault. Speed's form reappeared before Blaze. Sparks radiated as they clashed while lightning rippled and formed cracks all around the battlefield. Speed unleashed a violent assault without giving any room to breathe. Their clashes created numerous sparks and explosions that triggered terrifying shockwaves which vigorously shook the entire Green Hill Island. Blaze's observation haki failed to keep up with Speed's movement as he's extremely fast. Before his eyes, he only saw flashes. Speed is at least twice faster than before. His haki-enhanced attacks coupled with vibrations pushed Blaze to the edge, as most of the attacks successfully injured him. And another thing that he noticed is, Speed's haki is at the barrier of advancing to the Yonko level. He's very dangerous. If they missed the opportunity to capture or kill him now, they will forever regret it. Just as Blaze thought Speed had shown his ultimate technique, increasing his speed twice, but Speed's next move proved to him how wrong he was. Just as Blaze struggled to predict Speed's next course of movements, the latter burst with sudden speed and appeared before him. Speed threw a punch at Blaze, who is initially able to dodge it, but caught off guard as the punch suddenly changed direction. Not only that, Speed's arms had a royal purple texture around them. Don't tell me. A thought came to Blaze, but before he could react, Speed drove his purpled arm into his stomach with devastating force. Super punch, inner sanctum. The impact created a shockwave while Blaze was sent flying and crashed into the huge mountain at the center of Green Hill Island that's completely barren now. From the front, he may seem uninjured, but his clothes and coat at the back were punctured, but his skin showed no signs of injury. Meaning, a terrifying force flowed through from his front to the back. A good example of advanced haki technique, internal emission. Blaze coughed a mouthful of thick blood and struggled to rise to his feet, but failed to do so as the strike completely deprived his strength temporarily for the moment. Like how Blaze punched with everything in his last attack, Speed did the same. The bastard didn't hold anything back. But what made his eyes widen in surprise is the internal destruction technique displayed by Speed. He can even use that? What more he's hiding? Blaze couldn't think things through as Speed didn't give him any opportunity. He dashed forward to strike again. Gritting his bloody teeth, Blaze muttered, "Solar flare." With him as a center, a huge explosion occurred that triggered white steam and a golden heat shockwave which spread in all directions. The shockwave is completely different from what he had shown before. It was extremely overwhelming and destructive. It leveled the mountains, destroyed the ships, and threw all the beings on the Green Hill Island to far away distance. Even Luke and Kuzan fighting in the distance were forced to withstand the extreme heat wave. Only good thing is, it didn't carry a high temperature. Speed was unfazed by the attack. Still, he was forced to back away from Blaze. That gave the latter room to breathe and plan his next course of action. Blaze rose to his feet while the wounds healed on their own. It's the last time. He can't heal any more major injuries with his remaining physical power. The sun is up, but he needs time to restore his lost energy. And that last attack was really powerful. If not for his 60+ constitution, he may have been directly lost his life or injured heavily. At the same time, Speed looked at Blaze in solemn expression. He thought his last strike would take his opponent out or at least injure him heavily with no strength left to spar. But he's greatly mistaken. His opponent is as strong as him, who's also resolute and strong-minded. Blaze didn't know about Speed, but he exhausted half of his haki reserve and more than 70% of his physical strength. It's not good for him to continue fighting Speed head-on. It's time to change the strategy. He's going to use his Devil Fruit ability. With a thought, golden energy surged from his body and winded around him as if he's surrounded by a sea of flames. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Speed, you have shown the full extent of your Devil Fruit ability. It's time to flaunt mine. Are you ready? Blaze smirked and willed the golden energy to take shape. There's a reason why Blaze didn't use it from the very start. 1. Speed is very fast, so even if he revealed his power it won't affect the latter in any way. From the very start, Blaze's motive is to break the balance of power in Speed. Now, his opponent haki, Devil Fruit power, and physical strength are drained to some extent, unlike Blaze who didn't use his Devil Fruit power much. Under the astonished eyes of Speed, a golden construct formed around Blaze. First, a skeletal structure manifested such as a massive rib cage followed by the arms. Once the full skeleton is formed, next was muscles and later, skin. Finally, a humanoid-shaped golden figure stood before Speed. Yes, what Blaze materialized is Susano, which completely golden in color and formed purely out of his devil fruit power. The weird thing Speed noticed is, the humanoid thing only had the upper half but missed the legs. Just as he thought it's the end, he noticed another change. Armor formed around the humanoid figure that also acted as the figure's coat. Blaze further strengthened it by coating the Susano with haki. It's just the haki isn't visible to the naked eye, but Speed felt its presence. Speed's internal destruction stunned Blaze, but now, he challenged Speed with his arrogant pose. It was as if he calls Speed to come and break the Susano defense. Of course, his Susano is completely different from the Sherry non-users. But it won't be any weaker than real Susano. For sure, there are advantages and disadvantages to his making. But, it doesn't matter. Blaze's aim is to deter his opponent with the unknown power and at the same time construct a solid defense that can shield the attacks. It's time to test it out. Susano's upper half stood haughtily, covered in golden layers of solar energy, while a long sword materialized in its right hand and miniature sun formed on its left hand. Blaze glanced at Speed and gestured with his sword. Come. His actions angered Speed, but he isn't someone who let his emotions judge his reasoning. Since his opponent is so confident, there has to be a reason for it. Besides, he senses a bad vibe from that golden humanoid thing. Speed doesn't like the way the battle is progressing and his opponent is stronger than he anticipated. He had to admit that he somewhat underestimated the Marines, only slightly. Noticing Speed's hesitation to attack, Blaze smirked and waved his sword a little before he swung it towards Speed, who was ready to evade the attack with his speed. Divine Slash, Crescent of the Sun. From his sword that's purely made of solar energy, a half-circle golden slash, like a horizontal crescent. It flew straight towards Speed, aiming to cleave him into two. Though the strike may look casual, Blaze swung the sword at incredible speed with overwhelming power. At first, Speed didn't think much about the plain slash, but when it neared him he sensed the destructive power behind it. He reacted quickly and flexed his upper body backward to the level of his waist. Zzzzz. The half-crescent traveled past him and cleaved the mountain behind him into two. The force behind the didn't stop there, it flew further and sliced everything in its way. Fuck. Speed cursed. He was nearly hacked by the slash. Still, he was unfazed by the attack and even took the initiative to attack Blaze. It's understandable. After all, he possesses the color of Supreme King. Even though it's not as strong as top users, his will can't be easily crushed. Speed charged at Susano, unafraid, while his momentary is long gone. Blaze too didn't wait for Speed to near him, he attacked. The miniature sun in his left hand rotated at great speed and fired countless bullets. Within a second nearly 1,000 bullets shot at Speed while the miniature in Blaze's hand disappeared. The bullets fired are of great speed with a high temperature and they even exploded upon contact. And, Blaze fired them predicting Speed's movements with observation haki. So, Speed has a hard time trying to dodge the bullets. Still, it didn't stop him from charging forward. He was like a wild beast. Speed evaded most of them, but few bullets found the mark and hit him. As the bullets are made of pure solar energy, they had a high temperature and exploded when they came in contact with Speed's haki. Though Speed shielded his body with haki, the bullets harmed him to some extent. Blaze had to admit his opponent is as crazy as him and quite brave. Arriving before the golden armored Susano, Speed punched without holding his strength. A huge amount of haki flew from his fist and slammed against the outer layer of the Susano. Bang! Speed once again used the advanced haki concept, internal destruction, but Blaze, who was behind the armor, didn't feel a thing as the haki dispersed before it could reach him. Speed was astonished. That thing is quite hard than he anticipated. How was he supposed to break such a thing and injure the person inside it? A thought came to him. Should he retreat? Blaze didn't give his opponent the time to ponder. He took the initiative and attacked. Time passed, as they both fought with intensity and whatever they had up their sleeve. As they exchanged blows, Blaze utilized the opportunity to restore his lost physical strength and haki while absorbing the energies from the sun. Nov. L. B /JNN. Meanwhile, Kuzan and Luke on the frozen sea. Their battle isn't much different as they too were fighting with their life on the line. Luke is physically strong, but Kuzan is stronger than him when it comes to haki reserve, and devil fruit ability. Luke won't hold on for much longer. If Speed doesn't come for his aid soon, he will lose. But, it doesn't seem to bother Luke much as he enjoys fighting. The ones who survived the Conqueror's haki clash and conscious watched the battle from the sidelines. They were completely awed by the battle powers displayed by Blaze. Kuna and Regis were also among them. Especially Kuna, she was amazed. She didn't expect Blaze to be this powerful, a sword slashing the mountain into two. Her eyes gleamed in excitement. The pirates were on the verge of losing the battle. Using the chance, the Marine Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals ganged upon Fukin and Jasper. Morning turned noon. Speed was nearly exhausted trying to crush the humanoid thing. He knew his opponent is using this move to deplete his haki and physical energy. But, Speed is confident in his devil fruit power. There's a reason why he's called uncatchable Speed by others. When he decides to retreat, no one can catch him. And, Speed knew the time for retreat has come. He has severely underestimated the Marine and his opponents. The outcome would have been different if he used a different approach. Most of the pirates in his crew were already apprehended. If he wastes any more time trying to break this thing, it won't do them any good. But what he doesn't know is, Blaze is waiting for this opportunity. From the very start, he knew he can't defeat Speed, so prepared a plan as he fought. It's time to use it. Speed is fast, ridiculously fast thanks to his devil fruit. Even Blaze can't stop him if he decides to escape. He thought of this problem before the confrontation and found a way. Meanwhile, Speed, who consumed nearly 80% of his haki and stamina, decided to retreat as the fighting's not going in their favor. He scanned the battlefield with his observation haki. Luke was having a hard time fighting against Kuzan, while Fukin and Jasper were riddled with sword slashes and wounds. Still, they weren't caught by the Marines yet. Not just pirates, the Marines also suffered severe casualties trying to apprehend them. Speed cared about his subordinates, but he knew he can't save everyone. But whatever the case may be, he won't leave behind Luke, Fukin, and Jasper. Stopping his assaults, he looked at Blaze and spoke, "Today is misjudgment on my part. I shouldn't have underestimated the Marines. They are still the greatest force in the sea, especially you. Your strength even rivals Admiral, but I haven't heard of you before. What's your name?" "Blaze. Your devil fruit abilities are weird, as your flames are even stronger than the magma man Sakazuki whom I fought before. The next time we meet, the result won't be the same." "Next time? Aren't you too confident? What makes you think that you can escape under my eyes? I am taking you down today and no one can stop it." Blaze confidently spoke. Hearing it, Speed smirked. "Many claimed the same thing, but no one has ever managed to capture me. The fact you're covering yourself in that armor is a testament to my strength. Just because you can fight me as equal doesn't mean you can catch me." Saying it, Speed turned around and intended to rescue Luke first. But, just as he used his devil fruit power to rush towards Luke, he suddenly felt a tug in his leg. It nearly stumbled him. Looking down, he was shocked to see a nearly invisible chain-like energy binding the ankle of his left leg. Whirling around, he glared at Blaze. The chain-like energy directly connected to his opponent. Speed was thrown in confusion. How? He racked his brain but couldn't find the answer. How could someone bypass his observational haki and bind something to his leg without alerting him? It's impossible, as any attacks with intent will be sensed by his observational haki. Besides, how come he didn't feel this thing the entire time? He knew Blaze didn't do this right now, but the question is when and how? Speed looked at Blaze, who had a faint smile on his lips. "Don't be surprised. This technique directly targets the heat signature and binds them at the same temperature. Still, I thought you would sense when I tried to attach that thing, but the mystifying part is you failed to notice it." Blaze shrugged. "When?" "The time when I first punched you," Blaze replied, and quietly channeled more power to the heat chain. Speed observed it. He noticed countless golden threads entwined themselves to form the chain, and his opponent coated it with haki, meaning it would be difficult to break. Vibrating his hands, Speed slashed the chain at incredible speed. To his astonishment, his hands passed through the chain without touching. Aside from feeling some heat, his hand couldn't touch it. "Don't bother. That chain is made of nothing but pure heat, but with my thought, they turn hard. You can't get rid of it so easily. Maybe if you discovered it sooner, you may have had a chance. But now," Blaze shook his head, considering Speed's hopeless situation. "The binding heat chain isn't as simple as it looks. When Blaze first attached it was just a single thread, but as they fought and time passed, he toughened them by entwining them with more threads. Finally, the threads turned into a strong binding chain. It may seem simple, but Blaze had to constantly use his devil fruit power to keep them intact." Hearing his words, Speed clenched his fist. He has been deceived from the very start. If he had been more careful, he could have prevented it from happening. His opponent is crafty like him. Without himself knowing, he trapped him while waiting for him to exhaust himself before revealing his hidden move. Well, it's no use crying over a spilled milk. It's time to think of another plan or face his opponent head on. Speed didn't lose hope. He tried to break the heat chain binding him, but nothing worked. Even coating himself with haki, Speed can't brush the thing. Because unlike Logia, devil fruit powers, Blaze's heat manipulation is different. It's not Logia but special paramecia. And it's not as invisible as Speed thinks. It's only possible because Blaze is controlling the nature of the heat chain with his thought. Knowing it's waste of time to break the chain binding him, Speed attacked Blaze directly. They were once again exchanged blows while Blaze utilized Susano to fight Speed. "Don't hide in that turtle shell. If you have what it takes, fight me head on. If not for that, I would effortlessly crush you with my strength," Speed roared while channeled haki to his fist and used internal destruction. The attack didn't affect Blaze, who was shielded by multiple layers of Susano. But what Speed didn't foresee is, after his provoking words, Blaze uttered, "Sure," and dispersed the humanoid thing. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. "I have presented you the opportunity. Don't tell later that I haven't given you any. Now, let's see whether you are true to your words or just all talk." Blaze gestured Speed with his hand. He's confident because he recovered most of his physical energy and still has half his haki reserve. Speed can't do anything to him even with the internal destruction concept. Today, he's doomed to fall. Once again, Speed and Blaze faced head-on. Speed took the initiative and rained him with punches filled with madness. Even with his superior observation haki, Blaze couldn't dodge all the attacks while some struck his body. But he didn't care. Zephyr Sensei's words resounded in his mind. For the first time, Blaze disregarded the limitations of haki. He didn't care about the haki reserve nor how much amount of haki that he should channel to each strike. He went wild and enjoyed the battle. Speed's strikes were accurate and fast. If Blaze fails to dodge or block the strikes with the right amount of haki, he would be heavily injured. But, in Blaze's mind, he dismissed the intent to block. He wants to fight. So, without minding Speed's strikes, he launched the attacks of his own. Blood splattered. The air around them is shaking with the color of the Supreme King. Lightning sparks flew off as the space around them cracked as they clashed. Blasts sounded while shockwaves upon shockwaves formed and scattered in all directions. The mastery of haki and control of physical strength that each fighter had over their respective field destroyed the grounds and surroundings, leaving nothing but dust and huge craters. None of them used their devil fruit powers, just their haki and physical strength. Blaze was thrilled, excited, the heat of battle thumped his heart rapidly. He could feel the true power of haki as fist punched through the air and violently slammed into Speed's face, while Speed's attack landed on his chest, crushing his inner organs, forcing him to cough mouthful of blood. Without himself knowing, Blaze channeled his haki inside his body and coated his inner organs. And, Blaze found Speed's next attack was not that powerful while his attacks broke some of his opponent's bones. After an hour of intense battle, Blaze's punch slammed into Speed's skull, nearly shattering them into pieces. Unable to withstand the force of the attack, Speed was cratered into the ground. Blood gushed from his orifices, nose, ears, eyes, and mouth. Speed struggled to stand but failed to do so as he was injured heavily and depleted his haki reserve. It's the same for Blaze as he panted, nearly draining his physical energy and haki reserve. It was nearly dusk as the sun will set in another few minutes. The battle between Marines and Speed pirates that's been going on for nearly 12 hours was coming to an end. Jasper and Fukin were already caught by the Marines. As for Luke, his situation is worse as he was surrounded by the Marines, Admiral Aokiji, 2 Vice Admirals, Rear Admirals, and some Marine soldiers. He had a ferocious look in his eyes while covered in blood that flowed from his injuries. The Kilo fruit matched perfectly with Luke's personality and character, that's why he is very strong. Combined with his inborn strength and powerful haki, even Kuzan couldn't defeat him. Even when surrounded by so many people, there's no hint of fear in his eyes. Ice block, partisan ice mass, 2 thorn pikes. Kuzan formed several spears of ice by solidifying the cold air around him and then hurled them at Luke. This kind of attack isn't enough to injure him, but surrounded by Marine, Luke has to be careful of how he evades them. Luke increased the weight of his arms and punched. The air pressure from the punch blocked the attack while using the observation haki and coating his body with haki. Luke dodged the Marines' combined attack. Using the opportunity, the Vice Admiral with a sword in his hand crept behind Luke and drove his blade. The sword pierced his back and came out from the front, damaging Luke's heart. Coughing a mouthful of blood, he spun around and clasped the Vice Admiral by his neck like a chicken. Seeing this, the other Marines reacted and sent a volley of attacks at Luke, while rushed forward to rescue the old Vice Admiral from the hands of Luke. But, he suddenly heard a crack sound. Luke broke the Vice Admiral's neck with the help of his devil fruit power and flung his body away. He looked at Kuzan with a slight grin on his face. He knew he can't escape today as he's thoroughly exhausted and seriously injured in many places. He's not like his brother who can super heal. Besides, he saw his brother Speed is completely overwhelmed by his opponent and his situation is not that different from him. He knew today is the end for the Speed pirates. However, he won't go down that easily, at least not before bringing some of the Marines to hell with him. Seeing Luke kill the Vice Admiral, Kuzan got infuriated while ice spread over his hands and legs. A wave of ice advanced along the ground and froze anything in its way. Everything within 500 meters was completely frozen. Even the other Marines in the vicinity were forced to retreat from the area. As for Luke, he was frozen to the bones as he was already exhausted, both his physical strength and haki. Since Kuzan used everything in his attack, Luke couldn't block. Sensing Luke's situation with his observation haki, Speed clenched his fist while he strived with all his might and rose to his feet. He could feel Luke's life energy gradually fading with every passing second. Speed knew he's going to lose his brother, the only family he got in this world. After a few seconds, Luke's presence completely disappeared from the world. His entire body trembled with pain and anger while blood flowing from his orifices already dyed his entire body in red. Rest well, Luke. Speed closed his eyes for a second. When he opened them again, he looked different. Seeing this, Blaze didn't show any kind of reaction. He's not going to feel pity for a pirate. Though Speed is not some insane pirate who slaughters the whole village for money, he still got the blood of innocence in his hand. He has killed several innocents, civilians and Marines alike. He's someone with the ambition to rule the sea and wants to become the king of the pirates. Losing his brother, Speed changed, but there's no crazed look in his eyes, but the words he uttered from his mouth were filled with ruthlessness. You better kill me today, or at least hope that I won't come out of whatever hole that you are going to send me. Because if I regain my freedom one day, I will come looking for you. And, the next time we meet, I will kill you and the ones around you like you Marines killed my brother. Hearing words, Blaze couldn't hold back his laughter. Don't make me laugh with your talk. The next time we meet, we won't be in the same class. So don't bother come looking for revenge. Otherwise, you will only lose your life. Just as Blaze finished his words, Speed attacked with whatever he had in him. Roaring, he threw himself at Blaze. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. As a Conqueror's haki user, how could Speed let a Marine capture him so easily? He would rather die than surrender. Blaze knew Speed will put up the last struggle, so he was prepared for it. Dodging the attack by wheeling to his left, Blaze stretched his hand and a golden sword materialized made purely of solar energy. With a slight wave of the sword, Speed's left leg was sliced off from his body. Speed toppled and fell to the ground while the pain from losing his made him scream. His agonizing cry resonated throughout the Green Hill Island and vented the Marines' anger who lost some of their partners in the battle. Disturbed by the scream, Blaze pulled his hand back and glazed it with solar energy. Balling it into a fist, he punched Speed in his face. Crack. Speed lost his consciousness with a dent on his face. After today, there will be no Speed pirates in the New World. As soon as he defeated Speed, the system notification sounded in his ear. Ding. Achievement: defeated a pirate with a bounty greater than 1 billion. Achievement: destroyed Speed pirates whose total bounty is higher than 2 billion. Reward: plus 3.0 free attribute point. The reward isn't as handsome as he expected. Just 3 free attribute points. Everything changed after his attributes crossed the 50-bar limit and the new system upgrade. But, during his battle against Speed, his Constitution and Haki attribute were increased by 1 point. It was a good thing. Blaze then checked his status panel. Name: Blaze Hunt. Occupation: Marine. Constitution: 61.1. Devil Fruit Potential: 51.3. Haki: 51.4. Free attribute point: 4.8. The other Marines came over noticing the battle is over. During the battle, they couldn't approach the range as both Blaze and Speed were Conqueror's Haki users. The clashes and shockwaves are enough to blow them away or knock them unconscious. And, it's not wise to meddle in the battle of such a level. In no time, the Vice Admiral, Rear Admirals, and some Marine soldiers with strong willpower who weren't knocked unconscious by Conqueror's Haki, circled Blaze. They first inspected Speed, whose face they couldn't recognize because it's bloody and entirely deformed. They then looked at the Marine captain, whom they thought as weak, with admiration and respect. Some even came forward and respectfully saluted Blaze before scurrying over to capture the other pirates. They won't ever forget today's battle. Their marine fleet took down one of the great pirates of the sea whose fame terrorized the New World for many years. Speed pirates were greatly feared by people because of their formidable strength and atrocities. Their terror expanded further when they stormed the kingdom under world government rule and bested a marine admiral. The feats further enhanced their reputation and shot the total bounty of the crew over 3 billion berries. The marine soldiers carried unconscious Speed to the marine battleship and imprisoned him in a special cell while cuffing his hands with seastone cuff. The other Speed pirates who are alive were also brought to the battleship, and the stronger ones with devil fruit powers were restrained carefully with seastone shackles, like Jasper and Fukin. As for the dead ones, they were taken to the pirate ship and set it ablaze along with their bodies, including Luke. Only half of 300-something pirates survived. The Marine also had casualties. They lost an experienced Vice Admiral and 50-some soldiers while many were injured in the battle. Blaze sat on a huge rock and gazed at the setting sun, deep in thought. His marine coat is destroyed in the battle while the shirt he wears was riddled with holes and rips. It's one of the hardest battles Blaze had ever fought. In truth, if not for his opponent underestimating him, it's hard to tell who would have emerged as a victor. And, the excitement and heat of the battle completely satisfied him. It was a wonderful fight, and it's what he yearns for. The reward issued by the system isn't great, but it's enough. The entire Green Hill Island is destroyed while many died in the battle. When Blaze saw the soldiers carrying the dead and wounded ones back to the ship, it invoked deep feelings within him. It also reminded him about the cruel reality once more that he wasn't on Earth but already been transmigrated into another world where strong rule. At that moment, Kuzan came over and sat next to him. The Speed pirates are way stronger than we anticipated. Yes. Especially, Speed. I didn't expect him to possess the color of Supreme King. It wasn't mentioned in the intelligence report. Blaze admitted. Do you need someone to check up on your injuries? Kuzan asked, glancing at Blaze's state. It's just dried blood. Most of my injuries have already healed, so there's nothing to worry about. Anyway, it's good that Sengoku-san and Garp-san sent you. It's only thanks to you that we prevailed over them. It reduced the casualties on our side too. Kuzan thanked. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. He became admiral at a young age, so the pressure on his head is high as many people doubt his abilities. If not for Blaze, they may have really lost many soldiers in the battle or the battle itself. As a Marine, it's our duty to stop the criminals from harming innocents. And, thanks to Speed, I had a satisfying battle after a long time. Blaze grinned. Okay, let's go. We have to report the battle to Sengoku-san. Kuzan said and stood up. Kuzan, don't expect me to share your work. I am just a Marine captain. You can't expect me to do work beyond my rank. Blaze jokingly replied and followed Kuzan. As they walked towards the battleship, they chatted. I don't know how you become so strong within a short time. It's astonishing. Nothing can be done about that. I am a genius. And, I know you are stronger than me when it comes to Haki. If you don't mind, I want to have a duel with you. Not interested. It's too troublesome. Kuzan flatly rejected. You are just being lazy. Blaze shook his head. Blaze and Kuzan reached the battleship. The Marine soldiers worked efficiently under the commands of the Vice Admiral and other Rear Admirals. They quickly cleaned the battlefield and bandaged the injured ones. In no time, the Marine battleships were ready to depart with the captured criminals. Kuzan unfroze the ice and the sea turned to normal. As soon as he did that, a loud rumbling sound came and the entire Green Hill Island submerged into the ocean as it was mostly destroyed. Blaze wandered the battleship and located Kona and Regis. Kona was injured, her right arm and some parts of her body were wrapped in a bandage. How did it go? Blaze asked while Regis recounted the battle Kona had with the pirate. The next morning, even before Blaze and others could reach the headquarters, their victory traveled fast and it shook the entire Grand Line. It was all because of news coup. The front page of the newspaper had the title Battle of Green Hill. A fierce battle took place between the Marines and the notorious pirate crew, Speed Pirates on Green Hill Island in New World. The Marines had an overwhelming victory. The captain of the Speed Pirates, Speed, who had a bounty of 1.48 billion berries, was taken down by a headquarters Marine Captain Blaze. The page had a picture of Blaze punching Speed squarely in the face. It was before Speed lost his consciousness. Don't know how? The photo was angled and shot perfectly. If Blaze saw this, his reaction would be enjoyable. Who knows, maybe he will cut and save one for himself as it exhibited his heroic nature and handsome face. He looked strong and valiant. Of course, the newspaper also mentioned Admiral Aokiji, vice admirals, and other rear admirals who made contributions. A particular sentence and story in the paper attracted many people. A Marine captain who's as strong as admirals. Who's he and why has no one heard of him before? It described Blaze's entire history from his time as a slave to now. His story impressed many while his battles and deeds earned respect. Since Speed Pirates are considered as one of the great pirates of the sea, the article attracted some notable crew's attention: Whitebeard, Big Mom, Beast Pirates, Revolutionary, and other Big's Hots. For the first time, Blaze's name sounded in their ears. It won't be long before they encounter him in person. Somewhere in New World, Moby Dick, the Whitebeard pirate's ship, drifted on the sea. Whitebeard sat on a high platform drinking wine, while he read the article described on the front page of the newspaper. He also saw Blaze's appearance and muttered, "He's young yet so strong." Unfortunately, he's standing on the world government's side. Sengoku's still a man with a vision to recruit such talents. Losing the interest, Whitebeard threw the newspaper away and concentrated on his drinking. Marco caught the paper and looked at the article. The other commanders and pirates surrounded him and looked at the newspaper curiously. Marco commented, "Speed Pirates? I didn't expect them to be taken down by Marines, and that too by a Marine captain. It's interesting. I think we will meet him soon. He's just a Marine with little strength. If he messes with us, we will show him hell." The other commanders of the Whitebeard pirates chatted and laughed. Whitebeard shook his head listening to their talks and carried on with his drinking. As long as he's here, no one can touch his family, and he's happy that his sons rely on him. Unknown Island, New World. Ben Beckman handed the newspaper to Shanks and puffed the cigarette. "What do you think?" Shanks read the article and smiled. "Just as I thought, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. You knew he's a Marine." "No, but my intuition told me he's not as simple as he portrayed. The next time we meet him, it will be different." Shanks chuckled. Similar things happened all over the Grand Line and even 4 seas. Kaido, Big Mom, and other infamous pirates noted Blaze's name in their minds. Being in the New World for years, they know how things work, and they also know how strong the Speed Pirates were. So, it won't be long before they encounter Blaze in one way or another. Marine headquarters. The Marines are the ones who got the news first. The victory stirred their hearts. They celebrated the defeat of one of the great pirates of the sea, as it's not an everyday occurrence. The entire headquarters looked alive and filled with vibrant energy, while many were shocked by Blaze's strength and they wondered why he's still a Marine captain. Blaze's fame skyrocketed in one night among the Marine officers and soldiers. Most of them began to compare his strength to the level of the admirals. The only one who's unhappy about all the ruckus is Admiral Aokiji. He just arrived at the headquarters yesterday after destroying a strong pirate crew. As soon as he arrived, he heard 2 pieces of bad news. Blaze is back and he took down Speed, whose bounty is above 1 billion. What he found ridiculous is, he too had defeated a pirate with a bounty of over 1 billion, but nobody spoke anything about it. He thought Blaze's rate of improvement will be slow, sent to East Blaui, but instead, he came back stronger than ever. It irritates him. Blaze was like a fly buzzing around his ears. Fleet Admiral's office. Wahaha. What did I say, Sengoku? That brat gets stronger fighting against stronger opponents. Garp laughed. Well, I'm surprised he defeated Speed. I didn't expect it. He has grown very much in a short time, Sengoku admitted. In fact, he was a little shocked when he heard the report. The Marines suffered casualties, but it's nowhere near what he assumed. It's a remarkable victory considering the opponent's strength and numbers. Told you, Garp chucked. It's time you promote him. His rank is unbefitting of his strength. Sengoku sighed. That's the problem. I got a call from above. It's about Blaze. They think he's a loose cannon, so they want me to keep him in check. What? Hearing it, Garp sat upright. They are afraid of him? Wahahaha, it's hilarious. Blaze has grown too fast, and considering his past actions, it would be weird if they didn't do something. But don't worry, I told them he's completely my responsibility. Though Sengoku said it, Garp had a worried look on his face. He knew what it means. If Blaze gets in their way again, the world government will do whatever it takes to destroy him. The Marine fleet under Blaze and Kuzan returned to headquarters after dropping the Speed Pirates to the Impel Down. Everyone on the fleet was given 2 days of rest, and everyone was rewarded for their contribution with merit points. Even Kuna got a few points. As for Blaze, he was given whole 2,000 merit points. Another good news, he was directly promoted to the rank of Headquarters Rear Admiral. Unlike before, from now on, he will directly work under the orders of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. It can be considered a special privilege. Furthermore, a new unit was assigned under him. Blaze didn't bother with any of this as he directly went to his temporary headquarters. First, he needs a rest and then he wants to analyze his battle with speed. His armament and observation haki improved to another level. He wants to familiarize himself with the concept before it fades from his mind. As soon as he was promoted, system notifications sounded in his mind. Achievement, become a Rear Admiral. Complete. Reward, plus 1.0 Constitution plus 1.0 Devil Fruit Potential plus 1.0 Free Attribute Point. Accepting the reward, Blaze checked his status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 62.1. Devil Fruit Potential, 52.3. Haki, 51.4. Free Attribute Point, 5.8. Fleet Admiral's Office. 2 days passed since he arrived at the headquarters. Aside from recovering from his injuries, Blaze practiced his haki concepts. It was fruitful. Today, he was called by Sengoku to discuss something important. When he entered the office, Rosinante was already there. As soon as Blaze saw him, he got an inkling of what this is about. Blaze, how are you? Are your injuries fully healed? Sengoku asked. I'm completely alright, Sengoku-san. You have done a good job capturing speed. He caused so many losses to the people and marines. Bringing him down also strengthened our reputation among the people. It's my duty. Okay, I called you to discuss something important. It's about Doflamingo. Tsuru-chan informed me that Doflamingo's intending on auctioning a devil fruit. GOL no mi. Doflamingo pirates are strong with some powerful members and many of them are devil fruit users. Even though we knew about the information, we can't directly attack him as many underworld people who had Noble's support have shown interest in the auction. Lately, there are even reports that he attacked World Noble's ships and stole money. The odd thing is, none of the World Nobles said anything about it. What do you think about this? It's obvious. He's manipulating them with something, supposedly some secret since he was once a World Noble. Blaze replied. Possible, Sengoku muttered as he also thought of the same thing. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. From what Rosinante learned, he plans on dethroning the king of the Dressrosa and ascends himself as a king. If we let him do it, there's nothing more shameful than this. I don't know how many people will lose their lives in the process. I have a bad feeling about this, so we have to stop it before it happens. Don't worry, Sengoku-san. Leave it to me, Blaze nonchalantly replied. Blaze, don't be fooled by his bounty. He's far stronger than you think. Sengoku seriously spoke. I know. I already confronted him once. Sengoku nodded his head and continued. Okay then, I am leaving the Doflamingo pirates in your care. You can work with Vice Admiral Tsuru. She knows Doflamingo better. Turning his head, he said. Rosinante, you don't have to participate in this operation. No, Sengao-san. My brother is evil, many people lost their lives in his hand. As his brother, it's my responsibility to stop him. Rosinante responded earnestly. Well said, Blaze clapped his hand. Sengoku-san, I was meaning to ask you this, how's the Warlords recruitment going? Right now, we have signed 3 members, Dracul Mihawk, Jinbei, and Bartholomew Kuma. Talk is going on to sign the Pirate Empress, the captain of the Kuja pirates. Why are you asking this? Sengoku asked with his eyebrows raised. Nothing. Sengoku shook his head and said, take care and be careful. Blaze and Rosinante left Sengoku's office and headed towards the dock area. Blaze mused on the conversation. Since the gold fruit is involved, it means Guild Tesoro will act and he will also successfully steal the fruit from Doflamingo. If the timeline is correct, Doflamingo will make his move on Dressrosa in a few months. In the meantime, he will also become a warlord of the sea by blackmailing the world nobles. Rosinante interrupted his thoughts. Blaze-san, what are you thinking? How to kill your brother, Blaze replied. Rosinante nearly stumbled, hearing his blunt reply. Chatting, they reached the battleship assigned to his unit. It was pretty big and can effortlessly sail New World. Furthermore, now there are nearly 100 soldiers under his command. Nov. L.B//JNN. Getting on board, he met his unit and saw Regis and Kuna. Regis was promoted to captain. It didn't surprise Blaze as he knew he will be promoted considering his strength. Rosinante was promoted to commander. As for Kuna, she was promoted to first-class seaman from seaman recruit. But, she has a long way to go. There are some capable fighters in his unit who directly came from the training camp. They don't know haki but most of them are proficient in 2 or 3 styles of rokushiki. After speaking some encouraging words, he let Regis take the command. Right now, they are going to meet with Vice Admiral Tsuru and plan the next course of action. He called Kuna. He didn't speak with her after the battle as she was injured and exhausted. How was the battle? Blaze asked while their ship departed from the port towards the New World. Kuna didn't suffer any major injuries from the battle but she had some small bruises while her left shoulder was bandaged due to a sword cut. The major difference he noticed is, she looked determined than ever and the self-doubt disappeared from her eyes. It was a good thing. Clenching her fist, she spoke. I'm weak. I couldn't even take out a normal pirate. If not for Regis-san's help, I would have been killed. But, after participating in the battle I understood things and my heart is clear now. One day, I will become the strongest swordsman in the world. Good, but you have to understand that you're still young, so learn to take one step at a time. You can't become stronger in a single day. Hearing his words, Kuna nodded her head. Blaze then went to his cabin and began to train. Neither Doflamingo nor his operation didn't bother him in any way. Blaze's target is Whitebeard all along. To defeat that man, he needs to be the strongest and the best of himself. Blaze closed his eyes and harnessed his haki to all parts of his body. During his fight against Speed, he unconsciously used haki to protect his inner organs. The concept amazed him. He wants to do the same with a thought. He knew it's an advanced concept of armament haki, coating the inner organs with haki. Blaze calmly recalled the feeling and channeled the haki as he remembered. But, he failed. He couldn't channel them correctly. Of course, it didn't stop Blaze from trying again, as he knew he will perfect it if he worked hard. New World. GA, officially Marine Grand Line Avalon Branch, is a marine base located in New World. It was established on Avalon Island and commanded by Vice Admiral Tsuru. Avalon Island is a circular-shaped island with a rugged coastline featuring several tall rock pillars. The marine base is located in the middle of the island covered by forest. The only way in is through the gate that's reinforced with steel. After all, the marine base is in New World and they have to be ready to face any kind of situation that arises. Many pirates caught in the New World were locked up here temporarily before they are shifted to Impel Down. Blaze and his unit reached the base around morning. As soon as he walked down from the ship he met a familiar face, Jun, who came to receive him. Oh, Jun. Long time no see, how are you doing? Blaze smiled. It's been nearly 2 years since they saw each other. He noticed major changes in Jun, whether it's her appearance, personality, or strength. He could tell, she became strong and also capable of using haki. Then her personality, unlike before, Jun looked mature, charming, and firm. Good. Jun cheerfully replied and commented. As soon as you came back, you have gone and done that, taking down speed pirates. You haven't changed at all. Your actions shocked many people, pirates and marines, alike. Since I learned the observation haki myself, I could tell, you are very strong. Aren't you praising me too much? Blaze and Jun chatted for a few minutes before coming back to a serious topic. It felt great to chat with someone he was familiar with. Where's the auction taking place? Blaze asked. Sorry, I didn't know as I was busy with training. Let's go and meet Tsuru-san, she will fill you in on the details. Sure. Dash. Blaze followed Jun to the base that consisted of several buildings and large construction, which is the place of operation. Regis and Kuna accompanied him while Rosinante stayed on the ship. The only unaccustomed thing is, the place is filled with women. He hardly saw any male beings. Well, it's Tsuru-san's commanding base, after all. He knew Vice Admiral Tsuru commands a crew that consisted entirely of female marines. This place seems to be the home and training place for the female marines. She is? Jun asked, looking at Kuna. When she looked at Kuna, she saw her younger self. She's a marine trainee under my command. Her talent in the sword is very good. Give her some advice when you have free time. Blaze responded and then looked at Kuna. Kuna, she's Jun. She and I were in the same training camp. She's good at sword and also strong. Kuna looked at Jun in admiration. If even Blaze praises her skills, then she had to be terrifyingly good. After coming in contact with so many strong women, Kuna discarded the opinion of women can't become strong. Right now, her heart is filled with determination to get strong. Meeting Jun, she wants to ask many things that bothered her mind from childhood. Glancing at Kuna, Jun responded. Sure, come and meet in the evening. Yes. After that, Blaze and Jun went to Vice Admiral Tsuru's office while Regis and Kuna remained outside. Inside, Tsuru-san could be seen sitting in her chair and leisurely drank her tea with a cake was placed on her table. Her face had no expression, like always. Blaze respects her. After all, she's a veteran marine from the same generation as Garp and Sengoku and one of the most prominent marines in the world who was respected by many. Blaze sensed her haki, it's very strong. It can't be compared to admirals, but she's definitely strong for her age. With knowledge and experience, not many people can outsmart her. No wonder that even Doflamingo respects her. Vice Admiral Tsuru, how are you going? Waving her, she spoke. Stop with the formalities, take a seat. You too, Jun. Want some cake? No, Jun shook her head. I will take it. Saying it, Blaze accepted the cake and swallowed whole. It's good. Tsuru had a strange expression as she didn't expect him to react that way. Jun looked at him and mentally thought, Tsuru-san likes her cake very much. It was only for a second. Tsuru then reverted to her normal demeanor as she encountered similar things when she was with Garp. So, she directly went to the topic of discussion, auction. Doflamingo is auctioning a rare devil fruit this time. From the intelligence report, we confirmed it as GOL fruit, a paramecia type. I don't know why Doflamingo is willing to give away such a powerful devil fruit. From my understanding of him, he's up to something as he doesn't lack money. To get the world noble's attention. Jun said after pondering. It's possible as I heard many nobles are interested in the fruit. Tsuru-san, do you know where the auction is going to taking place? Nov. L.B//JNN. The location hasn't been confirmed yet, but it should be in New World. The auction is the best palace to take down Doflamingo, but the problem is whether he will appear in person. Blaze doubts it. After all, in the original timeline, the fruit was stolen by criminals sent by Tesoro. They couldn't have done it under Doflamingo's watch. Blaze knew Doflamingo would become a warlord of the sea before attacking Dressrosa. If he's not wrong, it will soon happen after the auction incident. Once he became warlord, it would be troublesome to take him down without solid reason. Of course, warlord titles didn't matter to Blaze, but he doesn't want to get scolded by Sengoku. The best time he could think of to confront Doflamingo is when he attacks Dressrosa. What do you think we should do, Tsuru-san? Blaze asked. It's up to you. But, you have to bear in mind that pirates, it's not the same as catching pirates. You can't just barge into the auction and do whatever you want. So think clearly before you act. I will notify you once I get the information on where they are going to conduct the auction. Blaze nodded his head and stood up. I will take my leave then. Blaze came out of the office while Jun followed him. Blaze looked at her and asked, Jun, are you free? I want to stretch some muscles. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Jun smiled. She was meaning to ask him, but he saved the trouble. Sure. She wanted to see and personally experience how strong the current Blaze is. Both of them along with Regis and Kuna went towards the south side of Avalon Island that's designated for training. They were not alone, some female soldiers were already training there. But, as soon as they met Jun, they respectfully greeted her, Rear Admiral Jun, while sending a cursory glance at Blaze. Reaching the center of the field, Jun turned and faced him while Blaze smiled. Meanwhile, the female soldiers in the field glanced at them in curiosity. Are they going to spar? I don't know who or how strong that young marine is, but Rear Admiral Jun is strong. She recently learned haki and even took down a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. Since they are of the same age group, they should be friends. Maybe, they came from the same training camp. Let's see how the fight goes. The female soldiers discussed among themselves and observed. Ready? Blaze asked while Jun nodded. As soon as she responded, Blaze's eyes suddenly changed into that of a penetrating stare, alarming Jun. She had a feeling she's going to lose before even being able to make the first move. For a moment there was a silence. Blaze said nothing, but some kind of intense aura released from his body and spread in all directions. It's not the conqueror's haki but a powerful intent. Facing the aura, the female soldiers nearly dropped to their knees, quivering with fear, while some find themselves struggling to breathe. But, Jun's different. During her time in New World, she fought many people, so his aura didn't deter her in any way, but she knew the feeling is real. It was as if she's facing some kind of beast. Jun's hand reached to her hip and unsheathed the blade. She pointed the sharp tip of the blade at Blaze and faced his momentum head-on without any fear. Suddenly, Blaze charged forward, making the first move. Jun followed. She didn't wait for Blaze to attack, she gripped her blade in both hands and slashed. Swoosh. The thrust fueled the air pressure into something far more grand and destructive, creating a pressurized wind blade. It cut through everything and arrived before Blaze. As for Blaze, he didn't dodge the attack. He simply hardened his left hand with Tekai and smashed the wind blade away. It couldn't even leave a scratch on him. It's because his Tekai has already reached the advanced level. His hardening is equal to advanced level haki. After years of training, Blaze can control any parts of his body as he wants. Arriving before Jun, he kicked, hardening his legs. The latter parried the attack with the blade. The collision produced a booming sound and created a minor shockwave. The force behind the kick flung Jun far away, as she didn't expect the attack would be so powerful without using any haki. But, what she didn't know is Blaze already restrained his strength well. Otherwise, she would have been injured heavily by a single strike. After all, his physical strength has crossed the 60 bar limit. After that, Blaze used his haki against Jun. Haki grows facing a stronger opponent. Battling him is an opportunity for Jun, so he fought her at equal strength. Jun also understood this, so she utilized the chance well and practiced her haki. In between, Blaze also gave her hints on how to improve her attacks. They stopped the fight after an hour as Jun exhausted her haki and stamina. She benefited greatly from fighting Blaze, whose haki reached the level of admirals. I will stay on the ship. Notify me once you get the information about the auction location. Saying this, Blaze left the training field with Regis while Kuna stayed to talk with Jun. 2 days passed. Finally, the Marines finally got the news. The auction is going to be held in West Blue in 4 days. When Blaze heard it, he nearly cursed. He felt like he's led around by the nose by Doflamingo. First, he leaked the news that the auction will be held somewhere in New World and then changed it to the 4 Blues at the last moment. I am going to beat him hard when I meet him, Blaze thought in his heart. The West Blue is very chaotic, also known for having a strong underworld scene due to the presence of 5 influential mafia organizations known collectively as the 5 Families of the West. It's a good place for Doflamingo to play as he wishes. He should have thought of this sooner. Right now, he's in the New World and had to travel all the way. Even though it's frustrating, there's no other way, so Blaze and his unit left to West Blue as soon as they got the news while Jun tagged along. After 3 days of constant sailing, they reached the West Blue while most of the soldiers on the ship were fatigued working day and night. The good thing is, only Blaze and Jun planned to visit the auction place. Docking the ship at the nearby marine bay, they left for the auction that going to be held tomorrow. He knew the auction will be disrupted and criminals sent by Tesoro will steal the devil fruit. But what Blaze wants to know is, who's going to conduct the auction? It will definitely be an elite officer of the Donquixote family. The next day, Blaze and Jun reached the island where the auction is going to take place. They spotted many criminals and underworld people in the street. But, what both of them didn't expect is they were denied entry into the auction as they failed to show the invite. Jun asked, "What should we do?" "We wait." Blaze spoke as their main goal isn't the devil fruit but Donquixote pirates. Of course, Blaze planned on seizing the devil fruit too. Blaze and Jun waited outside the auction and gazed at the people going inside. Most of them are criminals but there are also some pirates. From the Doflamingo side, the one who came is Treble, one of the top 3 officers of the Donquixote pirates. His disheveled and bedraggled appearance disgusted Blaze. A minute after Treble entered the building, he saw another familiar figure in the crowd, Mad Treasure. Possibly hired by Tesoro to steal the devil fruit. After an hour, the auction started. Jun spoke. Doflamingo didn't come. She came to collect information on Doflamingo but the latter didn't appear but just send one of his officers. "Yes." Blaze nonchalantly replied and took a bite of the apple he brought in a nearby store. It tasted so good, completely different from the apples on Earth. Looking at his carefree appearance, Jun shook her head. His character hasn't changed a bit. "Don't worry, even if Doflamingo didn't come we can capture Treble. And the devil fruit too." Blaze spoke. "You plan to seize the devil fruit?" Jun asked. "You're a devil fruit user, why do you need a devil fruit?" "I can gift it to someone in my unit." To his answer, Jun just rolled her eyes at him. Blaze knew Doflamingo isn't intending on selling the fruit but using it as bait to lure the underworld people in one place. He's plotting something. Possibly it's related to him becoming the warlord of the sea and overthrowing Dressrosa. But, what he won't anticipate is Tesoro stealing the devil fruit under his nose. It's also the reason for Blaze's casualness, as he knew chaos will soon erupt. That's when he will strike. 15 minutes passed, n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. A loud noise came from inside the auction building. In a matter of seconds, everything changed as a huge commotion broke out. Jun drew her sword and spoke, "What's happening?" "Well, it's our cue to enter the fray." Just as he finished his words, the building before them was destroyed by a powerful attack and 2 figures came out. They are none other than Treble and Mad Treasure. At the same time, countless criminals hired by Tesoro launched their attacks, making the place extremely chaotic. As for the devil fruit, it was stolen by Mad Treasure. Treble was enraged as he attacked Mad Treasure madly. Any, who hired you to steal the devil fruit? Tell me." Treble, using his devil fruit ability, bound huge debris they destroyed and slung it at Mad Treasure, who easily repelled the attack by wrapping the arms with his chain. The debris deflected in its path and directly moved towards Blaze and Jun. Blaze just waved his hands and the air around him whirled, sweeping the debris away. "Noisy," Blaze muttered. His conqueror's haki erupted while invisible ripples went in all directions, covering the entire island. The intense pressure cracked the ground below him and the nearby buildings. Foam came out of everyone's mouth who was weak-willed and they all hit the ground with audible thuds, losing their consciousness. Whether it's civilians or criminals, none of them were spared as Blaze didn't restrain his conqueror's haki. He didn't want to. As for Treble and Mad Treasure, they were shoved back by Blaze's presence. Blaze mumbled, "How's Hoku really comes in handy at times like this." When Jun heard his mumble, she got the urge to beat him up. She knew Blaze does things in a flashy way, but this is beyond shocking. Silence pervaded the entire island. Looking at all the unconscious figures, Jun shook her head. Just when she thought they encountered trouble, Blaze solved it in a second. Even though these criminals are not strong, there were nearly 300 of them. 2 Marines can't fight them all as they were in the middle of the town. It would endanger the innocent civilians. She had to admit, with Blaze around she didn't have to worry about anything. Color of the Supreme King. Treble and Mad Treasure stopped their fights and stared at Blaze in shock. Who is he? They wondered in their heart. Blaze uttered, "Obediently surrender or get beaten up." Are you a Marine?" Treble asked while guiding the mucus to attack at any moment. "You disgust me," Blaze said and stretched his left hand. Golden flame surged from his hand and blazed towards Treble, emitting high heat. The latter attempted to stop the attack with mucus, but the flames were extremely destructive. He couldn't extinguish them no matter how much he tried. Since the mucus is flammable, in a matter of seconds they were vaporized. Then, Treble's skinny figure came into the view, shocking everyone. Jun had a nauseated look on her face. Treble screamed in pain, unable to stop the flames from burning his body even with haki. It wasn't a pleasant experience, to feel your skin and flesh being burned under extreme heat. Just as Treble thought he's going to die, Blaze doused the flames with a thought, barely leaving the latter alive. Then, his eyes turned to Mad Treasure, who stood in place instead of running. Treasure shuddered when Blaze's eyes locked onto him. "Where's the devil fruit?" Treasure didn't reply, but chains emerged from his body and wrapped his entire body. Seeing this, Blaze smiled. "Really?" The next second, Blaze utilized Sora and appeared before Treasure. Before the latter could react, he punched at him. The strike landed squarely on Treasure's chest, shattering the chains and crushing him completely. His knees hit the ground while he coughed a mouthful of blood. Treasure's eyes finally revealed fear. The punch destroyed him inside out. Now, he couldn't even stand. He knew he met his match today. "Devil fruit?" Blaze asked again. This time Treasure didn't try to put a hard front. He obediently handed over the devil fruit that he hid in his sleeve. Gold fruit, or Gorogoro no Mi. It was dark yellow fruit, the size of a palm, and had swirling patterns all over them. "Good stuff." Blaze pocketed the fruit inside his coat and said, Sawed off, if I ever see you again your ending won't be different from him. He pointed his finger at Treble who lay on the ground in a sorry state. Treasure picked his weakened body with all his willpower and fled from the place. He swore in his heart that he shouldn't cross paths with the terrifying marine in his life. Meanwhile, Jun called the base and told them to bring a battleship. There are a lot of criminals here, even with marine soldiers it's going to be a tiring job to apprehend everyone. 2 hours passed. The marine unit came and cleared the criminals and underworld people who were already knocked unconscious by Blaze. It's going to be chaotic at headquarters as most of the underworld people have world noble connections and some of them even have no criminals records. Blaze knew they will be released once the celestial dragons learn of this and he can't do anything about that, at least for now. So, Sengoku's going to have a hard time the next few days. Jun looked at Treble whose entire skinny body is scorched black and shook her head. She doesn't know why Blaze didn't let the soldiers arrest Treble. From her understanding of him, it wasn't anything good. Yes, Blaze didn't plan on leaving Treble alive. He knew the latter will be released once Doflamingo becomes the warlord of the sea, so it's better to kill him. The only reason why he hasn't killed him yet is to know when Doflamingo's plan on striking the Dressrosa. He needs to know the exact timing. Though Marines knew his plot, they don't know when it will happen. Besides, they can't forever guard the kingdom considering the present situation of the new world. Even Sengoku's helpless about this matter as the number of marine soldiers in his hands is limited. Furthermore, once Doflamingo becomes the warlord of the sea, even Marines can't interfere. But the problem is, lately, Doflamingo hasn't shown his face, so his location is currently unknown. So, even if Blaze wants to strike, he can't do anything without knowing his location. So, he had to extract the information from Treble's mouth. Where's Doflamingo? Blaze slapped Treble in the face and directly asked. You are nothing but world government's dog. You won't be able to do anything to Doffy as he already planned everything. Treble snickered. Hearing it, Blaze simply smiled and spoke, looks like you won't speak without suffering. He then extended his hand and a small golden flame danced at the tip of his index finger as if it was alive. Soon, under his control, the flame bobbed while its shape changed into a small insect. To Treble's horror, the fire insect fluttered its wings and drilled into his left hand. As soon as it happened, terrifying pain hit his head as if his insides are being eaten alive. Under Blaze's command, the insect slowly burned the latter's tissues and reached the bone area. Not even a few seconds passed, but Treble rolled on the ground while his entire body convulsed in extreme pain. Unable to bear it any longer, he screamed. No more? I will tell you everything, please stop. Blaze stopped the actions with a snap of his finger and spoke. Speak. He didn't expect the latter's heart to be so weak. Without omitting, Treble disclosed everything he knew. Blaze and Jun's faces changed as they listened to the information. This is bad, they thought in their heart. Because according to Treble, Doflamingo and his crew are already in Dressrosa. Their plan will commence once Doflamingo becomes the warlord. And the worst thing is, the latter has met the world Nobel a week before and had already made a deal with them. If everything goes according to his plan, in 1 or 2 days the world government will announce him as one of the warlords of the sea. Blaze didn't expect Doflamingo to move so quickly. What he doesn't know is, as soon as Doflamingo found Rosinante is a marine, he knew his plans are already leaked, so he hastened the plan and decided to overthrow the kingdom ahead of time. He's just waiting for the world government's announcement. Call Doflamingo. Blaze spoke while Treble did as he asked. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Purapuro. Catcha. Treble, what's happening there? Doflamingo asked in an angry voice. Just recently he got the news that all the Doflamingo pirates and underworld people who attended the auction were arrested. Where's the devil fruit? Doffy. Treble groaned in pain. What happened? Noticing something's wrong with his tone, Doflamingo asked. Before Treble could answer, Blaze picked the Den Mushi and answered. Doflamingo, thanks for the devil fruit. It's been so long, do you still remember me? You. The Den Mushi in Blaze's hand changed as veins protruded on its head. Clearly, Doflamingo recognized him. Looks like you haven't forgotten about me. What happened to Treble? Doflamingo asked, calming down. Well, he hasn't died yet but will be soon, as his partner Fergo is all alone up there. Blaze humorously responded. A few seconds passed but there was only silence from the other end. So, Blaze continued. I thought you would come looking for me after the last encounter. What happened? Got scared? Suddenly Doflamingo laughed. Fuffyuffyuffu. I know all about you. Born in an ordinary family, captured as a chore boy to a pirate ship and then sold as a slave. You somehow fought your way out and destroyed the pirates who killed your parents. And, finally, you joined the Marines. The interesting thing is, you have achieved all this within a short few years. The reason for your strength, is it your devil fruit or something else? Fuffyuffyuffu. Is he an idiot? I already told him my details because I am not afraid of him, Blaze thought in his heart and turned to Jun and asked. Don't you feel his laughter is kinda creepy? Jun laughed, covering her mouth. She didn't expect Blaze to be so bold to tease Doflamingo, who's called the heavenly demon by others. Hearing his words, Doflamingo once again got mad. Unfazed by his words, Blaze spoke. Doflamingo, your partner said you're in Dressrosa. Wait there, I will come in a few days, then we will discuss further over a meal. Saying this, he directly ended the call and looked at Treble, who trembled under his gaze. Hey, wait. Blaze didn't let him speak. He pointed his index finger while a golden beam shot and pierced Treble's forehead, directly killing him. The sudden turn of events stunned Jun. She glared at Blaze. Why did you kill him? He holds valuable information. Don't be naive. He's nothing but garbage. Before you can extract any information from him, he will either be freed or killed. He's better off dead. Blaze and Jun didn't stay any longer on the island. After handing the things to the local marine captain, they sailed back to the New World. On the ship, Blaze checked his status panel. Defeating Mad Treasure and Treble gave him 0.2 free attribute points, which are very pitiful. It raised his free attribute points from 5.8 to 6.0. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 62.1. Devil Fruit, 52.4. Hacky, 51.5. Free attribute point, 6.0. Next, Blaze plan on rising his Devil Fruit attribute to the 60 bar. Once he gets enough free attribute points, it would surely enhance his strength to the next level. Just as he was thinking over the next course of action, the system notification rang in his mind and a new note appeared in the system panel. Ding, the system found host is in possession of a Devil Fruit. Do you want to unlock the exchange function? Yes/no. Yes. Blaze shouted in his mind and a new row of text appeared. Exchange function unlocked. A new tab labeled exchange was added to the system panel. Once Blaze clicked it, he saw the information. Exchange function. A precious material of equal value can be exchanged for similar material. For example, a Paramecia Devil Fruit for another Paramecia Devil Fruit. Exchangeable item, Gorogoro no Mi Paramecia type. Note, only items that are deemed as precious by the system are eligible for exchange. Blaze was excited when he read the information. He quickly clicked the Gorogoro no Mi. As soon as he did, a list of items appeared before his eyes. Along with the list, there are some conditions. He can only exchange devil fruits that aren't eaten by others. For example, he can't exchange gold fruit for Doflamingo's string fruit. Blaze saw many devil fruits in the list: smooth fruit, kilo no Mi, spike fruit, net fruit, smelt fruit, cage fruit, spring fruit, door fruit, slash fruit, noko no Mi mashoram, and many other devil fruits. He's familiar with kilo no Mi and noko no Mi as he came in contact with both of these devil fruit users. Since he can't use another devil fruit, this function is useless for him, but he can gift it to his trusted allies, Kuna, Jun, or Regis. Blaze isn't in a hurry. He will exchange for a suitable fruit after finishing Donquixote pirates, as they hold many precious devil fruits. Purapuro. Blaze's thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of his den mushi. Noticing the call is from Sengoku, he directly answered. Sengoku-san. Blaze, I said you can't directly capture the people attending the auction. Didn't you listen to my words? Sengoku's helpless voice came from the other side. Sengoku-san, I only acted after they began to fight among themselves. You can't blame me for that. Sigh. Anyway, we can't hold these people who have connections with the world nobles. Sengoku spoke. Blaze understood the latter is telling him the captured people will be released soon. I don't care about that. I have done my part. Okay. Did you get the devil fruit? Yes. But, I'm planning on keeping it. You can subtract my merit points for it. Blaze said. Whatever. If you are going to give it to another marine, I don't mind. But, let me know before you do that. Sengoku spoke while Blaze happily agreed. Blaze then reported the information he extracted from Treble. Sengoku-san, if we don't do something, I'm afraid the entire kingdom will be doomed. N/O/Vel/B/C/n.C//OM. Sengoku sighed. It's too late. The world government already recruited Doflamingo as one of the warlords. It will be announced tomorrow. What? That fast? Even Blaze was shocked. So, what should we do? Noticing the silence, he continued. Sengoku-san, don't tell me you are planning on doing nothing. There's nothing we can do. Warlords are in alliance with the world government and marines. You can't directly attack them without any reason. What I am saying is, I can't provide you any direct support. It's up to you to decide what to do. Hearing the words, Blaze smiled. Though Sengoku didn't say anything openly, he silently agreed for him to do as he wishes. The only downside is, he's on his own. Sengoku-san, leave everything to me. Blaze ended the phone call and called Jun and recounted the conversation he had with Sengoku. What do you plan to do? We are going to destroy Donquixote pirates before the world government announces the news to the public. Blaze chuckled. How are you going to do that? We are in 4 blue, it will take us at least 2 days to reach Dressrosa. Jun asked in puzzlement. It's not a problem, we can reach at dusk if we go by my way. That is, you will see in a few minutes. Gather strong marines, preferably, ones who can use haki. Blaze said while Jun agreed. Blaze then called Regis and Rosinante and told them about the plan. As for Kuna, he isn't going to take her this time as there will be no one to watch her. In no time, Jun gathered 20 submarine soldiers who can use basic level haki. As for Blaze, he directly used his devil fruit ability to create a huge dragon. Everyone was shocked to see his power except for Regis and Rosinante. Even Jun is no exception. When did you learn to control your devil fruit ability to such level? Get on. Everyone climbed onto the dragon while Blaze commanded it to fly. In no time, it soared and disappeared from the marine soldiers' view who are still on the ship. On the golden dragon's back, Jun asked. How are we going to attack? Even though you are strong, you can't take down everyone on the Donquixote pirates by yourself, as most of them are devil fruit users. Of course we aren't fighting alone. We can use the kingdom's strength to our advantage, as Dressrosa isn't weak on its own. Yes? Why didn't I think of it? Jun's eyes glowed. Dressrosa is one of the 20 kingdoms that were responsible for founding the world government after the defeat of the Great Kingdom. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Originally, it was ruled by Donquixote family, but as they moved to Marigioase, the Riku family replaced them. Under their rule, the kingdom flourished while the dwarves were freed. After some time, the country became known for its unparalleled peace. As sun began to set, Blaze and his group saw the outline of Dressrosa that looked beautiful, surrounded by huge rock formations. The luxurious, Spanish-styled buildings amazed everyone. To not alert the Donquixote pirates, Blaze cancelled the dragon form when they were some distance away from the Dressrosa. It doesn't mean he's afraid of Doflamingo, he just doesn't want the upcoming battle to impact the ordinary civilians. If not for that, he would have directly acted. Furthermore, the number of devil fruit users in Donquixote pirates is high. Especially, Pika and Sugar need to be handled carefully, as their devil fruit powers are quite dangerous. In fact, Blaze plans to take care of them before confronting Doflamingo. For that, he needs King Riku's help. So, Blaze, Jun, Regis, and Rosinante headed towards the King's Plateau, which is a gigantic, crown-shaped landmark situated in the middle of Dressrosa. The royal palace is located at its top. As soon as they reached the King's Plateau, they were stopped and questioned by the guards of Dressrosa. Blaze directly stated his intention and showed his marine identity. The guards were skeptical, as it's not an everyday occurrence for the Marines to visit the kingdom, so they directly notified their superior. In no time, a huge muscular man with a thick dark pointed beard and disproportionately small legs approached them. Blaze knew this man, Tank Lepento, who's very loyal to King Riku and also the commander of Dressrosa's self-defense army. In the original timeline, he joined as a gladiator at the Coritha Coliseum to compete for the Mera Mera no Mi. What are the Marines doing in the peaceful kingdom of Dressrosa? Lepento questioned. I am Rear Admiral Blaze, I want to meet King Riku. Blaze directly spoke. Hearing his words, Lepento was a little angry, but before he could lash out, Blaze continued. It concerns the safety of your kingdom, so it's better if you don't waste any time. And, I am not joking. Lepento suppressed his anger as he could tell Blaze is serious, so he quickly glanced at Jun, Regis, and Rosinante, who are behind Blaze, and uttered, "Follow me." It didn't take long for them to reach the royal palace following Lepento. Blaze saw King Riku in the large luxurious hall along with some other members. The one who caught his attention is Viola, the current crown princess of the Dressrosa and younger sister of Scarlet, who now lives with Kairos. In the original timeline, Viola is slender, well-endowed, and light olive-skinned woman of average height with a curvaceous figure. But the current her looked different. She wore a long dress with a black top and light and frilly bottom, while her hair was cut to her chin and side-parted with a pink hairband. She may look weak, but her devil fruit ability is very useful. If Blaze gets her help, he will be able to easily locate the Donquixote pirates. What brings the Marines to Dressrosa? King Riku asked in a doubtful tone. Unlike the other kingdoms, Dressrosa didn't have much contact with the world government. Hello, King Riku. Let me first introduce myself. I am Blaze, Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral. And this is Rear Admiral Jun, Regis, and Rosinante. I believe you heard about the Donquixote pirates before, right? King Riku frowned when he heard the name Donquixote, but eventually nodded his head. Yes. Rosinante, explain it. Blaze gestured while Rosinante stepped forward. My name is Donquixote Rosinante and my brother's name is Donquixote Doflamingo. Rosinante revealed Doflamingo's plan without hiding anything. Hearing the news, King Riku didn't lose his composure upon Rosinante's revelation, but looked at his daughter, Viola, who ate the glare fruit and can see through any lies. When Viola authenticated the latter's words, Riku took a deep breath and was silent for a minute. Does the world government send you all to stop Doflamingo? World government? No. Haven't you heard? The world government will announce Doflamingo as one of the warlords tomorrow, then he will become our ally. Blaze shook his head. Then why are you helping us? Let's say we have some enmity and Rosinante here also wants to stop his brother from doing any more evil. Blaze chuckled. Though Riku knows the truth, he still couldn't accept the fact. But, if they confronted the Donquixote pirates head-on, he can't imagine the destruction it may cause to the people. Can't we settle this peacefully? King Riku, I think you still don't get Doflamingo's purpose. He doesn't care about money or anything. He wants to become the king of Dressrosa and reclaim his status as world noble. Jun told the cold truth. But, the people. King Riku rubbed his temples in frustration. Don't worry, King Riku, I will take care of Doflamingo and his crew. I just need your help to stop some low-level members and your daughter's help. You are Princess Viola, right? Help me locate the Doflamingo's hideout. Blaze spoke and showed her the wanted posters of Donquixote pirates. He couldn't find their whereabouts with his observation haki or devil fruit power, meaning they are hiding somewhere underground or concealed by a devil fruit power. Viola gazed at King Riku, who nodded his head in approval. She then used the devil fruit power by putting her hands next to the eyes while forming circles out of her index and thumb finger, like glasses. Clairvoyance. This aspect of her fruit allows Viola to send out her sight in all directions in a 4,000 kilometers radius like a bird. There was complete silence. Nearly 10 minutes passed, but Viola still couldn't find anyone suspicious. I searched the entire Dressrosa and didn't find anyone in the wanted posters. Blaze understood she wasn't using her devil fruit effectively like in the original series, so he helped her with some words and ideas. Hearing it, Viola's face brightened and she once again used her devil fruit power. This time, she combined two of her abilities, seeing through solid objects and long distances. Not even a minute passed before she suddenly shouted, "I found them!" Some kilometers behind Flower Hill, Doflamingo and his crew were hiding inside a small hill that's altered using Pika's stone fruit ability. No wonder Blaze couldn't sense their heat signatures, the stone blocked it. "Can you see who are all with Doflamingo?" Jun asked and placed all the wanted papers on the floor. Viola confirmed that everyone in the wanted poster is there, apart from Treble who's already dead. "Jun, I am going to confront them head-on. I want you and others to protect the civilians from getting harmed." Blaze spoke, itching for a fight. There are a lot of devil fruit users besides Doflamingo, but will they be able to harm him? He doubts it. Considering his current strength, only Doflamingo can barely fight him. Even so, he plans on taking out Sugar and Pika before confronting Doflamingo as their devil fruit abilities are troublesome. "Are you sure?" Jun asked back rhetorically. "Piece of cake." Blaze shrugged and turned to King Riku. "I hope you gather some of your best men and relocate the people near that area." Knowing the severity of the situation, Riku didn't say anything and directly commanded Lepento to gather their best men. "Jun, you cooperate with the Kingdom Force and don't let any main officers of Donquixote pirates escape." Right now, the entire Dressrosa is under marine surveillance as Blaze spread the net as soon as he arrived here with the 20 marine soldiers who came with him. After issuing the commands, Blaze looked at the small hill Viola pointed before. Right now, he needs to find their individual positions before attacking. Taking a deep breath, Blaze pressed his right hand on the ground and closed his eyes. His body released a heat wave that traveled via ground in a straight line towards the position Donquixote pirates are hiding. In a matter of seconds, his heat wave reached the location and flashed the information back to him. He memorized their heat signatures and had a surprised look on his face. Because as soon as his heat wave swept the place, Doflamingo noticed it with his keen observation haki. "Impressive," Blaze mentally commented. If he's not wrong, Doflamingo's haki reached the level of Yonko commanders. Meanwhile, Doflamingo stood up from his seat and frowned. It was just for a second but he felt it. In fact, it's not Doflamingo's style to hide underground, but Blaze's recent deeds made him wary. Especially after the latter defeated the Speed Pirates. How could he not be worried when he personally knew how strong Speed is? Speed is a monster in human skin, but even such a strong man was defeated by that marine. After the call today, Doflamingo knew Blaze's next target is him. He also found his brother Rosinante is with him. "What happened, Doffy?" Pika asked in a high-pitched voice. "Someone just observed us. I think it's that marine. He's in Dressrosa," Doflamingo calmly uttered and squinted his eyes. It's beyond his expectation that Blaze would come after him so soon. He planned everything thoroughly, but the only anomaly is Blaze. It annoys him. That marine is targeting us particularly. First, he killed Fergo, then Treble, now he's coming after us. We have to take care of him, Diamante stated. "Doffy, you don't have to worry. It doesn't matter how many marines come, I will take care of them," Pika haughtily declared. "Get ready for battle." Meanwhile, Blaze dispersed his ability and rose to his feet. Since Doflamingo discovered his existence, it's time for him to attack. Otherwise, the situation may spiral out of control. "Jun, Doflamingo noticed us. I am going to attack, you gather the others and surround the area." Saying this, Blaze used Soro and disappeared from everyone's view. Is he going to attack the Donquixote pirates alone? It's not a wise decision, he can at least wait for our men to gather. King Riku voiced his thoughts. Regis slightly chuckled. "King Riku, you should be worried about the residents of Dressrosa. If Blaze-san doesn't restrain his strength well, it will very well be the end of this island." His words stumped King Riku and Viola as they didn't understand the meaning behind his sentence. Blaze's figure rapidly approached the hill Doflamingo is in. Just as he was a kilometer away, he stretched his hand and fired a golden beam that charged towards the hill. Bang! The golden beam drilled its way in and exploded when it reached the core. The explosion fragmented the small hill to sands so that it won't harm the civilians nearby. As soon as the hill was destroyed, Pika's figure crashed into the ground and coughed a mouthful of blood. As for the other members of Donquixote pirates, they were forcibly sent out using stone fruit powers. Blaze landed next to Pika while his right feet pressed ladder's face firmly to the ground. But Pika is quick enough to coat his face with haki. Looking at him, Blaze spoke. "If you try to use your devil fruit, then I won't show any mercy." Then, he looked at the Donquixote pirates before him. Diamante, Laoji, Senior Pinks, Gila, Gladius, and Mokvi stood behind Doflamingo. As for Sugar, Young Dellinger, Baby 5 and Buffalo stood at the back. "Doflamingo, we finally met. You have a good bunch of devil users besides you. Is that the reason for your confidence?" Blaze spoke while eyes scanned the pirates. All their information flashed in his eyes. Diamante, an elite officer like Pika and Treble. He ate Hira no Mi Ripple fruit and was also proficient in both types of haki. Next, Donquixote army officers. Mokvice, he's the user of Tuntan no Mi. Senior Pinks, the user of Sui no Mi swim fruit. Laoji, he's a master of a martial arts style known as the Jioken. Despite his age, he's a powerful fighter. Gila, a devil user who ate the art fruit. Gladius, who ate the pop fruit and was proficient in firearms. Lastly, Sugar, who ate the Hobi no Mi, is extremely dangerous but she's very weak like Baby 5 and Buffalo. Like in the series, Doflamingo draped a flamboyant-styled light pink feather coat. He's also very tall, standing close to 10 in height. Doflamingo performed his unique laugh and spoke, "Fuff. I guess the Marines didn't send any support since you have come alone. You are indeed strong but, you can't fight us all alone. And, I am well prepared for your arrival n/o/vel/b/in.c//om." Just as Doflamingo finished his speech, Pika, who's beneath Blaze's feet, utilized his devil fruit ability despite the warning and submerged into the earth. Blaze, who had already warned, erupted with full strength while golden flames flared around him as he stumped his right leg against the ground. Boom! Flames of extreme temperature melted the ground and at the same time, the flames exploded, generating a sea of flames that incinerated everything below Blaze's feet. As the attack was concentrated on a single point, it penetrated the ground and vaporized everything in its way. Everything happened in an instant as even Doflamingo failed to react to Blaze's strike. Donquixote pirates were shocked by the power displayed by him as they saw a huge void in the ground of 1 meter in diameter like an abyss with no end. As for Pika, he's of course erased from the face of this world. Doflamingo face turned unsightly. Blaze shook his head and shrugged, "Why does none of your subordinates listen to me? He would have lived if he had heeded my warning. So, Doflamingo, what next?" "Yes, you said something about being prepared for my arrival. Show me," he excitedly asked. Doflamingo indeed prepared for Blaze's arrival, but he didn't expect the latter would come to Dressrosa so soon. And, the core part of his plan is Pika and Sugar, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. But now, Pika is already dead. Right now, his only choice is to confront Blaze head-on. Doflamingo and others on his side looked at Blaze, who hovered above the huge void in the ground. They were ready to attack at any moment. Doflamingo acted first. The fingers on both his hands moved while unseen strings assaulted Blaze from all directions. Meanwhile, the others members of Donquixote pirates too charged at him. Blaze didn't dodge Doflamingo's strings as he wants to test how durable they are. The next second, the strings coated with haki bound his legs and arms tightly. The strings are really tough, but, Blaze mused, it's not strong enough to bind him. Anyone with haki above advanced level can break it with little effort. With a little bit of strength, the strings that restrained him were shredded into pieces. At that moment, a fist packed with power banged his face, forcing Blaze to tilt his head to the right. The punch came from Mokvice, who ate the Tun fruit. Paired to the Kilo fruit developed by Luke of Speed Pirates, it's nothing as the attack didn't even tickle him. At the same time, several inflating bullets fired by Gladius using the firing mechanism installed on his arm struck Blaze's body, triggering a devastating explosion. The series of attacks stirred the dust and debris around, clouding everyone's view. As for Blaze, he floated in midair unharmed. With a thought, a golden spherical bubble wrapped his right arm, and Blaze reappeared before Mokvice and punched the latter. Bang! The punch triggered a huge explosion and gave rise to a sea of flames that completely engulfed Mokvice. The latter was smashed far away while his entire body was scorched black. Whether he's dead or alive no one knows. Finishing him off, Blaze landed few feet away from the Donquixote pirates, who all stared at him vigilantly. They could tell the man before them was powerful, extremely powerful, as their all-out attacks didn't even leave a scratch on him. Blaze smirked and thought, it's time to get rid of the small fries. His eyes flashed red, while an overwhelming momentum erupted from him and sent ripples in all directions. Everything came to a standstill. Blaze's haki affected the surrounding, the ground below him cracked, while the buildings and rocks shuddered under intense pressure. As if provoked by something, Doflamingo's conqueror's haki burst forth on its own and crashed against Blaze's haki. Boom! The powerful collision directly knocked Sugar, Dellinger, Baby 5, and Buffalo, whose will aren't powerful, unconscious. As for other Donquixote pirates, they were tossed in the air and hurled away. Even some unlucky citizens of Dressrosa who are nearby dropped to the ground unconscious. "It's better now," Blaze uttered, face straight and serious. "Doflamingo, are you ready?" Saying this, Blaze's entire body flared in golden flames as if a sun deity has descended to the mortal world. Golden bolts of lightning sparkled around him, and the next moment, his figure blurred and swooshed in front of Doflamingo before sending a high-speed kick that split the air itself. The latter swiftly coated his arms with haki and blocked the attack. Bang! Doflamingo was sent back a notable distance, failing to resist the power behind Blaze's attack. Landing on his feet, he slid a few meters before stopping, then looked at the scorched hands, unconsciously wincing from the pain. Doflamingo could tell Blaze didn't use any haki, but still, the brute force from the latter broke his haki defense. He didn't expect his physical strength to be so powerful. Suddenly, his eyes flashed red. From his observation haki, he sensed Blaze's figure rapidly advancing towards him. Wasting no time, he wrapped his feet with strings, and haki, he kicked. Arriving before Doflamingo, Blaze threw a kick of his own, imbuing it with haki. Bang! Waves of haki went off into the atmosphere, golden and pink sparks whipping and resonating together upon their brief collision. The sheer power caused a turbulent shockwave that dispersed in all directions, and the earth surrounding them couldn't hold well, leaving a crater with Doflamingo and Blaze at its center. All the citizens in the Dressrosa felt the tremor beneath their feet, making them flee their home fearing it's an earthquake. Jun, Rosinante, Regis, and others who are appeasing and moving the residents to a safer place looked at the collision in the sky. Clash of the Supreme Kings, Jun muttered. King Riku, Violet, and other higher UPS of Dressrosa were dumbstruck by the intense battle happening somewhere away. Back to the battle, Blaze and Doflamingo exchanged dozens of kicks while Blaze remained completely unharmed. Doflamingo is riddled with bruises. As Doflamingo is someone who specializes in a kick-based style of combat, Blaze also only used his legs in the battle. It's fun this way. What amazes him is Doflamingo's control over his Devil Fruit ability. It's extraordinary, precise, and powerful. Though the latter's haki hadn't reached the level of admirals, he balances it with his string fruit that attained the level of admirals. Still, Doflamingo felt powerless against Blaze, who's completely beyond his league. He could tell the latter is playing with him. It angered him further. How could he not be? Just as Blaze prepared to strike again, someone grabbed his legs. It's Senior Pink, who sneaked upon him with his swim fruit. Before he could smash the latter's face, the ground he stood on began to ripple and flutter, causing him to lose his footing. He knew it's Diamante's power. All the conscious Donquixote pirates charged at him. Gladius fired several inflating bullets at him while Gila tossed the thought clouds at him using her Devil Fruit. He also sensed Lao Ji coming at him from behind. Annoying. Blaze muttered and took a deep breath. Boom. With his as the center, a massive explosion happened that in turn drove a heat wave of high temperature in all directions, blazing anything in its path. Doflamingo frowned and leaped back into the distance, avoiding Blaze's heat wave. As for others, they are not lucky as they all suffered the full brunt of his attack. Only Senior Pink escaped unscathed as he used his Devil Fruit ability and submerged into the ground. Not bothering about what happened to the other Donquixote pirates, Blaze charged at Doflamingo. If he wanted, he could finish Doflamingo with a single strike, but what's fun in that? First, he just wants to enjoy the battle. Second, he wants to see the latter reveal the awakening abilities of his Devil Fruit. Overheat. Suddenly, Doflamingo fired a thick rope made of condensed strings from his palm and whipped at him. The whip glowed in fiery orange and exuded high amounts of heat. Playing with fire before me. Is he an idiot? Blaze caught the whip effortlessly with his left hand and yanked it. Unforeseen, Doflamingo was pulled along with the whip before he could end the contact. Pulling his right hand back, Blaze coated them with haki and punched when Doflamingo was drawn near. The punch landed squarely on the latter's face. Though Doflamingo was quick to react and coated the point of contact with haki, he was still smashed. His figure blasted far away and crashed into the nearby town, wrecking all the buildings. Fortunately, the residents were vacated by Jun and others, otherwise they would have been implicated by the collision. Spitting the blood in his mouth, Doflamingo rose to his feet. He looked beaten with half-destroyed glass and blood at the corner of his lips. Everything that happened from his childhood till now flashed before his eyes. Just as he reached the final step, a marine came out of nowhere to stop him. He could picture everything he built crumbling before his very eyes. Doflamingo clenched his fist while the veins protruded on his forehead. No can stop me from achieving what I want. Raising his head, he saw Blaze's figure approaching fast. Doflamingo swiftly stretched his hands and uttered, "Bullet string." Bundles of strings blasted from his hands at extreme speed as if it was fired a machine gun. Are you seriously attacking me with such crappy attacks? Blaze taunted and effortlessly parried the string bullets with his right arm. 5 color strings. Doflamingo quickly changed his attack and 5 colored strings like a rainbow came out of his hand and slashed at Blaze. Blaze once again dodged the attack and sent a high-speed kick while the latter responded the same with his favorite move, Athlete. Unlike before, Doflamingo put an immense amount of haki in the attack as it overflowed. Boom. Their strikes collided, the force from each kick exerted into one another, striving to win. Ultimately, the strike expelled outward into a loud, powerful shockwave that dispersed in all directions. After the collision, Doflamingo distanced himself from Blaze by leaping backward and gazed at the latter, breathing lightly. Exerting a huge amount of haki into the kick drains his haki reserve. Nov. L. B / JNN. Come on, Doflamingo. Is this all you got? If it is, I am disappointed. Blaze shook his head. Doflamingo knew if it goes on like this, he may be taken down in a few moves. Since it came to this, he knew he has no choice but to reveal it. Ever white. Crouching to the ground, he touched the ground with his hands, which turned the entire surrounding into innumerable strings. The power of Devil Fruit awakening. Amazing. Blaze muttered, staring at the sea of string before him. Doflamingo then condensed the vast amount of string from Ever White into countless sharp points infused with armament haki that glowed in dark purple. Without wasting any time, he shot the points towards Blaze in the form of spread wings. Excited, Blaze activated his observation haki and faced the incoming attack. Nearly 1,000 strings imbued with haki bombarded him from all sides. Discerning that he can't dodge all the attacks, he coated his entire body with haki and confronted it head-on. The endless strikes pushed him back a little by little. If he wants, he could easily avoid the attacks or use his Devil Fruit power to burn these things to ashes. But, he wants to feel it, the power of awakened Devil Fruit. Concentrating a little, he let haki surge throughout his body and blew it outward, forming an invisible shield that blocked most of Doflamingo's attacks. Even so, some of the sharp strings penetrated the haki cover and grazed his body. Blaze had to admit, the awakened power is simply amazing. At the same time, he also sensed Doflamingo has exerted a huge amount of haki in these strings. It's understandable since his haki attribute is just at the initial stage of the 50 while Doflamingo's awakened devil fruit ability should be equal to that. Compared overall, Doflamingo's strength should be at the middle stage of the Yonko commander. If Law hadn't injured Doflamingo, he doubts Luffy would have defeated him with just his gear 4th. Well, it's time to end it. Dragging this any longer will definitely bore me. Blaze mused as he already experienced the power of awakened devil fruit. Thinking through, Blaze clenched his fist while the temperature around the surroundings began to soar. The countless amount of strings created by Everwhite exhibited signs of crumbling and melting. Doflamingo knitted his brows and quickly coated the strings around him with haki and summoned 16 thick, sharp, haki-infused bundles of string. If Blaze isn't wrong, it's Doflamingo's ultimate move, God Thread, that he used finally against Luffy. Golden flames flared and orbited around him. With a thought, the flames gathered on his hand. Blaze then harnessed a huge amount of haki into the flames and punched. Bang! The space itself shook as the column of golden flames blasted from his fist and drove forward. In the meantime, Doflamingo cast the 16 God Thread that he formed towards Blaze. Both the forces collided in midair, freezing the time itself. Everything else quiets down for a second before erupting into a tremendous shockwave while the clouds split, shooting royal purple lightning ripples in all directions. Not even a fraction of a second passed, but Blaze's golden fist shattered and melted Doflamingo's thread like it was nothing and smashed him into the ground. In the distance, King Riku and his confidants felt the intensity of the battle from the powerful shockwaves that swept past them earlier. They don't know what's happening, but if it goes on it will affect the residents present on the island. What's happening there? This level of battle, I am afraid not even Dressrosa will hold for long. I told you guys before, if Blaze-san isn't careful, the entire island will be destroyed. Regis shrugged with a slight smile on his lips. Jun shook her head. She could tell Blaze's strength has possibly reached the level of Admiral's, the kind of strength that she yearns to achieve. As for Rosinante, he gazed into the far distance with a complicated expression. Doflamingo is his brother, but his heart has sided with evil. There's no return from that. As dusk descended, the cold breeze swept the Dressrosa. The entire battle ended within half an hour. Doflamingo lay nearly dead in deep carter with blood flowing from his orifices. The punch crushed him completely while the high temperature from the flames scorched his innards. If not for him protecting his body with haki, he would have been vaporized by the blow. Though he was conscious, he can't move a muscle. He knew he's not dead because the other party didn't plan to kill him. Blaze didn't care about Doflamingo, as he was busy looking into the system reward. As soon as he defeated Doflamingo, the system notification sounded in his ears. Defeated Donquixote pirates. Reward, plus 1.0 Constitution, plus 1.0 Devil Fruit, plus 1.0 Haki, plus 1.0 free attribute point. The reward is pretty generous for taking down the heavenly demon. Blaze whistled and checked the status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 63.1. Devil Fruit, 53.5. Haki, 52.6. Free attribute point, 7.0. Before this fight, Blaze thought of raising his Devil Fruit attribute to 60, but now, he had a change of mind. He couldn't choose between Haki and Devil Fruit attribute. True, his Devil Fruit abilities are insanely powerful, but at the same time, one's Haki is equally important. Unlike Devil Fruit, Haki is one's own power. Right now, even if he wants, he can't boost his Haki attribute to 60 as he misses another 0.4 points. Since Blaze also isn't in a hurry to improve his strength immediately, he thought he would decide later and put it in the back of his mind. He called Jun and went to check Doflamingo. The latter was conscious, but he was in no state to move his lips. He left, leaving a simple sentence. We will talk later. Blaze then checked the other Donquixote pirates. Aside from Senior Pink, the others were mostly unconscious or heavily injured. As for Senior Pink, he didn't escape using the opportunity as his character is like that. Within 5 minutes, Jun, Regis, Rosinante, and other marines came while King Riku and his guards accompanied them. Noticing the destroyed city, deep carter, and the scorched ground, they took a deep breath. They wondered, what kind of battle has taken place here? Looking at Regis, Blaze commanded. Regis, cuff them with Seastone. Apart from 2 people, all of them are Devil Fruit users. And also, be careful. Yes, Regis left with Rosinante and other marine soldiers. Why did you even bring me along with you? You alone finished them all. Jun rebuked in a fake tone. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Blaze smiled and spoke. Notify the headquarters we have captured the Donquixote pirates and tell them to send a battleship. Okay. At that moment, King Riku, Viola, and others came over to thank him. Thank you, young marine. We are deeply grateful for what you have done. No problem. It's my duty. Only then Blaze noticed small creatures, big enough to fit in one's palm, around King Riku. He saw some familiar faces among them. Next, King Riku hosted a banquet for them. Of course, Blaze didn't refuse since he's starving very much. He also met Kairos, Scarlet, and baby Rebecca during the feast. After an hour, Blaze and Jun said goodbye to King Riku and came to the port area where Regis and Rosinante kept the Donquixote pirates locked with Seastone inside a house. The first thing he noticed is Rosinante's downcast expression. He went over and asked, "What happened, Rosinante? Had a chat with your brother?" "Yes." Patting his shoulder, Blaze spoke. "It's not your fault that Doflamingo is like that. Unlike you, he thinks of himself as noble, someone above everyone else. No matter what you do, you can't change it. I knew that's why I joined the Marine and decided to take him down by myself." Rosinante lighted a cigarette and breathed. "Now, I have no regrets." "Good." Blaze then went inside the house to have a little chat with Doflamingo himself. Doflamingo was locked in a separate room with a lot of chains and seastone cuffs. He was still conscious, even with all the injuries. Blaze knew he won't die with the level of injury. "Fuff, cough, cough, you are a strange man, aren't ya? I don't get why the man of such caliber joined the Marines. Your strong will shows you're someone with ambition." Blaze praised Doflamingo in his mind for his extreme perception. "Whatever your ambition is, the world government won't allow it. Once your power and influence reach a certain stage, they will come for you. Fufu, I think the future is going to be interesting. I didn't come here to listen to your speech. I knew you will eventually come out, but remember, if you touch Dressrosa again I will come for your head. I won't show mercy the next time." Saying this, Blaze left the room. There's a reason why he left Doflamingo alive. He wants to see how his action will affect the future, whether it's good or bad. Maybe, he will once again be defeated by Luffy in the future. Let's wait and see. After an hour, 2 Marine battleships came to transport Doflamingo. Vice Admiral Tsuru came personally to escort the Heavenly Demon to impel down. As for what happens from now on, Blaze doesn't care. He had done his part. Next day, Blaze, Regis, and Rosinante were relaxing on an uninhabited island located in the New World. As for Jun and other Marines, they went along with Vice Admiral Tsuru. At first, Blaze planned to return to the headquarters, but due to stormy weather, he decided to stay here for a night and leave in the morning. Just as he was prepared to leave, his den mushi rang. The call was from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He attended. "Hello, Sengoku-san. You are calling me so early in the morning, anything important?" After a brief moment of silence, Sengoku's voice came from the other end of the line. "I presume you didn't see today's news?" "No. Even after all the evidence, capture, and my request, the world government still announced Doflamingo as one of the warlords of the sea. He's exempted from the crimes and released even before he was sent to the impel down." Hearing the news, Blaze was surprised a little. He anticipated the latter will be released, but not this soon. "I know how you feel, but think from another perspective. Even though Doflamingo's released, we still prevented the Dressrosa from falling into his hands. Indirectly, you saved countless people's lives. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om." Blaze chuckled. "Sengoku-san, I just do what I think is right. I don't care about other things. Even if he cares about it, it's not like he can change the world government decision." Mistakenly thinking Blaze is upset, Sengoku changed the topic. "I called you for another reason. It's about a new plan that's going to be implemented soon. There's a reason why world government introduced the 7 warlords system. It's to create balance in the world, as even world government finds the number of pirates growing every day threatening. The new world is already in chaos with pirates rampaging everywhere. Even we, the Marines, one of the greatest forces in the world, can't do anything about it. That's why the world government came with a plan, 4 emperors of the sea. But don't mistake it for some official position given to the pirates by us. We will release the news unofficially through Newsco, listing 4 great pirates with the highest bounty as 4 emperors of the sea. Then, before Sengoku could finish, Blaze spoke. The pirates with high bounties will fight among themselves for the position of emperor while we just sit and watch the show. Yes, it's a great plan, Sengoku-san. Right now, all the great pirates in the sea desire to become the pirate king. After the introduction of the 4 emperors system, their objective will change. But, there's also a risk in this. In the initial stage, we may benefit, but once the 4 emperors fortify their position and starts to develop their force, we will be in trouble." Sengoku sighed. "We will worry about the future later, Sengoku-san. Let's see what happens in the present." "You're right. The New World will be in chaos soon. With our numbered soldiers it will be hard to suppress the pirates of New World. Blaze, your strength is almost on par with the admirals. I can't give you the title of Marine Admiral, but I trust and have more faith in you than them. Also, I am assigning you and your unit to the New World, and you will be directly under my command from now on. Do you have any questions?" "No, I can't wait to sail to the New World." Blaze excitedly spoke. "Good. Come and meet me as soon as you reach the headquarters," Sengoku told and ended the call. Blaze then materialized a huge bird with his devil fruit abilities and flew towards the Marine headquarters along with Regis and Rosinante. As they traveled, he thought about the conversation he had with Sengoku. 4 emperors. Right now, there are 3 forces with supreme powers in the New World: Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom pirates, and Beast pirates. They are very strong. It's nearly impossible to defeat them. The battle between the other great pirates will determine the 4th emperor. Blaze knew the one who will emerge as the victor is the Red Hair pirates, but he also knew it won't happen anytime soon. With his current strength, even if face an emperor he can exchange some moves without getting defeated. But, it's not enough to fight them as equal. His level of haki is decent but falls short when it comes to mastery. For example, internal destruction, House Hoku infusion, future sight. After training in these techniques for some time, he knew the easy way to master them is by fighting. That's also why he was excited to sail the new world where all the strong people reside. Blaze then looked at Regis and Rosinante. Since they will be traveling with him to the new world, they too need to work hard to improve their strength. Both of them have learned the basic level of haki, but it won't help much when facing the strong pirates in the new world. Rosinante is already a devil fruit user. He's still exploring his devil fruit after his guidance. His strength will improve once he combines it with his observation haki. As for Regis, Blaze plans on letting him eat a devil fruit. With the system's exchange function, he can exchange it for a good one. After much thought, he decided on the Kilo no Mi eaten by Luke. Since the other party is dead, the devil fruit is already in circulation. It won't be a problem to exchange it. Blaze reached the Marine headquarters around noon along with Regis and Rosinante. After dropping them, he went to meet Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Apprehending and releasing Doflamingo was kept a secret. Only a selected few knew about the battle. Nevertheless, Blaze is happy with the merit points transferred to his name for taking down Doflamingo. When Sengoku asked about the gold fruit acquired from the Donquixote pirates, Blaze told him he wants the fruit. Sengoku didn't object but said he will deduct some of his merit points for the same. After chatting with Sengoku for some time, Blaze left his office to find Admiral Kuzan. He wanted to meet the latter for two reasons. 1. To test and push his armament haki mastery. 2. By defeating the latter he can complete an achievement and gain some attribute points. But, he heard Kuzan's not in headquarters. Blaze and his unit will be leaving the headquarters in another 2 days to the new world. Kuna and his unit haven't arrived at the headquarters yet as they encountered a storm on their way. Right now, his concern is to perfect his armament haki. Left with no choice, he went to meet Garp. Though the latter isn't good at teaching, he's very good at beating him up. After some time, Garp and Blaze met in the training field. Garp crackled his knuckles and grinned. Blaze brat, you got guts disturbing my sleep and asking to have a spar with you. Are you ready? Blaze had a helpless expression on his face and said, ready. After that, a lot of bangs and booms sounded in the training field while the Marine officers and soldiers circled the area and watched the show in amusement. Every one of them knew Blaze, the man who defeated the speed pirates and the youngest person to attain the rank of Rear Admiral. After 2 hours, Blaze left the training field in bruises. He regrets finding Garp for a spar. The old man didn't hold back at all, like always. Even with 60+ points in the Constitution attribute and 50+ points in the Haki attribute, he was beaten black and blue with no resistance. Garp is truly a monster. If his analysis isn't wrong, both Garp's Constitution and Haki attributes should be above 70 points. Maybe even close to 80. The difference is big. Of course, if Blaze had used his devil fruit powers he could have held his ground for a while, but that won't change the outcome. Still, fighting someone stronger is clearly different. He was able to experience things that can't be learned through training. And, his Haki attribute rose by 0.2 point in a single fight. In this fight with Garp, he emptied his Haki reserve and gained some insight into how to improve the advanced concepts of armament Haki. After dragging his body to the temporary room assigned to him, Blaze recalled the battle and trained in his Haki. 4 days passed. Just after Blaze and his unit left the Marine headquarters, a piece of news spread the new world like wildfire. The concept of the 4 emperors took the world by storm. The news didn't reveal anything about the world government or Marines' involvement. They just reported that the people in the new world proclaim the 4 great pirates of the sea as Yonko, Whitebeard pirates, Beast pirates, Big Mom pirates, and lastly, Crystal pirates. The current 4 emperors of the sea. According to the newspaper, it angered many great pirates who were active from Roger's time. Blaze knew about the Crystal pirates. Though their crew isn't as strong as the other 3, they are an extremely infamous and powerful pirate crew. Their captain, Crystal, holds a bounty of 2,824,000,000. He's one of the strongest people in the new world, commanding vast pirates. Just after the news, the new world is thrown into chaos while all hell broke loose. Some stronger pirates began to compete for the position of Yonko, while the weaker ones formed alliances to take down the strong. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. It's only been a day, but the battles between the pirates already began to influence the lives of normal people. Even some world government-affiliated kingdoms faced the attack, just because some pirates want to increase their bounties. Right now, Blaze and his unit are traveling to the Province Kingdom, ruled by King Elizabello II. According to the reports, a great pirate crew launched an attack on the kingdom. Though King Elizabello II protected the kingdom and its citizens from harm, the Marine received the intelligence that another pirate crew is heading there. A battle is inevitable between them. In an hour or 2, Blaze's ship will reach its destination. Meanwhile, on the ship's deck, Blaze fought Regis so that the latter can familiarize himself with the devil fruit powers. Yesterday, he exchanged the GOL fruit for Kilo fruit and gave it to the latter. Gold fruit is without a doubt a powerful one, but to bring out its full potential one needs a large amount of gold, which isn't possible for Regis. It's also the reason he traded it for Kilo fruit. Of course, he could have traded for a better one. But, Regis is with him for years now and Blaze knew his personality well, so only after much thought, he decided on this one. It matches well with the latter. He also asked for Regis's opinion before exchanging it. After eating the devil fruit, Regis's physical strength skyrocketed. As for his haki, it has already reached the level of intermediate after the fight with speed pirates. Now, combined with his devil fruit powers, he won't have any problem facing someone with an advanced level of haki. In his unit, he's strongest after him. Regis, you already saw what the last user of Kilo fruit is capable of. The ability of the fruit is not just increasing your weight, it can do wonders if used rightly, Blaze said and threw a normal punch. Regis met the punch with his own by changing the weight of his arm. The two of them traded blows for a minute before coming to a stop. Practice well, you will eventually get there, Blaze said. And also, don't forget to train your haki. Regis nodded his head. 1513, 7th month. Ragin Island, where endless lightning bolts rain all day. It was situated near the Red Line. Right now, Blaze is using this island as the practicing ground. As for his unit, they were staying in the ship anchored some distance away from the island. It's been nearly 6 months since Blaze entered the new world. A lot has happened during this short period, but his stature remained the same. He grew a little tall, reaching 6.7, with a highly toned body. His hair reaching down to his nose while some bangs covered his forehead. The difference is, the circular scar on his chest, as if someone drilled a hole in him. One had to understand Blaze's Senju's constitution is capable of healing any wounds in a short time. Still, the scars in his chest aren't disappearing. If it was someone in his place, they would have died. That's how damaging the wound given to him is. At that moment, a purple lightning bolt struck Blaze's body, making him grit his teeth in pain. The memories of what happened 6 days back surfaced in his mind. At that time, the Marines got the intelligence that the Crystal Pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the sea, fighting another great pirate crew on an unknown island. Blaze and his unit were nearby to the location. They were dispatched to monitor their movement and report. Sengoku decided to catch them off guard and eliminate both the pirate crews. After the battle, the pirates will be exhausted and most vulnerable. It's when the Marines will act and destroy them in one swift action. Still, Blaze and his unit can't take them alone, so Sengoku sent reinforcement. Of course, he strictly told Blaze to not engage before the reinforcement arrives, but not everything goes according to the plan. The other pirate crew couldn't hold on for a day before their captain was killed, and the rest of their crew was either captured or annihilated by the Crystal Pirates. After resting for 3 hours, the Crystal Pirates decided to leave the island as they knew the Marine will be on their tail soon. Blaze can't let them leave, so he decided to stall for some time with his unit before the reinforcement arrives. It's one of the worst decisions he has ever made. It put everyone in his unit at risk and he nearly lost his life. It's not because he's not strong enough, it's because of misjudgment and overconfidence. Blaze thought he can take most of the pirates by himself, but that's where he's wrong. He misjudged Captain of the Crystal Pirates' strength. That bastard was hiding his strength. Out of the 4 emperors, Crystal Pirates are the weakest with few to no territories under their name. After the introduction of the Yonko concept, they were the most affected. Unlike the other 3, they are constantly targeted by other great pirates. But, it also made them stronger. Before their fight, Blaze is only slightly weaker than Crystal, but that can't be said about everyone in his unit. Against one of the 4 emperor, most of the soldiers in his unit can't hold their ground. Besides, they were outmatched in numbers. Before the fight, Blaze's attributes were like this. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 64.3. Devil Fruit, 54.5. Haki, 54.8. Free attribute point, 12.0. In the last 6 months, his strength improved fighting pirates regularly. His haki rose by 2 points, his devil fruit rose by 1 point, while his constitution rose by 1.2 points. And, capturing and killing the number of pirates raised his free attribute points to 12 from 7. But during his fight against Crystal, he was forced to raise both his haki and devil fruit attribute to over 60 points. After raising his attributes, he was able to fight Crystal as his equal. Crystal, also known as Captain Zag, is very strong with powerful haki and monstrous physical strength. But, his true strength comes from his devil fruit powers. The crystal fruit granted him unparalleled defense and strong offensive capability. What's more, he even awakened his devil fruit. With his devil fruit power, he can crystallize his body completely similar to Logia, but it comes under a special paramecia type category. His devil fruit is highly resistant to heat. Normal haki attacks didn't work against him. He's one of the toughest opponents Blaze had faced. Aside from all this, there's one skill of Crystal that troubled Blaze more than anything, the ability to create some sort of crystal armor around their subordinates. In the end, his unit was overwhelmed by their extraordinary power. So, Blaze chose to face most of them by himself, even though Crystal himself is a mighty foe. Apart from Crystal, there were other powerful devil fruit users in his crew. Even Blaze, whose strength reached the initial stage of Yonko, was overwhelmed by the numbers. Finally, Blaze was injured heavily by Crystal and his subordinates who worked together. Thankfully, the reinforcement arrived on time, otherwise he would have really died that day. Even so, most of the soldiers in his unit were heavily injured, while some even lost their lives. In fact, they died because of him. Crystal used the soldiers in his unit to get to him. It worked, as Blaze won't let his subordinates die in front of him. After the battle, Blaze swore to kill that bastard Crystal, who's one of the evilest pirates he ever fought. But, that battle was also a blessing in disguise, as it helped him to realize the true power of haki. He understood the advanced haki concept, internal destruction, while his observation haki took another leap, close to attaining the future sight. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The next time he meets the Crystal Pirates, it will be their end. Another purple lightning struck Blaze's body, bringing forth a tingling sensation. With his current strength, he didn't feel much pain, but the feeling of lightning flickering across his body felt weird. This kind of intense training is effective as he felt his constitution improving. When looked at his status panel, he noticed his constitution attribute has risen to 64.7 from 64.3. This is the result of him training hard for 4 days after his encounter with the Crystal Pirates. Adding another 0.3 points from his free attribute points, Blaze pushed his constitution to 65. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 65.0. Devil Fruit, 60.7. Haki, 60.8. Free attribute point, 1.0 N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. After resting for a few minutes, Blaze's injuries caused by the lightning bolts healed completely. He then moved on to practice the advanced concept of armament haki, internal destruction. During the battle against Crystal, he unconsciously used it when he was forced into a desperate situation. It's not something he would forget. Closing his eyes, he recalled them once again. His right hand turned royal purple as haki gathered in his arm. Blaze punched at the nearby tree. He didn't force his haki as he let it flow freely without trying to harden his arm like normal times. Pow! A ring-shaped blast followed. His fist halted a few centimeters away from the tree, but the force from the punch left a fist-shaped mark on the front side of the trunk while its backside is completely destroyed. Good. Blaze mentally thought and repeated the process so that he won't forget the feeling. There's a reason why he's training in such a hurry, as he planned to fight Admiral Aokiji tomorrow. Besides, the system will grant him some free attribute points once he defeats an admiral. He needs to make everything count if he wants to take down the Crystal Pirates. Training till evening, Blaze returned to the ship. He saw Kuna on the deck of the ship, swinging her sword even with all the bandages wrapped from her neck to her stomach. She survived that day thanks to the new ability that he gained after pushing his Devil Fruit attribute over 60 points, and Kuna's life force is also tenacious. Seeing him, Kuna greeted. Blaze-san, you are back. Didn't I tell you to rest for another day? Your injuries haven't healed yet. Blaze reprimanded in a lighter tone while Kuna stayed silent. Shaking his head, he asked, "Where's Regis and Rosinante?" Kuna replied, "They are with Admiral Aokiji, who arrived half an hour ago." He came. Blaze was surprised as he thought with Kuzen's lazy personality he won't come. "Okay, Kuna, you go and get rest. No training for 2 days." Blaze sternly said and left to meet Kuzen. Arriving at the back of the ship, he saw Kuzen loafing about in a lounge chair while Regis and Rosinante stood some distance away. Both Regis and Rosinante had the appearance of a mummy with bandages all over them. Not just them, most of the soldiers in his unit were injured that day. 23 soldiers lost their lives while some were heavily injured. The battle against the Crystal Pirates is the biggest failure that Blaze had ever suffered. "I am surprised, I thought you won't come." Blaze spoke. Kuzen didn't reply to his question but started speaking about the battle. "It looks like all the 4 emperors of the sea are not easy figures to mess with. I didn't expect that even with your strength, you would be forced to this extent. You praise me too much. And, the Crystal Pirates are really strong. Though they are the weakest of all 4, they aren't to be underestimated." Blaze shook his head and asked, "I heard that Madman Kaido attacked the Marineford. What happened?" Kuzen was silent for a moment before replying, "To be honest, as admirals we aren't a match for Yonko, their strength is overwhelming. Kaido wasn't this strong during Roger's time, but now, I don't think aside from Whitebeard and Big Mom, no one can take him down. His forces also grew rapidly, now it's almost on par with Whitebeard." "Did you fight him?" Blaze asked, a little excited. "Yes, but I am not his match. Even with Sengoku and Garp-san joining the battle, he was able to escape." Kuzen replied, "I missed such an opportunity, to exchange blows with the strongest creature." Blaze sighed, gazing at the setting sun. "You are crazy. Did you forget you nearly lost your life to a Yonko just a week before?" Kuzen rolled his eyes. Blaze grinned and replied, "Both are different matters. So why did you call me? Don't ask me to fight you, it's too troublesome." Hearing his words, Blaze smiled. He knew Kuzen would say that. It's also why he directly asked Sengoku so that the latter won't refuse his request. "I need your help. I am on the verge of grasping a new haki concept, but I need someone of equal strength to force me to the edge." Blaze openly said. "But, why should I bother to fight you?" Kuzen asked. "Come on, can't you help a friend in need? Furthermore, take it as I owe you one." Blaze said and Kuzen agreed. "We will battle tomorrow." The next day, some kilometers away from Ragin Island, Blaze and Kuzen stood face to face in the middle of the sea that's frozen by the ice fruit. "Kuzen, strike me with an intent to kill. Don't show mercy, otherwise, the entire thing would be pointless." Blaze spoke, stretching his body. "Ready." Suddenly, Blaze's entire presence changed while he directly released his Conqueror's haki. Kuzen could tell Blaze is being serious, sensing the strong will radiating from the latter. He inaudibly muttered, "So be it," and prepared himself for the attack. The next moment, Blaze's figure blurred, and the next moment, he arrived before Kuzen throwing a punch. Kuzen clenched his fist and met Blaze's punch with his own punch, with nothing but raw power. Boom! As their fists collided in midair, it created a shockwave that cracked and shattered the ice around them. A simple exchange of physical power. But, the force of the impact pushed Kuzan back while his arm was reeled back, failing to withstand the power. Kuzan was slightly surprised, experiencing Blaze's overwhelming physical strength for the first time. It's far greater than he presumed. He could tell his physical strength is just short of Kaido's. Blaze didn't wait for Kuzan. He used the full might of Zoro and leaped forth, rushing towards the ladder at the maximum speed, tearing through the air itself. Swoosh. In midway, his arms rocked back and forth, raining air-pressured punches at Kuzan. Blaze didn't use haki nor the devil fruit power in his attacks, just physical power. It's the only way to push himself and transcend the limits. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions and shockwaves created a crater below where they fought and lifted a cloud of mist while the ice ground quaked from the impact. Blaze didn't use haki, but it doesn't mean Kuzan would do the same. He doesn't have any reason to hold back his power, so he fought back with everything he got. Evading Blaze's attacks with ease, Kuzan lunged forward while the entirety of his right arm transformed completely into ice. The air around became super cold as the temperature dropped instantly to the freezing point. A massive wave of ice that formed the shape of a pheasant blasted towards him. Blaze balled his fist and struck the air with all his strength. Unlike the previous attacks, he used haki this time, in the form of emission. A fist-shaped compressed air shockwave fired from his arm and took the form of a dragon head. A thunderous boom sounded, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that swept all directions while large strands of lightning birthed as an outcome of a clash between two haki users. The two strikes battled in midair, one trying to push the other. Eventually, Blaze's dragon head was completely frozen by Kuzan's ice pheasant, which emerged as the victor. It didn't surprise Blaze, as Kuzan's attack is the extension of his arm, so he can use it to his advantage and exert more power as he wishes, which he did. Gaining momentum, Kuzan's attack traveled fast, freezing everything in its way. In the blink of an eye, it reached Blaze, who faced it head-on without evading. Blaze instinctively projected his haki outwards and formed a thin layer of invisible shield around him, guarding against the potential freezing wave that could turn him into an ice sculpture. At the same time, his observation haki predicted Kuzan movements, but he was surprised by the find. Because the ladder is just centimeters away from him, using the freezing wave as the cover. Blaze successfully blocked the freezing wave, but he couldn't evade the ladder's attack so close. An arm suddenly hugged his neck, while he heard a murmur, "Ice time." The next moment, a chilling sensation crept over him, and in no time, he was entirely frozen by Kuzan's ice fruit ability. Even his thoughts began to freeze. No! Blaze screamed while an overwhelming wave of Conqueror's haki erupted from him and destroyed the freezing process. With a thrust to the ground, Blaze leaped back and built some distance from Kuzan while breathing hard. He was nearly frozen to the bones and would have turned into an ice sculpture if he was second later. Fuck. Blaze mentally expressed. I being too careless. The power of ice fruit is a lot deadlier than he imagined, and Kuzan's rich combat experience is terrific. This bastard, he's hiding his strength and portrays weak front. Just because he's too lazy to show them around. No wonder he can fight Sakazuki to the standstill. I am going to have a hard time fighting against him, without using my devil fruit ability. But, isn't this what I want? Now it's getting exciting. Blaze mused. It's time to get serious. Blaze grinned while an overpowering haki burst out of him. Feeling the pressure, Kuzan's face turned solemn. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Blaze raced forward, while a golden sheen of Busashoku armament haki covered his legs with a thought. Just as he was a meter away from Kuzan, he launched a kick horizontally. As Blaze put everything in the attack, the air itself began to shake, followed by a whizzing sound. As the kick was too concentrated, it created just a thin, thread-like line that extended outward. Ara. Kuzan's expression turned grim and he instinctively used his devil ability as he had no time to react. An ice pillar shot from below his feet, propelling him upwards. Even so, Kuzan sensed a razor-sharp line zipping past him. Sweat formed on his face. If he was a fraction of a second late to react, he would have been injured heavily. Blaze, are you trying to kill me? This isn't what we agreed on. Kuzan vented his frustration, but what he got in reply was a punch to his face. Kuzan, you are the one who's not taking this seriously. I already told you to strike with the intent to kill. Saying this, Blaze once again charged forward. Their battle went on for hours. Morning turned afternoon, then afternoon turned evening. But, there's no sign of their battle coming to end. In fact, their clashes turned more aggressive as time passed. In the distance, Kuna, Regis, Rosinante, and other marine soldiers stood on the deck of the ship that's docked a little away from the ice surface created by Kuzan. They gazed at the roaring clouds at the center of the ice field, formed as the result of the clash between two strong haki users. Shockwaves, tremors, or some occasional powerful breeze that swept past them nearly toppled the ship a few times. This kind of battle is above their league. The sun will set soon, but Blaze-san and Admiral Aokiji are still fighting, Kuna exclaimed. I don't think their battle will end anytime soon, Regis commented, as he knew very well how strong both of them are. We are still too weak. If not for trying to protect us, Blaze-san wouldn't have been overwhelmed by those crystal pirates. Remembering what happened the week ago, Regis clenched his fist. He won't ever forget what happened that day. The sorry sight of Blaze's body drenched in blood and a gaping hole in his chest. He knew it's them who let him down. The next time we meet the crystal pirates, even if it means death, I won't go down without taking 10 of them with me. Yes, the marine soldiers present on the deck bellowed in unison with burning eyes. Come on, Cousin. Don't tell me this is best you can do. You are starting to bore me. Blaze teased, gasping for a breath. Cousin's eyebrow twitched while he too panted slightly. Why am I even bothering myself with him? I should have rejected Sengoku-san's request and peacefully slept in the office. He's taking this way too seriously. 2 days passed. The fierce battle between Admiral Aokiji and Blaze ended after Cousin was completely exhausted and injured heavily by the latter. Their surrounding was destroyed beyond recognition, while the ice ground they battled upon had multiple fractures and craters on them. Cousin, who had multiple injuries on his body, lay in the ice field gazing at the clear blue skies with blood still trickling from the corner of his lips. The last attack of Blaze is very intense and vicious as it destroyed the inners around his stomach. As a result, he couldn't even stand to his feet. It would take at least half a month for his injuries to heal. On the other hand, Blaze was in no better shape than Cousin. But, it's because he didn't utilize the Senju constitution to his advantage and heal the injuries. Now, as the battle has already ended, he directly let the Senju blood heal all his bruises and wounds. In no time, his body returned to its pristine condition with no signs of him having fought a life-threatening battle. Looking at Blaze's state further enraged Cousin, who coughed another mouthful of blood. He regrets agreeing to fight Blaze, who's simply a monster even without using his devil fruit powers. Blaze looked at Cousin gratefully, who fought with everything he had. Cousin is one of the few he considers as a friend. Blaze walked forward and sat beside him and placed his palm on the latter's stomach. What are you doing? Cousin asked, mistrustfully. Blaze didn't answer, but what happened next made the latter amazed. His hand glowed in golden light while countless tiny white particles gathered around and slipped into Cousin's body. Cousin felt warm current coursing through his entire body, and to his surprise, his injuries and bruises were healing at an accelerated rate visible to the naked eye. As his injuries mended, he even felt his physical strength growing by a small degree. It's simply extraordinary. You can even do that? Cousin asked, feeling the differences. I learned it just recently. I am not truly healing the wounds, just accelerating them, so you may feel some weakness and fatigue. What kind of devil fruit did you eat? Is there anything you can't do? Cousin wondered aloud. To him, Blaze is an oddity. He's ridiculously strong with terrifying physical strength, powerful devil fruit, and overwhelming haki. It was as if Blaze has no weakness. Blaze smiled mysteriously, dodging the question. Take some rest. It would take some time for you to recover fully. He then checked the rewards for defeating the Admiral. Achievement complete. Defeat Cousin. Reward, plus 2.0 devil fruit plus 2.0 free attribute point. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine N/O/Vel/B//in.C//OM. Constitution, 65.4. Devil Fruit, 62.7. Haki, 61.3. Free Attribute Point, 3.0. The rewards were generous, and at the same time, he also gained a lot from the battle. It was the right decision to fight Cousin. Thanks to the battle, his Constitution attribute rose by 0.4 points while his Haki rose by 0.5 points. There's no improvement to his Devil Fruit attribute as he didn't utilize them in the battle. Cousin may be slightly weaker than him, but his rich combat experience counterbalances it as he's at least twice older than him. Of course, if Blaze uses his devil fruit power, it's a different matter. After resting for a few minutes, Blaze and Cousin returned to the ship. Cousin didn't stay for long. He left for headquarters after replenishing his lost energy. The next day, Fleet Admiral Office, Marine Headquarters. Sengoku and Garp listened to Cousin's description of the battle with incredible expression. It's only been a few years. I still couldn't fathom how Blaze's strength has reached such a stage. Garp, do you still remember the first time we met him? Wahahaha, I still remember it. He was so weak at that time, but one thing that hasn't changed is the glow in his eyes, the desire to become strong. Garp crackled, munching on the rice crackers. Garp then asked Cousin, do you think he can contend against the Crystal Pirates? If it's one-on-one, I think Blaze will win, Cousin responded in a confident tone. Garp. Sengoku sternly looked at the latter, guessing what the other party is thinking. Cousin, you can take your leave. Sending Cousin out, Sengoku spoke. It's not time to eliminate the Crystal Pirates. Garp snorted. You still listen to that 5 geezers and their cleaning plan. What's wrong with letting Blaze engage the Crystal Pirates? It's what he needs right now. It's not time. Hearing the words, Garp left Sengoku's office in anger. Sengoku sighed. Unlike Garp, he's concerned about Blaze because the latter is different from the other Marines, but much like Garp in personality. He doesn't know whether it's intentional or not, but Blaze has been standing on the opposite side of the world government from the start. The world government is constantly monitoring Blaze's actions as they consider him a loose cannon and think someday he may challenge their authority. His actions are the best proof. They didn't do anything till now because they are waiting for the opportunity and didn't consider him as the threat yet. But Blaze's recent action once again entered their sights. Even after knowing they are going to appoint Doflamingo as the warlord, the latter still arrested him. After that incident, they are pressuring Sengoku to stop promoting Blaze and give him any power. It's also the reason why Blaze hasn't been promoted to Vice Admiral, even after all the achievements he made in the last 6 months. Forget about that. They are the reason why the reinforcement arrived late during his encounter with Crystal Pirates, even though Blaze notified the headquarters earlier. Personally, Sengoku believes Blaze is one of the best Marine with a strong sense of justice who's also strong and fearless in face of danger. But the problem is, he knew Blaze doesn't like the world government and their way of handling things. Just as Kuzan met Sengoku and Garp in the Fleet Admiral office, Blaze stood on the deck of his ship overseeing Rosinante, Regis, and Kona's training. Rosinante's haki reached the intermediate level while Regis's haki is just short of evolving to the advanced stage. In these 6 months, they trained hard and improved their abilities well. As for Kona, she should be as strong as adult Zoro who was first introduced in the series. For her age, she's doing good. Recently, Blaze has been teaching 2 styles of Rokushiki Soro and Rankyaku to her which will elevate her strength to the next level. And, Rankyaku may help in perfecting her sword forms. After giving her some pointers, Blaze walked to the ship's front and gazed at the boundless sea lost in thoughts. Actually, he has been wondering why the reinforcement arrived late during his encounter with Crystal Pirates. He didn't raise his thoughts on the incident because doing so would put Sengoku in a tough spot. He also knew the latter isn't type of the person who tries to harm him in this way. He has suspicions whether the world government has hand in it. My strength has reached the stage where I can now start the plan of breaking the Marines from world government control. Blaze knew it won't be easy. Having sufficient strength is just one of the requirements. He lacks status, influence, and adequate authority in the Marines. To achieve that, he needs to at least become an admiral. But, he could tell the world government is deliberately delaying his promotion. Even after all the achievements and merit points, he still hasn't been promoted to vice admiral. Just as he was pondering things, his den mushi rang. When he took out the snail, he saw it's Sengoku who's trying to contact him. He attended it. Hello, Sengoku-san. Blaze, I heard about the battle from Kuzan. It looks like you comprehended the haki concept, internal destruction. You have done well. Sengoku praised. Yes, but I have just grasped the basics, it needs further practice. Blaze. Good. Your attitude is correct, you still have a long way to go, to stand at the top of this world. Sengoku then asked about his unit. How's everyone in your unit, have they recovered completely from the injuries? Yes, except some. Is there anything you need? Blaze asked, figuring he has something on his mind. Yes. It's regarding the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. She keeps on turning down the offer of becoming one of the warlords. Not only that, she even turned all the marine units we sent to stone. But, the world government and I think she's a perfect candidate for the position. She's maybe arrogant, spoiled, and willful but her strength can't be questioned. Besides, the Kuja pirates are powerful with all the members are capable of using haki. They are natural-born warriors. You want me to go and persuade? Yes. Why do you think I can persuade her when others can't? Blaze was speechless. Is it because I am handsome? He doesn't mind sacrificing his body for the greater good. Cough cough. Restraining his wildly running mind, he listened to Sengoku's answer. There's no particular reason. If you can't convince her with words, do it with strength. Just make sure she signs the treaty. Okay Sengoku-san, leave it to me, Blaze assured. One more thing, I want you to understand it's not time to eliminate the crystal pirates. They haven't served their purpose yet. When it's time, you will be the first to know. I understand, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Blaze and his unit first reached Paradise and from there they entered the Calm Belt, nesting grounds for the world's largest sea kings. As Marines, they can safely cross the Calm Belts by using sea stone lining at the bottom of their ships so most of the sea kings would not notice their presence. Even though sea kings are very strong and fierce, they aren't unbeatable. A good example is Silver's Rayleigh. He was able to reach Amazon Lily by just swimming. Though the bottom of their ship is coated with sea stone, some sea kings still noticed the ship and attacked. Blaze let Regis and Rosinante deal with them as part of training. After sailing in the Calm Belt for half a day, they finally saw Amazon Lily in the distance. The focal point of the island is a large mountain situated in the center, carved with gigantic curved snake statues and the name of the tribe of the island, Kuja. Just as their ship entered the site of Amazon Lily, the female warriors who are on the lookout spotted it and reported the news of approaching Marine's ship. In no time, the entire island was alerted. Blaze stood on the deck along with Regis and Rosinante while looking at the maiden island located in the distance. He also noticed the other marine ships and statued soldiers on them. Those men really turned into statues. Should we enter the island? Rosinante asked, curiously looking around. Tell the soldiers to dock the ship here. If we go any further the Kuja warriors will attack the ship as men are forbidden on the island according to their belief. Look out for sea kings, we are still in the combat. Blaze spoke and commanded. Are the female warriors here that strong? Kuna asked. Yes. All the women born on the island are natural-born warriors and trained from a young. Most of them are capable of using haki from a young age. Blaze replied. Blaze-san, why is the pirate empress turning down such a lucrative offer? What if she rejects us again? Regis asked. She won't. Previously, the Amazon Lily is naturally protected against outsiders. However, with new sea stone technologies, this protection has begun to disappear. As such, the only method to keeping outsiders from entering is for the pirate empress to sign the treaty with the world government and become the warlord of the sea. Only then she can protect the island. Otherwise, the world government may send a fleet to destroy this place. Do we need to send some sort of message or just simply wait here? Regis inquired. I don't think she would come and meet us on her own, considering her personality. Let me send a message. Saying this, Blaze leaped from the ship and moved towards the island. As Blaze approached the island, the warriors of the Kuja tribe watching the border stopped him from advancing any further. There were 4 of them, but all of them are strong, capable of utilizing haki. The snakes around their necks morphed into bows while the arrows aimed at him, ready to shoot. A leading woman in warrior clothing spoke, "Stop right there. Don't move. Even if you are a marine, you aren't allowed to enter the island. Since you know I am a marine, then you should know our purpose for coming here. Tell your empress to come and meet me within an hour. Otherwise, you have gals, threatening our empress in front of us? Shoot him down." The women shouted. Blaze narrowed his eyes before they could fire their arrows. His conqueror's haki burst out and knocked the 3 women unconscious, leaving one standing. 1 hour is the limit. Otherwise, face the destruction. And, I am not joking. Saying this, Blaze stretched his hands. A tennis ball-sized miniature sun formed in his hand, and with a slight lift of his hand, it floated towards the sky and settled in the center of the island. "What is that?" the woman asked, gasping for breath. Blaze's haki drained her strength completely. "You will know in a few minutes. You should hurry and report it to your empress." Sending the message, Blaze returned to the ship. As soon as he returned to the ship, he heard the marine soldiers on board whispering among themselves of the maiden island. "I wonder how the female-only island would look on the inside? It would be great if we get a chance to peek inside. Before you could peek, you would be turned to stone." The pirate empress, Boa Hancock, is said to be the most beautiful woman in the world and also very strong. Have you seen her before? No. Are you all looking to die? Get to work. Regis's stern words brought them back to their senses. As for Blaze, he simply chuckled. If they meet Hancock, they will definitely turn to stone. At the same time, within the center of the mountain is a deep valley where the Kuja tribe village is located. Inside the palace, where the pirate empress lives, a fierce argument could be heard. Elder Nyan, who appeared within the room without anyone's notice, started speaking to Boa Hancock. "Habihime, you can't keep on doing this. The Marines and world government won't tolerate your actions anymore. Just now I heard that another marine ship has appeared. If you reject again, they will definitely attack." As for Boa Hancock, she looked rather uninterested, sitting in the throne chair formed by Salome, a large white snake with red marks on its body. Hancock of now is only around 20 years old. Compared to the original timeline, she is still young and blooming with a well-proportioned and slender figure. She is very tall and had long black hair that extends past her waist. She's indeed a breathtaking beauty with beautiful eyes and large breasts. "Even after what happened to us, you want me to work for the world government?" "Never. I am not taking the offer." Hancock was adamant in her decision. "If you don't, then Amazon Lily will be destroyed." Elder Nyan hit her snake stick on the ground and spoke earnestly. "Can't you understand, Habihime? Our safety is no longer guaranteed with Calm Belt Current and Sea Kings. The warlord position is a godsend opportunity. As long as you accept their offer, our Kuja tribe will prosper." Elder Nyan's words only Hancock further as eyebrow twisted. She suddenly shouted, "Enough! I have no interest. Throw her out." Listening to her command, 2 female guards came and dragged Elder Nyan to the door. "Habihime, this isn't about you, so don't act arrogant and willful. It concerns everyone on the island." Hearing her words, Hancock finally gestured the 2 guards to stand down and let Elder Nyan free. Pointing her finger at Nyan, Hancock proudly raised her head and spoke. "Even if the entire island is destroyed, I will be forgiven because I am beautiful." All the women around her were captivated by her charm, and heart-shaped symbols appeared in their eyes. "Habihime-sama." They all screamed in unison. At that moment, an anxious female guard who met Blaze came and reported the situation to Hancock. She didn't forget to convey the words Blaze uttered. Furthermore, that marine cast some kind of flame at the sky. It's still hovering above the island, but it's becoming bigger by every passing minute. What? Everyone present in the room was alarmed. As for Hancock, she was enraged and looked intimidating with her eyes bulging madly and her teeth bared. How dare a man threaten this empress? "Let's go." Along with her, Boa Sandersonia, Boa Marigold, Elder Nyan, and other Kuja pirates came out of the place. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. The first thing they noticed is the miniature sun hovering directly above the island. Unlike before, it has grown bigger, attaining the size of a football within few minutes. When that marine first cast it, it wasn't this big, but in a few minutes, it reached the current size. The female guard informed. "That thing looks like a mini version of the sun. If it keeps on growing, I'm afraid the heat alone would destroy the Amazon Lily after an hour." "Habihime, the Marines have sent someone stronger this time. He isn't someone you can defeat. Use this opportunity and sign the treaty," Elder Nyan seriously advised, remembering the recent news that she read about a particular Marine whose strength rivals even the Admiral's. Hancock frowned, breathed in deeply, kissing out a pink-colored heart with her devil fruit ability. Slave arrow. She then pulled the heart back and fired hundreds of arrows at the miniature sun hovering above. Unfortunately for her, before the slave arrows could strike the sun ball, they were vaporized by the extreme heat being emitted by the miniature sun. "Habihime, the only way to stop that thing from burning our island is for you to go and meet the Marines." Elder Nyan persuaded, but Hancock's anger didn't diminish a little. The marine ship has anchored a little away from the borders of Amazon Lily. Within a few minutes after Blaze sent the message, tension arose between the Marines and women of the Kuja tribe. Some women in warrior clothing gathered at the island port, pointing the arrows at them that were coated with haki. Fortunately, they didn't attack but waited for their empress's order. Even so, the marine soldiers on the ship were extremely nervous, so they pointed the cannons and pistols at the warriors, for their share. As for Blaze, he didn't care about them. He just relaxed in his favorite recliner arranged in the front deck of the ship, waiting for Boa Hancock to appear. It didn't take long, not even 15 minutes passed before his observation haki picked several figures approaching from the center of the island. Finally, Blaze rose to his feet and stretched his hands. Habai Hime-sama. The Kuja warriors made way for Hancock, noticing her presence. She came forward, walking step by step, showing her endless charm and elegance. She wore a yellow dress that's adorned with the emblem of the Kuja, and a pair of golden earrings that resemble snakes made her even more beautiful. Even Blaze, who has seen countless beauties of the earth, has to admit her beauty is indeed out of this world. Especially, her hourglass figure. No wonder everyone's charmed by her. When he looked at his companions, he revealed a helpless expression. All the marine soldiers had an infatuated expression, their eyes filled with tenderness and love. Regis and Rosinante are no exceptions. Forget about them, even Kuna is affected by her as he heard her murmur. How can a woman be so beautiful? Every one of them has turned into gleeful suitors of Boa Hancock. Knowing they are hopeless, Blaze stepped forward to meet her himself. At first glance, Hancock seems to be arrogant, selfish, and spoiled, but Blaze knew deep down, she is a rather sensitive and vulnerable woman who is afraid and concerned about how other people might react to the truth of the shameful past that she and her sisters experienced. Another human being affected by the cruel and despicable deeds of world nobles. So you came, Boa Hancock, Empress of the Amazon Lily. I thought you won't. Let me introduce myself. I am Blaze, headquarters. Before he could finish the introduction, Hancock interrupted him midway. I don't care who you are and have no interest in aligning myself with the world government to become a warlord of the sea. Oh. Blaze shook his head in pity. You have a bounty of 80 million berries and even turned many of the marine soldiers into the stone using your devil fruit ability. Since you rejected the offer, then as a marine I have no choice but to arrest you. No matter what I do, even if I reject the offer, even if I commit crimes, even if I kill someone, everyone in the world will forgive me, because I am beautiful. Don't you think so too? Hancock cutely looked at him while adjusting some of her bangs to the back of her ear. Habai Hime-sama. Ah, she's so beautiful. Everyone screamed and agreed in unison, even the soldiers behind him. You are indeed beautiful, but not to the point that I would forgive your crimes. Blaze put the hard front, but in reality, his heart thumped a little. But his willpower isn't some normal people can compare, so he got over her charms very quickly. On the other hand, Hancock was surprised. How can a man resist my charm? Was I not attractive to him? At that moment, Elder Nyan, who was beside her, once again persuaded Hancock. Habai Hime, accept the offer. This man isn't someone you can face right now. Shut up. Hancock directly kicked Elder Nyan away and faced Blaze. Even if you hide them from my eyes, I will show your lustful heart to the world. Thinking through, she shaped her hand in the form of a heart and shouted, Marrow, marrow, marrow. From her hand, heart-shaped beam shot forward. Blaze is positive her powers won't work on him, but the people behind him will surely turn into statuses considering their perverted thoughts. So he doesn't plan on sit and buy and watch. Blaze's eyes widened, the air around him distorted before ripples went in all directions. The overbearing conqueror's haki pushed Hancock's love beam and crashed down on Amazon Lily. His domineering haki affected the surroundings as the ground the Kuja warrior stood on showed signs of cracking, while the still sea of calm belt swayed back and forth. Foam came out of most Kuja women's mouths, with their eyes blank, mouths wide open. They all hit the ground with audible thuds, unconscious. The ones who are conscious were pushed back while they struggled to breathe and fought with all their might to remain standing. They all had a look of horror on their face. Conqueror's haki. Even Hancock and her two sisters, who are formidable haki users, felt the haki pressing upon her. Elder Nyan, who reappeared, had an astonishing expression on her face. This is, what a powerful House Hoku haki. Boa Hancock, you stand no chance against me. I give you two choices, sign the agreement or prepare to get captured. Blaze smiled at Hancock. His statement and smile completely provoked Hancock, who suddenly leapt high in the air and dashed at Blaze before delivering a powerful flying kick. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Perfume femur. Blaze effortlessly blocked the attack by lifting his left arm, slightly coating them with emission-style haki. As the result, her full power kick couldn't even touch his arm. She was gritting her teeth in anger while her emotions were out of control. How could a man like you who sides with the world government use the conqueror's haki? Flipping in midair, she landed on the handrail of the ship looking down on him. I joined Marines so that I can help some people, and it's also convenient for me to achieve my goals. It doesn't mean I support the world government or their deeds. Hearing his words, Hancock snorted. At that moment, Elder Sis, Marigold and Sandersonia came along with Hancock's snake weapon. Salome, stop being stubborn. Agreeing to the world government offer doesn't mean you work under them. You will only be aiding when the situation demands. Blaze persuaded with gentle words. But it had an opposite reaction on Hancock. She felt Blaze is looking down upon her as a weak woman, so she attacked again. After exchanging 10 moves, Blaze pushed Hancock back and spoke, you can keep on attacking, but the time's running out for your people. Look back. Only then Hancock noticed, the miniature sun in the sky is 10 times bigger than she last saw. Not only that, the heat from that thing began to affect the island. The women were sweating more than usual while the high temperature showed signs of scorching the surface of the island. What's your choice? Are you going to agree or let your people die? Blaze asked. Even if you destroy the island, I won't agree to the request. Saying this, Hancock turned around and left. There's nothing she can do as she isn't Blaze's opponent. Blaze looked at her retreating back with a smile. Her unyielding character didn't surprise him, but it seems like his method had an adverse effect. Hancock's sisters Marigold and Sandersonia glanced at the miniature sun hovering above their island with a helpless expression. If nothing's done, the heat would burn the island to ashes, but her sister seems to be hellbent on rejecting this man. At that moment, Elder Nyan appeared next to them, surprising both. Elder Nyan. She looked at Blaze and spoke, Marine, give us some time. I will try and convince her to accept the treaty. Don't worry, I didn't come here to destroy the island. That miniature sun is just a small trick I used to draw your Empress's attention. Saying this, Blaze snapped his finger, and the miniature sun soared to the clouds and exploded into beautiful fireworks. Elder Nyan's impression of Blaze once again intensified. She is right, as this Marine is completely different from others. Only someone with this kind of temperament is qualified to control the Haki of the kings. She knew with such a strong house Hoku Haki, he won't side with the world government. There has to be a reason why he's in the Marines. With his assurance, Elder Nyan left with Marigold and Sandersonia. As soon they left, Blaze shifted his attention to the Marine soldiers behind him, his eyes turned sharp. Especially, looking at Regis and Rosinante's reluctant eyes as if they lost their soul with Hancock's departure. Flashing behind them, Blaze kicked them in the butt. The force behind the kick directly cast them into the sea, rousing them from their stupor. Blaze-san. They looked at him with guilty. Since your mental fortitude is so weak, I am intensifying your training by 2 times, and you 2 are not allowed to board the ship before sunset. What? Blaze-san, please, we don't want to become food to those beasts. They are in calm belt. If they stay in the water for some time, they are bound to attract the Sea Kings. I will hold you 2 responsible if the Sea Kings damage the ship. Leaving the cruel words, Blaze then looked at the Marine soldiers who all had their heads facing the floor. Our Marine reputation went down the drain because of your actions. As a Marine, we should have a strong heart. I am ashamed of you all. In the Kuja Palace, Hancock returned to her room and crashed into the bed deep in thoughts. How was that Marine able to resist my charm? He's also very strong. Her eyes showed reluctance, as this was the first time suffering a loss, and that too in front of a man. She maintains a tough and aloof demeanor out of fear of being taken advantage of again because she's a woman. Due to her suffering as a slave and how the first man she ever saw painfully burned her back with her slave mark, Hancock is very discriminating and judgmental towards men. Because of her beauty and strength, she is used to seeing men and women, young and old alike, fall instantly in love with her and forgive her when she acts cutely apologetic or reminds them of her beauty. However, Blaze's appearance and displayed a complete immunity to her charms, softening her arrogance. Night came. Hancock and her sisters sat in the room discussing the Warlord offer, and Blaze. Elder Sis, I think you should accept the offer. It would protect our tribe from the Marines and world government, as we have bounties on our head. Marigold said, that Marine is also very strong, just he alone is enough to take us out. Hearing her sister's advice, Hancock bit her lips. In fact, she also planned to accept the offer, but after being defeated by Blaze, her pride won't allow it. Accepting it would show that she's weak. Leave me alone. Let me think about it. Sending her sisters out, Hancock looked herself in the mirror and slowly exposed her back that revealed the celestial dragon slave mark. She won't forget the day that she and her sisters were captured as slaves, and the sufferings and horrors they experienced flashed before her eyes. What a beautiful sight. I came to speak with you alone but didn't expect I would get a feast. Blaze spoke, leaning in the edge of the window. Who? Hancock swiftly covered her exposed back with the quilt and faced Blaze. You saw my back. Hancock held the cloth tightly while killing intent leaked from her eyes. Yes, but your front is more beautiful than the back. I think I would really turn to stone if you use your ability now. Hancock's lies and attitude towards life were because of her horrible past. She did not want to ever show weakness again to anyone. Now, Blaze has found her secret. But Blaze's answer caught her completely off guard, as she thought he would be repulsed because of the mark. Do you know what this mark means? Hancock asked, biting on her lips as a trace of blood appeared. Blaze nodded his head and said, without expressing any judgment on his face, Celestial Dragon's hoof mark. As he answered, Hancock's body trembled as he fell to her knees, breaking out in tears. Looking at her state, Blaze spoke again. It's just a slave mark. You shouldn't bother yourself with the past. A mark won't change the way I look at someone. I was once a slave too, you know. What? Really? Hancock asked back. Blaze knew Hancock's state of mind right now is very unstable and vulnerable, so he carefully chose his words. Yes, he then recounted his past and the journey he traveled after that. I despise the world government as I have seen their actions. Then why did you join the Marines? They are the world government's lapdog. You are partially right, but not all the Marines follow the world government's absolute justice. Some of the Marines truly want to change the world into a better place. I stay in the Marines because in the future I plan on separating the Marines from world government control. His words made Hancock speechless, but when she was Blaze's clear eyes, she knew the man in front of her with such sky-high ambition is speaking the truth. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. No wonder you command the Conqueror's Haki. I haven't told anyone about my goal before, so please keep it a secret for me. Blaze winked a little, easing the mood between them. Okay, you don't despise me for the slave mark. Hancock asked again, a little doubtful. I have already said it, some slave mark doesn't define the person. If you are so disturbed by it, I can erase it for you. Blaze expressed his thoughts. What? You can? I thought the slave marks were permanent which can't be removed. They are? But I can erase or modify them into a better symbol if you want. Blaze said with confidence. The slave marks are similar to tattoos of earth, imprinted by special ink into the outer layer of the skin. As the concepts are the same, he can easily remove them by disintegrating the ink and restoring the skin. I want it erased, Hancock replied in a quivering voice. Okay then. May I? Walking towards the bed, Blaze gestured to her to show the back. Hancock blushed a little, but she still turned and exposed the back. Pointing his index finger at the hoof mark, Blaze fired a solar beam that started to slowly erase the mark little by little. He then placed his palm on her back. As soon as he did that, Hancock trembled as if she was struck by a lightning. She suddenly asked, "What are you doing?" "Relax." Hancock then felt a warm flow of energy on her back and a slight itchy feeling that made her body squirm. In 2 or 3 minutes, the burnt marks on her skin disappeared a little. But this is not the end. Blaze had to repeat the whole process 3 more times before the hoof mark on her back completely vanished. Her creamy white back looked as good as new. Done. Really? Hancock found it a little unbelievable, so she checked her back in the mirror. To her surprise, she found nothing on her back, not even a scar. It really disappeared. Tears gushed from her eyes of happiness. How many years has it been? She's been bothered by the mark ever since it's branded on her back and how others would treat her if it's seen. Can you sign the Warlord agreement now? Blaze asked. Once you sign it, neither the Marines nor world government would come near 3 kilometers of Amazon Lily. This time Hancock didn't refuse, she directly signed the agreement paper presented by Blaze. Well, I think it's time for me to take my leave. See you then. Blaze kept the paper in his coat and prepared to leave, but Hancock stopped him. Wait, can you erase my sister's mark as well, please? Hancock pleaded with cute eyes. Blaze's eyes softened looking at her expression. He agreed. Sure. Hancock then called Marigold and Sandersonia to her room. When her sisters reached her room, they were surprised to see Blaze and Hancock in revealing clothing. Elder sis, you. Before they could finish their sentence, Hancock exposed her clear back that's devoid of celestial dragon's hoof mark. How? They looked at Hancock with incredulous eyes. They didn't understand what's happening and how their sister's mark disappeared. Elder sis. He helped me in erasing the mark, I asked him to remove yours too. Hancock spoke in a joyful tone, showing a smiling face. Blaze then helped Hancock's sisters by erasing the hoof mark on their back as well. Especially, Sandersonia, who dropped to the floor bursting into tears and repeatedly thanked him. Unbelievable, you can really erase the slave mark that's said to be indelible. Elder Nyan, who once again magically appeared in the room, exclaimed. You are no ordinary person? It's the Boa sisters' blessing to have met you. Blaze simply smiled and spoke to Hancock. Pirate Empress, I think it's time you turn the soldiers back to normal. You can call me Hancock. Okay. Blaze then came to the port area along with Hancock, her sisters, and Elder Nyan. Hancock boarded the Marine and used the ability to return the soldiers to normal. After chatting with them for a few more minutes, Blaze returned to his ship and left Amazon Lily while Hancock gazed in the direction he left with a complex expression. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. As his ship set sail, Blaze called Sengoku. Sengoku-san, it's done. Good. I knew it. Sending you was the right choice. I am in the middle of something. We will talk later. You can return to the new world. Sengoku's voice came from the other side of the Den Mushi. Ending the call, Blaze came out of his cabin and looked at the disappearing view of Amazon Lily. Don't know why, but Hancock's beautiful face flashed before his eyes. Without his knowing, his heart thumped faster than usual. Is it because of her devil fruit, or am I beginning to like her? Blaze couldn't come to a conclusion. What he doesn't know is, the same thing is happening to Hancock, who still stood on the shore of the island staring in the direction the Marine ships disappeared. She touched her slightly excited heart, which is beating faster than usual, while her face had a tinge of redness around them. New world. Blaze enjoyed the sunrise by relaxing on the deck of the ship. He always enjoyed the feeling of bathing in the morning sunlight, as it bring forth a pleasant feeling and strengthen his constitution. After basking in the sun for an hour, Blaze then checked his status. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 65.4. Devil Fruit, 62.7. Haki, 61.3. Free Attribute Point, 3.1. His attribute point rose by 0.1 after destroying the pirate crew yesterday. He doesn't know how his current strength is, compared to the Yonkos. With his current strength, he can fight Crystal, but the same couldn't be said about the other emperors, as he knew they are on a different level. Blaze desires to face the emperor, but till now, his unit hasn't been allowed anywhere near the 4 emperors' territory. They are basically responsible for the protection of the world government-affiliated kingdoms. Rarely, they will meet some pirate crews on the sea. It's been 10 days since Blaze and his unit returned to the New World. Nothing much happened in this short time aside from eradicating the pirate crew that tried to plunder the nearby kingdom. But today, an urgent report came from the headquarters. A new devil fruit is discovered on some unknown island, but it caused friction between the Whitebeard pirates and Beast pirates. Hearing the report, Blaze straightened his back while an excited expression surfaced on his face. Finally, some good news. New World. On an unknown island, a fierce battle was ongoing between two all-stars of beast pirates and commanders of Whitebeard pirates. On one side, King the Conflagration was seen fighting the 3rd Division Commander Diamond Yozo. On the other hand, Jack the Drought fought the 5th Division Commander Flower Sword Vista. A little away from them, the subordinates of both factions could be seen battling. Blaze and his unit reached the island just a few minutes back. They docked the ship away from the eyes of the pirates and observed the battle from distance. He has been strictly told by Sengoku to not engage them as it will very well escalate the situation. With the marine's strength, they can't afford to anger two emperors of the sea at the same time. Blaze stood on the deck of the ship watching the battle while his eyes listened to Regis's report. Blaze-san, I got a word from headquarters that Kadayo made contact with Whitebeard. Right now, they are fighting. Headquarters has sent Admiral Aokiji and Admiral Kizaru to oversee the situation and make sure nothing happens. Hearing it, Blaze smirked as he can perceive the situation clearly. Kaido's battling Whitebeard to stop the latter from going anywhere so that his underlings can successfully seize the devil fruit. Unlike beast pirates who are strong and fight every battle by themselves, the Whitebeard pirates depend on the strength and reputation of their father, Whitebeard. And as he expected, Yozo and Vista showed signs of exhaustion after 3 or so hours and couldn't stop King and Jack from leaving with the devil fruit. Blaze's task this time is to find the devil fruit and monitor whichever the pirate crew has it. They have to prevent the devil fruit from falling into the hands of an emperor as it will only increase their strength. If it's some ordinary devil fruit it doesn't matter, but what if it's some rare kind? Since both the emperors are showing interest in them, it has to be a rare one. Blaze ordered the soldiers on board to follow the beast pirates' ship since they are the ones who have the devil fruit. A huge pirate ship with beast pirates Jolly Roger left the island and sailed towards north. The ship was at least 4 times larger than the marine battleship. Moreover, the ship was armed with high-quality, long-ranged cannons capable of hitting enemy ships from afar, most possibly manufactured in Wano's factories. On board, Big Bro King, what is this devil fruit that even Kaido-san shows interest in? Jack asked. Jack looked the same as shown in the original series. There's no difference in his appearance aside from the fact he's slightly younger now. He is massive in stature, standing close to 27 feet in height, which is even taller than his Governor-General Kaido. On the other side stood King, who's slightly shorter, around 20 feet in height, and is better proportioned, well-muscled, and had broad shoulders. What set him aside from others is his dark uniform that exposes no skin and a plume of fire that burns in his back, thanks to the Lunarian race bloodline. Jack, are you really training well? Look at the sword wounds on your chest, you should be ashamed. Even after eating the ancient Zoan, you are still getting injured. I am sorry, big bro. King then opened a wooden box that they just acquired from the Whitebeard pirates, revealing a devil fruit that had a weird shape. From its appearance, it should be Zoan type. Inform Kaido-san that we have the fruit, King ordered his underling and closed the box. At that moment, a beast pirate ran forward and notified. King-san, Jack-sama, a marine has been following us since we left the island. They are keeping the distance from the very start. Is there an admiral on board? Jack asked. Even though they are not afraid of marine admirals, it would be troublesome to fight them on the sea. No, it's just a normal marine battleship. I think they are sent to monitor our movements. Jack, sink them. How dare they stalk us? King grunted in displeasure. Yes, Jack then ordered the underlings to prepare the cannon and aim the marine ship. As soon as they are ready, Jack commanded. Fire. Dash. At the same time, Blaze called Sengoku and informed him that the beast pirates have the devil fruit. Wait, don't do anything stupid like last time. I am sending Kuzan over. Most of our troops are sent to the Whitebeard territories to keep an eye on the battle between Kaido and Whitebeard. Sengoku spoke, rubbing his temples. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Well, I don't think I can wait. Sengoku-san, the beast pirates have started firing at us. Do you still want me to stay put? Blaze casually asked as beast pirates' ship fired their cannons. As the other party's cannons are long-ranged and highly accurate, they perfectly came at the target. On his side, Regis and Rosinante prevented the cannons from hitting the ship. AHH. Sengoku, who sat in his office, rubbed his temples and said, just don't do anything stupid, okay? Sengoku knew how strong Blaze is. It's also the reason why he's worried that the latter would do something reckless again. If it's in normal time he won't bother, but right now Marines are dealing with a lot of things. If his actions provoke Kaido, there's a 90% chance that Madman would attack Marineford as he did last time. It would affect the lives of a lot of soldiers. I will try my best. Saying these words, Blaze ended the conversation and ordered the soldiers on board to get ready to fight. What are you all doing dilly-dallying? Prepare the cannons, increase the knots and steer the ship to the left and start firing. Blaze then came to the front deck of the ship and saw Jack on the opposite side commanding his underlings while King just watched everything like a bystander. You guys, move back, he said to Regis and Rosinante. He then breathed, inhaling air while his lungs expanded. Seconds passed as Blaze took his time to gather a huge amount of solar energy in his mouth before releasing them as golden flames of destruction. Breath of sun. A huge sea of flames blasted forth, scorching everything in its path, while the sea directly below the flames instantly vaporated. Unlike Kadayu's bolo breath that's concentrated on a straight line, Blaze's attack expanded, covering a wide area. The sudden attack caught both King and Queen off guard, while King's expression changed, feeling the intensity of the flames. The sudden attack of Blaze caught both King and Jack off guard as their expressions suddenly changed, feeling the intensity of the flames. If they let the flames hit them, it would definitely torch their ship and blow them to bits. Without wasting time, King transformed into his pteranodon form and shouted, "Jack!" Yes, Big Bro Jack transformed into full mammoth form. He then sucked the water from the sea using his trunk and sprayed them at the incoming raging flames with explosive force. Though it couldn't stop Blaze's attack, they reduced the intensity of the flames as there was no haki imbued in it. At the same time, King leaped from the ship, flew towards the flames, and flapping his wings vigorously, creating a strong wind current that divided the flames into two. Thanks to that, Blaze's flame breath avoided burning the ship. King, who was now in his pteranodon form, clad in flames, shot at the marine ship at extreme speed. There was a sonic boom as he streaked forward. Seeing King's figure approaching their ship, Regis commanded the soldiers on board, "Fire!" The marine soldiers who were waiting for the order took aim and fired the bullets and cannons, but nothing hit him as King evaded everything with ease. Blaze knew this kind of attack won't hurt the latter, so he smirked and jumped from the deck, faced King's dive head-on. He knew, in the pteranodon form, King's beak is long and sturdy, and an effective pointed weapon capable of tearing anything in its way. The combination of great speed, strength, and size bestowed by the pteranodon transformation gave him the power to force destroy things. If he let King headfirst into the ship, it would break into two. Blaze channeled a huge amount of haki, pushed all his physical strength to his arms, and punched forward. Boom! His punch clashed against the pointed beak of King's, creating lightning ripples and shockwaves that swept past in all directions. But that's not the end. As soon Blaze's punch made contact, it triggered a terrifying explosion. Golden flames burst forward and swallowed King completely. In the next moment, King's figure shot back like a cannonball and crashed into the beast pirate's ship while his entire body emitted steam. Blood trickled from his pointy beaks. Big Bro Jack came to his side, transformed into his human form, but was shoved aside by King, who stood up and faced Blaze, who already landed on their ship. King's body also slowly transformed back to his human form. Looking at his condition, Blaze was surprised that King was only slightly injured even though he was in the eye of the explosion. His reaction is fast. He was able to clad his entire body right before the explosion went off. Besides, his Lunarian bloodline isn't for a show, as he's somewhat immune to heat. Blaze mused. There was silence and the atmosphere was extremely tense as all the beast pirates on board pointed their weapons at Blaze, ready to attack at moment's notice. At the same moment, Blaze's marine ship collided with the beast pirates' ship while the soldiers on board aimed their rifles at the beast pirates. Regis and Rosinante stood at the front while Kuna stood behind them. "I suppose you are Rear Admiral Blaze, the one who said to have defeated Speed. Now I know the rumors are true." King spoke. The beast pirates once clashed with the Speed pirates. Without a doubt, they are a formidable crew. Especially Speed, he was able to escape even after facing their captain Kadayu. "Yes," Blaze replied while an overbearing haki broke out of him. The air around twisted and rippled while an invisible shock wave exploded forth. Thud, thud, thud. The next moment, most of the beast pirates fell to the ground with their eyes rolled back and foams coming out their mouths. He doesn't want to have any distractions, and leaving them may endanger the lives of his subordinates. The beast pirates are knowledgeable and knew what this means. The ones who are able to remain conscious gulped while their hands trembled in slight fear, as they knew the man before them is strong. "King the Conflagration and Jack the Drought, surrender yourself and hand me the devil fruit. I will let you live." Blaze let out some arrogant words for fun. Of course, he knew they won't surrender. "Why don't you come and get it?" Jack exuded killing intent as he unsheathed the scythe-like blades from the tusks on his shoulders. "As you wish," Blaze uttered and exploded with terrifying strength while golden lightning flickered around his body, multiplying his speed to the utmost limit. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. On the other hand, Jack roared loudly as his arms and weapons were shrouded in armament haki as if clad in dark armor. At the same time, King conjured a flame in his right hand. Blaze's target is Jack. His figure blurred and reappeared before Jack, stunning the latter as he couldn't even react. Though Jack is strong, he's slow in the movements. Moreover, Jack of now isn't as strong as shown in the original timeline, as he's just 19 years old right now. A fist bubbled with golden energy smashed Jack squarely in the face. The flame-clad punch didn't make contact with the skin, but the force behind the attack directly bypassed his defense and shredded his inners. In that fraction of the fraction, Blaze dealt another blow by slightly turning his body to the left. His left elbow struck the center of Jack's chest, blasting him away. In both the blows, Blaze used everything in his arsenal. His attack carried strength, speed, advanced haki concept, and devil fruit power. He held nothing back. Jack's body smashed into the railings of the ship and slid to the floor, completely unconscious. His face was completely deformed while blood oozed from his mouth, ears, and nose, while a scorching dent could be seen in his chest. Just 2 full power attacks, it's all it took to force Jack to the brink of his death. Just as he took down Jack, Blaze's eyes turned red as he sensed an enormous figure behind his back. It's none other than King. Imperial Flame. King conjured a fireball over his open palm and formed a fist to execute a powerful, flame-clad punch. Blaze didn't have time to evade, so he can only coat the point of contact, his left cheek, with haki. Bang! It's a powerful blow wrapped in flames. As it hit Blaze, his body was forced to skid for some distance before stopping. Good punch, Blaze spit the blood in his mouth and praised, but you picked the wrong opponent to play fire with. The next moment, a terrifying heat swept the surroundings and soon they transformed into golden flames. In no time, the entire Beast Pirates ship was engulfed in a sea of flames. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Hot, hot, hot. The Beast Pirates who are conscious jumped into the sea carrying the unconscious one. Only a few with a strong body and haki remained in the ship to watch the battle. As the sea below them bubbled in high temperatures and showed signs of evaporation, the pirates who jumped onto the water quickly swam away from the ship. The astonishing thing, the Beast Pirates ship remained intact even after Blaze displayed his devil fruit power. It should have been made from a unique tree or treasure wood atom. King's eyes narrowed as he glared at Blaze, but he showed no signs of burn by the heat. As Blaze thought, the latter is immune to heat to a certain extent. But Blaze's earlier explosion damaged King, so he's not completely invulnerable to flames. Let's test his limit. Without wasting any time, Blaze charged forward and punched, letting the haki flew through his arms. King did the same. Bang! Both their fists collided in midair, generating sparks of purplish lightning and shockwave to diverge in all directions. Their strike didn't touch but struggled in midair to win over the other. It seems like the Beast Pirates didn't waste time on Wano. You even grasped the concept of Ryu, Blaze uttered, genuinely surprised by the fact that King can use internal destruction. Blaze could sense King is strong. His haki has possibly reached the initial stage of Admiral level. Combined with his devil fruit and natural-born strength, he's a monster worthy of his 1.2 billion bounty. Finally, Blaze increased the haki flowing through his arms and pushed King back. He may be strong but against Blaze, he stands no chance. I am going to have fun thrashing you. Saying this, Blaze crackled his knuckles while King squinted his eyes as his face turned cold. On the marine ship, Regis, Rosinante, Kuna, and other marine soldiers watched the battle with interest. Kuna exclaimed, Blaze-san is going all out. It seems like that King is quite strong. It doesn't matter how strong he is, he won't be able to win, Rosinante said. True. Let's capture the Beast Pirates who jumped into the water. We can't just wait for their battle to end before doing anything. Regis spoke and ordered the soldiers to apprehend the pirates who were fleeing in the sea. At the same time as Blaze battled King, two Yonkos, Kaido, and Whitebeard clashed on an unknown island situated in Whitebeard territory, New World. Reime Haka Thungar Bagua. Kaido swung his kanabo, Hasaikai, horizontally with both hands that carried devastating force as he imbued them with Conqueror and Armament Haki. On the other hand, Whitebeard roared atop his lungs in anger and wrapped his Naginata with a quake bubble to greatly increase its striking power and waved. Boom! The sky itself split, indicative of a clash between two Conqueror's haki users. The clouds rumbled and turned dark as if the heavens themselves had acknowledged their presence. Kaido, you dare come here and send your forces to steal the devil fruit in my territory? Do you think I won't kill you? Whitebeard's furious voice thundered aloud. Thrusting the Naginata with his right hand, Whitebeard focused vibrations around his left fist to form a spherical bubble and punched Kaido in the face, venting his anger with monstrous strength. The air cracked as Kaido's face deformed. The shockwaves directly passed through Kaido's tough skin, directly blasting him backward, causing the latter to split, mouthful of blood. Kaido raised to his feet and wiped the blood at the corner of his lips as if it was nothing while showing a wicked grin. Whitebeard, you are getting old and slow. Your attacks aren't hurting as much they do back then. Whitebeard gritted his teeth as he leaped high in the air while spinning his Naginata and brandished at Kaido. Bang! The strongest man in the world and the strongest creature once again clashed, generating an enormous shockwave of pure power that swept in all directions. Meanwhile, some distance away from the island, a fleet of 10 marine ships shook from the shockwave and as the sea itself rocked back and forth, making everyone on board dizzy. Akainu and Kizura stood side by side in the main ship watching the battle as sky divided and thunder rumbled. Akainu gritted his teeth in anger while Kizura looked relaxed. The hell with the great age of pirates and Yonkos. We should kill every one of them and end this squabble. We, the Marines, are the strongest force in the world. We can't let some pirates fool around as they wish. Akainu clenched his fist that transformed into magma. This battle was violent and devastating. As time passed, their clashes only intensified and showed no signs of weakening. The marine soldiers and officers noticed the mountain in the distance was suddenly torn apart under the collision and soon, to their shock, the entire island shook and cracked. Boom! A sudden shockwave nearly propelled a marine soldier into the air before he once again landed on the deck, hitting the mainmast. The marine soldier perspired. How long will they fight? It's been nearly 6 hours since they started fighting, but their fight showed no signs of stopping. In their eyes, this type of frightening destructive power was not something that humans can cause. Those two are simply monsters in human skin. They all wondered, is this the power of Yonkos? It was simply inconceivable. The battle between Blaze and King ended with Blaze emerging as the victor. As for King and Jack, they were apprehended and bound with sea stone shackles. King is tough and strong-willed as he was able to battle him for 6 hours without losing. When it comes to strength and haki, he's as strong as Speed, but he's not as fast as Speed. Compared to King, Jack is a lot weaker and has a long way to go. At that moment, system notification sounded in his mind, awakening Blaze from his thoughts. Achievement, defeated one of the All-Stars, King. Reward, plus 0.5 haki plus 1.0 free attribute point. Achievement, defeated one of the All-Stars, Jack. Reward, plus 0.5 free attribute point. Lucky. Blaze exclaimed joyfully. At the same time, he wondered why the rewards are a lot low as both King and Jack are calamities of beast pirates. Then he thought, maybe only when the entire crew is defeated the rewards will be complete. Blaze then checked his status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 65.4. Devil Fruit, 62.7. Hacky, 61.8. Free attribute point, 4.5. Blaze-san. Regis's voice interrupted his thoughts. When he raised his head, he saw the latter holding Den Mushi that resembled Sengoku. Hello, Blaze. Sengoku's helpless voice came from the other side of the Den Mushi. He heard that Blaze has caught 2 all-stars of the beast pirates. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. He's pleased with Blaze's strength, but thinking of Kaido gave him a headache. That madman Kaido will definitely try to attack and rescue his subordinates. If it's some normal members of the crew, Kaido may not care, but King and Jack are a different matter. I assume you know about the clash between Whitebeard and Kaido, right? Sengoku asked. Yes. Their battle has ended a while ago when Kaido got the report of King and Jack's defeat. If I am not wrong, he's heading right towards you. From what I heard, he left the battlefield furious. I don't need to say what this means, right? Sengoku stated the situation. If possible, I really want to fight Kaido, the strongest creature in the world. Blaze answered in an excited tone. You brat, I agree you have strength rivaling admirals, but against Kaido I see no odds of you coming out alive. Don't compare him with Crystal, they are not of the same level. What do you need me to do, Sengoku-san? Blaze asked, openly. Impel down won't do any good. Bring King and Jack to the Marine headquarters. Garp and I are here, and I also ordered Akainu and Kizaru to come back. I sent Kuzan for your support. My concern is, can you reach Marineford before Kaido get to you? Even though Kaido is strong and capable of flight, he can't find me easily. The new world is big. Did you forget there's something called Vivre Card in the world? Sengoku helplessly responded. Yes, Blaze scratched his head and replied. I forgot. Then if I kill King and Jack, there should be no problem, right? Blaze asked while his eyes gazed over King and Jack. Can you stop with the foolish talk? It's a serious matter. Sengoku angrily spoke. Okay. After listening to Sengoku's plan, Blaze ended the call and threw the Den Mushi back at Regis. At that moment, King, who was silent the entire time, spoke. You may be strong, but against Kaido-san you won't survive a single blow. I would be happy if Kaido can defeat me in a single blow, but I doubt he would do that as he enjoys fighting and likes to test the strength of his opponents. Blaze indifferently remarked. If he wants to rescue, that's only after defeating me. At that moment, Regis, who was next to him, spoke. Blaze-san, I don't doubt your strength, but it's a widely known fact, if it's one-on-one, Kaido will win. On land, sea, and air, among all living things, he is a pirate who is known as the strongest creature. Blaze rolled his eyes at Regis as the latter spoke the exact words said in the anime. But Blaze knew the words aren't just for show, as Kaido's really strong. In New World, no one dared to provoke that madman, and his strength is acknowledged by all. Back in Marineford, the order is given to prepare for battle by Sengoku, and the top officers present in the headquarters rallied elite troops to the plaza. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Marineford, a city where the families of Marines reside, have been told to stay indoors for safety purposes. Fleets of ships were stationed around the coastline. When the soldiers heard Kaido is coming, they were nervous and anxious, as every time Kaido attacked Marineford many have died in the process. After what seemed like 2 hours, the Marine soldiers noticed a figure pedaling a bicycle on the sea. Kuzan has arrived. He could have arrived sooner if he used his devil fruit in a different way, but he won't, as he's basically lazy. Kuzan, you came. Have a bite. Blaze gestured the latter as he savored large meat of the Sea King that he just killed and barbecued. You really have the nerves of steel. You even found time to eat. I don't know what to say, but Blaze, you should stop stirring up trouble wherever you go. I can't, it's in my nature, Blaze shrugged, swallowing a huge piece of meat. So, what are you going to do? I don't think we can reach Marineford before Kaido finds us. Do you have the confidence to confront Kaido head-on? Nope. Kuzan sighed and sat next to Blaze. I should at least enjoy the meat. It smells good. Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. A Marine officer reported the recent activity of beast pirates while beads of sweat drenched his entire body. Is it true? Sengoku asked in a calm tone, as he already expected this. Yes, our resources confirmed the fact that beast pirates gathered their entire force and left Wano. Considering the distance, they will only reach tomorrow, so we don't have to worry about them now. Our primary concern is Kadayo. Sengoku waved his hand while the Marine soldier took his leave. Bwahahaha, Blaze Brat is doing good. First, crystal pirates, now beast pirates. I see his spirit hasn't gotten softer after all these years. He has guts. Garp, who was sitting opposite Sengoku, cackled while his eyes shined. Shut up, Garp. In a way, you are the reason for all this. Sengoku roared, slamming the table. What? Sengoku, I am just an old man, you can't blame everything on me. Sengoku snorted. I think Blaze learned all this from you. Evening. Just as Blaze's marine ship is half a day trip away from the headquarters, the clouds above them thundered. Arera, he has come. Kuzan and Blaze gazed at the sky while the Marine soldiers on board gulped, feeling suffocating pressure that appeared out of nowhere. Kuna wondered aloud, what's this sudden change in the weather, and what is that shadow above the clouds? No one answered her as they all stood thunderstruck watching the figure amidst the black clouds and purple lightning. Wind and clouds begin to blow everywhere as the weather continues to worsen while the silhouette of the dragon flashed into their view. Finally, Kaido, the large blue eastern dragon, emerged from the clouds. His monstrous serpentine form and blue-scaled dragon scales, long horns, sharp fangs, and limbs with clawed hands and feet gave him a scary appearance. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. His mere presence intimidated all the marine soldiers on board, some even cringed in fear. A sense of powerlessness overtook them looking at the colossal and frightening form of Kaido. This is bad. Notify the headquarters and send them our location. Kuzan called the marine soldier who's near him and ordered. Is that dragon? Kuna asked in a trembling voice. That dragon is the Kaido. Regis answered, clenching his fist. He's Kaido. Kuna found it unbelievable. As for Blaze, he was thrilled while his blood boiled and his heart thumped rapidly in excitement. Genuine emotions flooded into his heart, as he has been yearning to meet such a strong opponent. After coming to the world of One Piece, he always wanted to meet the Yonkos as they are the top existences in the world. And Kaido before him is the strongest creature. Kuzan, no matter what happens, don't interfere in the fight. I want to fight him myself. Blaze said in a serious tone as he exuded a powerful breath. Looking at his expression, Kuzan sighed as he could tell Blaze is completely serious in fighting Kaido alone, even if it means death. Don't die. At that moment, Kaido, who towered above everyone, scrutinized the marine ship in front of him, with his eyes narrowed. Just a look, everyone on the ship felt as if they were being stared at by a terrifying creature. Facing Kaido, a pure battle intent broke out of Blaze's body that transformed into vigorous conqueror's haki and confronted Kaido head-on. Feeling the remarkable haki and battle intent, Kaido's narrowed eyes turned into one of surprise as he looked straight into Blaze's eyes. Wororororororo? Interesting. A marine using House Hoku. I didn't expect to meet such a person. I can tell you're different from all the marine that I have faced before. You have good eyes. Are you the one who captured King and Jack? Kaido asked, still in his dragon form. Yes, Blaze admitted. After that, there was absolute silence as Kaido and Blaze looked at one another. But the silence gripped everyone's heart in terror. Regis, Rosinante, Kuna, and other marine soldiers on board had a look of worry and concern on their faces. They trust Blaze and his strength, but against Kaido their confidence wavered. Perceiving Blaze's surging battle intent, Kaido finally spoke. It's been some time since I met someone as interesting as you. If you bore me, I will kill you. Kaido then grinned as flames appeared in his mouth. Opening them, he gathered a tremendous amount of fire that swirled before breathing them out into a huge, conical blast toward the marine ship where Blaze stood. Bolo breath. The flame blast rocketed rapidly forward and covered a huge distance within a fraction of a second. Blaze, who was expecting Kaido's attack, drew his fist back and violently slammed it forward. All-consuming fist. Golden flames surged from his hands and boomed forward as a dense column of fire. The attack was as intense as Kaido's or even stronger. Boom. Waves of flames went off in all directions as their attack collided in midair while dark purple sparks resonated. But what happened next shocked everyone. If it's any other form of attack, Blaze may be at disadvantage, but against flames, he's the best. Blaze's all-consuming fist devoured Kaido's flames and exploded forward, gaining more intensity. As someone who enjoys taking a direct hit from his enemies, Kaido didn't dodge and faced the flames head-on in arrogance. As such, the dense column of golden flames smashed Kaido in the face and knocked him back. Ah! Kaido roared, feeling slight pain as the high heat directly bypassed his defense and burned his innards. Saying Blaze's attack injured Kaido would be an exaggeration, as it just slightly hurt the latter. As for Kaido, he recovered in a moment and stared at Blaze in slight surprise. Blaze didn't wait for Kaido to attack again as he leaped and appeared far away from the ship. An overpowering momentum broke out of him while translucent golden energy cloaked his entire body. A sun-shaped mark revealed at his glabella, and monstrous golden flames of destruction surged from his body with him as the center and swept every direction. A high temperature of heat spread out, covering 2 kilometers. The golden sea of flames burned fiercely as if they are ready to incinerate anything in its way. Everyone on the marine ship felt the heat and soon it became intolerable. Everyone's expression on board changed into that of horror. Helpless, they were forced to navigate the ship away from Blaze. This is... Feeling the ferociousness of the flames, even Kuzan was shocked. He could tell Blaze's flames are multiple times stronger than Sakazuki. Forget about Kuzan, as even Kaido's eyes gleamed in excitement. Among those flames, only Blaze stood as if he's a fire deity descended from heaven. Zzz. As if hearing a call, all the flames gathered and twirled around Blaze. With a thought, they transformed into 10 miniature suns of varying sizes. 6 small and 4 larger ones. The smaller ones are just slightly larger than baseball, while the larger ones were 100 centimeters in diameter. The power of Sunday. Blaze's ultimate state as he unveiled his devil fruit power to his entirety. The larger ones moved and formed a circle around his back. The smaller ones moved to his hands, 3 to his left and 3 to his right. Hovering in midair, Blaze stared at Kaido and clenched his fist, feeling the power of his devil fruit. Blaze's current form shocked everyone as this is their first time seeing it. Kuzan looked Blaze in expectation, and to give them a better foothold he froze the sea below with his Ice Age ability. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Kaido felt the power of the flames from the last attack. It's frightening but not to the extent of alarming him. In the sea, the Yonkos are the peak existence. The Marines have to gather all their forces just to face one of them, and there's no guarantee they would win. Just Yonko commanders like King and Queen are powerful enough to face Marine admirals for some time. That's how horrifying the Yonkos are. But Blaze's strength has surpassed the level of admirals. His devil fruit ability is powerful, but he couldn't reveal its full power as it would endanger the friends and foes alike. Today, he can't and won't suppress it. His body suddenly sparkled in golden lightning as his figure blurred and reappeared above Kaido, while the smaller miniature suns released endless flames and augmented his right hand. Further coating them with haki, Blaze punched Kaido's head. As he used internal destruction, his haki bypassed Kaido's tough scales along with extreme heat. The air around warped and twisted under the destructive force of the blow, while sparks of lightning scattered around. Meanwhile, flames raged and consumed Kaido's form, scorching his impervious hide. The intense heat he felt from the attack stunned Kaido, while the force behind the attack overpowered his entire dragon form as he crashed into ice floor created by Aokiji. Blaze didn't wait for Kaido to recover as he prepared his next attack. In the distance, Kuzen was amazed by how powerful Blaze's devil fruit ability is. He even wondered what kind of devil fruit the latter has eaten for him to possess such destructive fire power. Considering Blaze's current strength, Kuzen believed the latter won't lose easily. Thinking something, Kuzen took out a visual Den Mushi and transmitted the battle to the headquarters. Marine headquarters. Sengoku rubbed his temples as he just now received the report that Blaze and Kuzen has met Kaido in the middle of the sea. Although the entire conflict is because of Blaze stirring things unnecessarily, Sengoku can't just sit back and watch him face the Yonko alone. Before he could plan his next course of action, another marine officer barged into the office carrying a snail and informed, "Sengoku-san, we just received a signal from visual Den Mushi, transmitted by Admiral Aokiji. It shows the battle between Rear Admiral Blaze and Kaido. Play it." Yes. The Den Mushi in the marine officer's hand projected the battle into a big screen. They saw the back of Blaze standing in the sea of flames with the miniature sun revolving around him, facing the enormous azure dragon, Kaido. They saw Blaze preparing some kind of attack. Seeing this, the officers in the room sucked a breath of cold air. A single marine facing the Yonko, they simply couldn't fathom it. At that moment, Garp, who was silent all the time, stood up and left Sengoku's office, leaving a word. "I will go." Sengoku didn't stop Garp. He ordered the marine officers, project the battle in the plaza, let the soldiers watch it. It doesn't matter whether Blaze wins or loses, his battle would definitely boost the spirit of Marines and let them know that Yonkos are also human beings. Under Blaze's command, the 4 large miniature suns that hovered behind him came forward and twirled, generating more heat. The next moment, all the 4 balls released wisps of scorching energy straight from their core that gathered at the heart, forming the 5th miniature sun. But it looked completely different from its counterparts, as it had a shade of bluish energy about its surface and had a size of 50 centimeters in diameter. As soon as it reached its full potential, Blaze commanded, while the golden blue miniature sun streaked towards Kaido, propelled by other miniature suns. As for Kaido, he didn't let it strike like other attacks as he sensed the extreme danger from the small thing. But before he could do anything, the sun exploded on its own. Even so, Kaido didn't show any sign of relaxation as his senses told him something horrifying is going to happen next. The crisis that Kaido sensed isn't a mistake. As soon as the golden bluish sun popped, it didn't generate any form of explosion or flames, but something weird happened. The space itself shook and twisted as the air around the surrounding sucked to a single spot before they contracted further. Finally, a small spark occurred in the core. A gentle ripple of death spread, covering nearly everything within 1 kilometer before it happened. A terrifying power burst out before they mutated into flames of mass destruction. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud raised to 200 meters in the sky, blooming the entire sky red. Followed by the explosion is a devastating shockwave of extreme heat that spread in all directions. Kuzen's ice field evaporated in an instant along with the seawater below, revealing the bottom of the sea. The marine soldiers on the ship screamed as the entire ship was tossed into the sky, along with them. Some were even brought in the air and thrown off from the ship but were saved by Kuzen. The ship went down as the entire sea below them had evaporated and hit the ocean bed, stupefying everyone as they all looked around. Regis, Rosinante, Kuna, and Kuzen looked dumbly at the mushroom cloud, and then down at the seafloor. They just crashed in unbelievable expression. Did the sea just disappear? For the first time, they understood Blaze isn't simple as seen on the surface and underestimated him severely. The momentum of the battle was even stronger than when they faced Crystal Pirates. Aokiji-san, look there. Regis and Kuna screamed at the same time. In the distance, the parted sea came crashing down again. They nearly forgot the fact that they were standing in the middle of the sea. Kuzen leaped high in the air while an ice shard extended from both his hands. As soon as they touched the water, they iced the entire sea again. He knew it won't hold for longer, considering the scale of the battle. As for Kaido, who was just a few meters away from the center of the explosion, felt the full brunt of it. A powerful, disastrous force of heat blazed his entire dragon form. The extreme flame even scorched his impervious scales and hurt him. Even he, who takes pride in his tough physique and is called the strongest creature in the world, was forced to use haki at the last moment. Otherwise, the explosion and the flames would have injured him heavily. He was shocked by the power Blaze had shown. That hurts. Kaido's voice came from the cloud of debris and mist as he returned to his human form. Blaze frowned a little as his attack failed to inflict the damage he expected, but it's mostly because he couldn't control it well and let it explode before it could reach Kaido. Even though he knew about Kaido's impenetrable defense, he was still astonished seeing it in person. Furthermore, he could sense his haki is very powerful. As the mist faded, Kaido's human appearance came into full view. He stood close to 23 feet in height and wore a purple full-sleeved shirt with baggy pants of gray-green color. He looked imposing with a stern face while a massive pair of gray-white, sharp-pointed horns come out of the sides of his head. He held his weapon, a large, black, spiked kanabo that rested on his right shoulder while he wiped the blood that trickled from the corner of his lips with his left hand. You got some spirit and strong devil fruit. Kaido grinned. The next moment, Blaze's expression changed as he hurriedly crossed his arms over his chest while the 6 small miniature suns transformed into armor and encased his arms. Bang! Despite his enormous size, Kaido's figure crossed nearly 100 meters in an instant and appeared before Blaze as he swung his kanabo with devastating force. Reime Haka. A visible trail of dark lightning exuded from his weapon, indicating he imbued his weapon with both Conqueror and Armament Haki. His overpowering attack collided against Blaze's armored arms. Crack! The defense Blaze created with the Devil Fruit power and Haki shattered as the spiked kanabo hit the arms. But before Blaze was smashed away, innumerable flaming fists extended from the large miniature suns behind him and punched Kaido. As the attacks had advanced Haki, they bypassed Kaido's defense. Even Kaido didn't expect that his opponent would strike at this moment. Blaze's figure was cannoned far away and crashed into ice wall frozen by Kyusen while Kaido too flew back, knocked by innumerable fists at the same time that had advanced Haki. Marine headquarters. With their mouths wide open, everyone present in the marine fort watched the earth-shattering battle between the Blaze and Kaido. Some clenched their fists with burning passion in their eyes. Among the crowd were some familiar figures like Smoker, Hina, and other trainers who met Blaze before. They just came to the headquarters finishing their training. At that moment, Blaze's figure was deeply rooted in countless Marines' minds while their respect for him grew deeper. They all knew that someone stronger than admirals has appeared in their ranks. Without his knowing, Blaze's fame spread while his standing improved. Blaze coughed a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise to his feet as he couldn't feel his arms. When he looked at them, he saw a dent in his left while his right arm was crooked to an unknown degree. Kaido used everything in the strike. In a way, it's his full-powered attack as it was imbued with the Conqueror's Haki. His arms shined in golden light before they showed signs of healing, visible to the naked eye. In a matter of seconds, his arms recovered to their original state. Blaze didn't use his Senju vitality to heal the injuries as it would drain his physical strength. Facing Kaido, it's not a good idea to fatigue himself. His eyes flashed recalling Kaido's strike. So this what it feels like when struck by a weapon imbued with Conqueror's Haki. It's really powerful. If it's any other person in his place, they would have lost their consciousness against this overwhelming power. Even Blaze would have been seriously injured if he had failed to block it. Kaido rose to his feet unscathed as if Blaze's attack did no damage but was really surprised when he saw Blaze in his feet without any injuries as most of the time all will fall after getting hit by his Reime Haka. He caressed his chest feeling slight pain as Blaze's attack injured him. It's not some luck, his strikes damage me. It's similar to Ryuo and Odin's technique but where did he learn that? Grinning lightly, he laughed. Worororo, you are not bad. This fight won't be as boring as I thought it would be. Saying Kaido swung his kanabo vigorously that propelled a projectile like shockwave. Kongo Kabera. Blaze pulled his fist back and slammed it forward that nearly cracked the air as it carried his physical strength, Haki, and Devil Fruit power. Fist-shaped heat pressure roared forward and met Kaido's shockwave. It was a bad move to face it head-on as Kaido's strike shattered his punch and advanced forward. Blaze once again used his hand and miniature suns to block the shockwave that's already weakened by him. Even so, the strike pushed him back and forced his body to slide for a few meters before stopping. Opposite, Kaido once again transformed to his full beast form and roared. Demolishing wind. As he blew strong, powerful yet sharp crescent wind blades lanced forward. Facing Kaido, Blaze didn't plan on holding back at all as golden flames of destruction erupted from him. He concentrated, sharpening his senses, feeling the heat, and imagined the power of the ever-burning sun. Without his knowing, he entered a deep level of concentration and his mind grasped something that's far away from him. The flames around him kindled and burned fiercely as some kind of change happened. Crackle. A succession of slight sharp snapping noises came from the golden flames as if countless mini-explosions indistinct to human ears were occurring. A dumbfounding thing happened. The golden flames got torched by the flame of higher order as its color changed every passing second as if they are fighting within. Crimson, red-orange, once again gold, then purple before finally settling at white-blue. As soon as his flames transformed everything began to change. The ground he was standing on began to melt while the miniature suns he created also changed their color. A bluish hue appeared on its core. A temperature of extreme spread, affecting the surrounding. Kaido's dragon eyes narrowed feeling the heat. Glaring at Blaze he muttered, something has changed. Opening his eyes, Blaze smiled. Is this devil fruit awakening or just improvement in temperature and color? Let's find out. With a thought, the flames transformed and took the form of a dragon that's bluish-white in color, as big as Kaido's frame. Soaring into the sky, it roared and challenged Kaido. At the same time, the large miniature suns behind Blaze collapsed into a sea of flames before taking the shape of a dragon. But this one had a different appearance, a golden body and bluish head. Unlike the last one, Blaze commanded it to soar above the clouds. Interesting? Dragon vs dragon, bring it on. Kaido screamed and darted towards the bluish dragon while whirling his serpentine body into a coil to summon several tornadoes around him. Blaze's blue dragon swung his serpentine tail fiercely to shatter the tornadoes into nothingness before colliding against Kaido. As soon as the flaming dragon touched Kaido, his impervious scale showed signs of burning. Feeling the burning sensation, Kaido moved fiercely, destroying some parts of the flaming blue dragon, but before he could make his next move he felt his entire body is coiled. Crash. Struggling to free himself, Kaido crashed into the ground. At that moment, the other flame dragon that had soared into the sky revealed itself, but it was enormous, at least twice as big as Kaido's dragon form. Dragon Drive. Blaze grasped his fist and the huge dragon collapsed, splitting into countless bluish golden arrows that rained down from the sky. As the other flame dragon pinned Kaido to the ground, he couldn't dodge the attack even though he sensed them from miles away. He roared while an overwhelming haki broke out of him, shattering the dragon that bound him and faced the arrows. From the distance, it was a beautiful display as all the arrows had a golden body and a bluish head. Regis, Rosinante, Kuna, Kuzan, and other marine soldiers viewed the spectacle without blinking, afraid of missing something. But what no one expected happened at the last moment as Kaido withdrew the dragon form and changed into human beast hybrid form. Gripping his kanabo tightly, he imbued them with House Hoku haki, which resulted in thin lightning-like streams of dark energy emanating from his weapon. Gazing at the sky, he swung the club with extreme force, causing a massive tornado-like wave that spiraled into the sky, destroying thousands of arrows effortlessly. None remained. All it took was one strike to stop one of Blaze's strongest skills. It didn't deter Blaze but instead made him smile because Kaido's finally starts to take him seriously. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Blaze knew Kaido only transforms into the hybrid form if his opponents prove strong enough to handle both his human and full dragon forms. In this form, he's strong, tough, and fast with no weak spot. The actual battle between them is just starting. Marine headquarters. Kaido's so strong. No wonder he's an emperor of the sea. A soldier muttered, looking at the ongoing battle. Among the crowd, Jun stood along with a few of the sisters from Vice Admiral Tsuru's unit. She felt weak watching the battle and figured the gap between her and Blaze. Even Sengoku was surprised by Blaze's devil fruit powers and the strength he displays. At that moment, Kizuru and Sakazuki, who rushed to the headquarters on their own, arrived just on time to watch Blaze's flame transforming from gold to bluish white. He's scary. I think he's stronger than us, the admirals, Kizuru commented. As for Sakazuki, he stood there clenching his fist in anger. It was supposed to end that day. I was so close to killing him. If not for Kuzan and, bang. Blaze's figure smashed into the ice wall and slipped to the ground. As he tried to get up, pain assaulted from all parts of his body, causing him to groan. Kaido's last Conqueror haki imbued attack fractured multiple bones in his body while blood flowed from his head, mouth, and nose. His marine coat had been completely destroyed while the shirt beneath was tattered all over, revealing a toned and muscular body underneath. He has been fighting Kaido for nearly 3 hours and it's a miracle that he survived till now. If not for his strong vitality granted by his Senju constitution and healing ability, he may have been knocked out after an hour into the battle. Till now, he doesn't know how many times the bones have been broken or fractured. He's strong, but Kaido's a monster who's superior to him in every aspect. He lost the ability to use his devil fruit powers for some time as he overused them beyond the limit and emptied nearly 60% of his haki reserve. As Sun has already set, he can't replenish them in a short time. His haki reserve is at least thrice higher than a normal person, but Kaido's more perverted than him with supreme haki, maybe due to his Oni bloodline. Your abilities intrigue me. You can heal from severe injuries in seconds. Is it because of your devil fruit or bloodline? Kaido asked as he charged again. Kaido wasn't uninjured as Blaze's flame, in fact, scorched his scales while he also got injured by his haki, but it wasn't anywhere near to stop him as there wasn't a sign of fatigue on his face. His near-invisible endurance and the incredible amount of stamina amazed even Blaze, who knew about it beforehand. Only after his attributes cross the 70-bar limit in all aspects he can face Kaido without losing. But, to defeat him he needs to be stronger than Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Clearing his mind, Blaze once again focused on dodging Kaido's attack that he has been attempting for some time. To dodge successfully, he needs to see the future. His observation haki attained the level of instinctual, but it's some distance away from reaching the level of future sight. The battle with Kaido is an opportunity for Blaze if he utilizes them correctly. Kanbunshoku or observation haki is an extension of one's imagination, but just imagination isn't enough. Intent, presence, emotions, and purpose also play a vital role. Blaze calmed himself completely to concentrate and predict Kaido's attack. However, he got hit head-on by the latter's kanabo and once again crashed into the ice wall. He's so fast. Blaze punched the ground in anger and rose to his feet again. But what he didn't know is, without his awareness he's keeping up with Kaido. Though Blaze is not as strong as Kaido, his haki isn't weak either. The attacks that heavily injured him before didn't hurt him as much as they did. It's not Kaido's attacks that are weakening, but Blaze's control over haki is developing rapidly as he fought. Blaze and Kaido clashed again and again, but Kaido continued to overwhelm. Blaze didn't give up as stood back again and again, proving his willpower isn't weak. Kaido is highly confident in his power and considers himself to be far above others, so Blaze's resilient behavior completely exasperated him, as he couldn't crush someone who's weaker than him. Enough playing. Enraged, he roared and swung his kanabo violently, but Blaze dodged all of them. Finally, Blaze managed to predict Kaido's attacks and dodged them, which surprised Kaido, and he soon discerned that Blaze's observation haki is growing. Blaze did indeed touch the concept of future vision, but he's still away from mastering it completely. Besides, it won't be of much help facing Kaido, as he almost exhausted his physical strength and devil fruit power from overusing them. At that moment Kaido attacked. Using his dragon tail he propelled himself forward and rushed at an unbelievable speed. Though Blaze saw the future, it took every ounce of strength in his body to dodge. It's how fast Kaido is. The battle between them continued. Kaido attacked furiously and with everything he got, while Blaze tried his best to dodge every one of them, but sometimes the attacks hit him. Another 2 hours passed. Blaze gasped for air heavily. He's at his limit as his haki too reached the end. In normal circumstances, his haki won't deplete this quickly, but to block Kaido's blows without getting injured he's forced to channel a huge amount of haki. It's also the only reason why remained standing till now. As for his physical strength, it drained to the limit because of healing his injuries too many times. It took all his willpower and strength to remain standing. Even so, facing Kaido's incoming his heart was steady without any nervousness or excitement, while his eyes exuded unwavering determination. Channeling haki and leftover devil fruit power he had in him to his fist, Blaze punched the air in front of him. At that moment, Kaido's weapon came clashing, emitting dark lightning sparks. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. The clouds above shook, while objects rose off the ground from the sheer pressure, while the ground beneath them cracked and split, forming a wide crater. The strikes collided but ceased from touching one another, while the force from each blow exerted into one another, and finally, Kaido's strike overwhelmed Blaze's and banged right into his face. A loud, powerful shockwave dispersed outward along with Blaze, who lost consciousness after fighting Kaido for nearly 6 hours. Blood oozed from all his pores and he was violently flung away by the strike as he failed to coat his body with haki. The black sparks faded while Kaido wielded his kanabo over his shoulder and cried, "I got excited over nothing." On the other hand, Blaze's figure cannoned back and was about to crash into the marine ship, but Kuzan caught his body and placed him on the deck of the ship. To calm the anxious soldiers on board, who are worried about Blaze's well-being, Kuzan stated, "He just lost his consciousness, he will be good once he wakes up." Marine headquarters. Blaze's battle against Kaido pumped the blood of marine soldiers and officers present in the headquarters and riled their spirits, while their eyes burned with the desire to become strong. Though Blaze lost the battle after preserving for hours, his strength, determination, and resoluteness won countless marine soldiers' hearts. Oh, boy, Vice Admiral Tsuru, who stood next to Sengoku, sighed and thought in her heart, "Sengoku, what do you plan on achieving by doing this?" In fact, Blaze's strength is beyond Sengoku's expectations. As for why he did this, he wants to boost the spirit of soldiers, and at the same time, Blaze is standing among the marines. Pangaea Castle, Mary Giose. Room of Authority, a large, expansive, and opulent room with tall alcoves and windows along the walls. It's where the 5 elders meet and give an audience to anyone who came to see them. Right now, they are discussing Blaze's fight with Kaido. One of the 5 elders, who had a scar on the left side of his face and a walking crane, spoke. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. His rate of improvement is fast. His strength has crossed the level of admirals and won't be long before it reaches the level of Yonko's. It should have been a good thing for us to have someone like him on our side, but considering his past actions we can confirm he hates world government. A tall and thin-bearded man with long white hair expressed. It's time we decide what to do with him. If we wait anymore, he will be harder to control. We can't neglect him anymore. His ambitions are high considering his powerful conqueror's haki. He's different from Garp, but Sengoku supports him unconditionally. If we are going to do something, we have to do it now. The elder who holds the samurai sword with him uttered. Let's test him one more time. If he's dead set on opposing our authority, then we have no choice but to eliminate him. All the 5 elders discussed and agreed on the proposal. They knew leaving Blaze in the Marines is very dangerous, as he's someone who doesn't obey the orders. With his strength, it won't be a problem for him to attain the ranks of Fleet Admiral, but then, will he listen to their orders? The answer is a big no. They could already foresee what would happen if Marines falls under Blaze's control. Blaze is a thorn in their eyes that needs to be eliminated as soon as possible. As for what method they are going to use, it's a mystery. Just like that, they voted Blaze's fate over a casual conversation. It's not surprising, since they are extremists who would sacrifice a countless number of innocent people for the sake of maintaining the world government's authority and keep the world balance. Back to the battle. Blaze didn't stay unconscious for a long time. He regained his consciousness after half an hour, feeling the tearing pain all over his body. When he looked around, he was surprised to find the battle has already ended. And, when he saw Garp standing at the deck of the ship, he understood. Seeing him opening his eyes, everyone on the ship let out a sigh of relief. "Where's Kaido? What happened?" Blaze asked Regis while the latter narrated the following events. As soon as you lost consciousness, Aokiji-san clashed with Kaido, but sensing Vice Admiral Garp's arrival, Kaido left with King and Queen, leaving behind the devil fruit. Blaze nodded his head in understanding. He knew even without Garp, Kuzan is more than capable of handling Kaido for some time. Healing his injuries with his devil fruit powers and vitality that recovered to some extent, Blaze sprang to his feet feeling rejuvenated. It's a rewarding battle as he experienced the true power of the Yonko and his strength has improved by a whole new level. He perfected his Ryuo or internal destruction completely while he also grasped the advanced observation haki concept, future sight. Besides, coming in contact with Kaido gave Blaze the necessary insight into how to master the House Hoku infusion. He's not Luffy as he couldn't comprehend it in the middle of the battle. He also came to know one thing. House Hoku infusion can't be taught or trained, one should realize it themselves to use it successfully. Blaze is confident that the next time he meets Kaido, the result will be different. He's not arrogant enough to claim he will beat Kaido but he certainly won't lose. At that moment, a system notification sounded in his ear confusing Blaze as he didn't complete any achievement nor did he defeat anyone. When he checked, he was surprised. Achievement complete, become a Vice Admiral. Reward, plus 2.0 haki plus 2.0 free attribute point. Seeing this Blaze smiled as he knew what it means. Sengoku promoted him to the rank of Vice Admiral as soon as his battle with Kaido ended. He then checked his status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 65.8. Devil Fruit, 63.7. Haki, 64.3. Free attribute point, 6.5. All his attributes have increased exponentially. Aside from 2.0 haki points and 2.0 free attributes points, he gained from completing an achievement. The battle with Kaido raised his Constitution attribute by 0.4, Devil Fruit by 1.0, and Haki by 0.5. The major growth came from the Devil Fruit attribute as it rose by a whole 1 point thanks to him comprehending the true nature of the flames. Blaze clenched his fist, as he knew he's not far away from challenging Whitebeard. At that moment, Kuzan and Garp came over after commanding the soldiers to prepare to set sail. Wahaha, you brat, I thought you won't wake up for a week considering the injuries. You have improved. Garp laughed aloud while Blaze simply rolled his eyes. What do you think of Kaido's strength? Garp asked. I won't lose the next time we meet. I am just a little away from grasping how to properly utilize the Conqueror's haki. Blaze replied. Oh. Garp was surprised by his words. Morning. Blaze recovered to his peak state while all his injuries completely healed after resting for a few hours, and even beings like Garp and Kuzan were amazed by the speed of regeneration. As for the other marine soldiers, they knew dumbfounded as they know how severely Blaze was injured. They thought it would take 10 to 15 days for him to recover completely. The first thing in the morning, Blaze went to find Garp for some tips. He knew the latter isn't good at teaching but he's good with his fist and that's what he wants. Surprisingly, this time Garp didn't hit him like always. Under Blaze's instruction, the marine ship found an uncharted island some kilometers away from their location. Then, Garp and Blaze landed on the island while Kuzan, Regis, Rosinante, and Kuna accompanied them. Brat, are you ready? Garp asked, knuckling his fist. Unlike other times he had a solemn expression. Blaze wondered, is it because he's going to beat me seriously this time? I am ready. Blaze nodded his head and took a deep breath. He knew about House Hoku or Conqueror's haki infusion before. He even asked Old Man Magnus to teach him but the latter stated it can't be taught. Only after his battle with Kaido, he realized the meaning behind his words. Haki is nothing but willpower of oneself, but it gets complicated divided into 3 types. Not everyone is capable of utilizing Conqueror's haki because they are not worthy or simply their willpower in itself isn't strong enough. Utilizing Conqueror's haki is similar to armament haki but at the same time, different. Unlike armament haki that's trained and stems from willpower, Conqueror's haki is just sheer willpower itself. So, Blaze disregarded all the complex things and went to the basics. Upon concentrating, haki or just pure willpower flowed to his right arm and coated his fist. Streams of dark purple energy emanated from Blaze's arm. Seeing this, Garp grinned. You still have a long way to go. With a thrust to his leg, Garp shot forward and punched his fist that sparkled in purple lightning while Blaze did the same. Boom. Their fist didn't even touch but the impact itself generated a stream of black lightning followed by a powerful shockwave that destroyed everything in its path. As for Kuzan, Regis, Rosinante, and Kuna, they were pushed back not by the shockwave but by the overwhelming pressure brought down by the 2 Conqueror's haki users' clash. The clouds above didn't split or divide because the sky is clear blue with no clouds. Their fist isn't even touching. Kuna exclaimed aloud as this is her first time witnessing something like this while Regis and Rosinante watched with their eyes wide open. This is the power of Conqueror's haki. Kuzan sighed and shook his head. This is why the Marines try to eliminate House Hoku users before they realize the full potential and what they are capable of. Blaze and Garp battled for another 2 hours before ending it. After all, if they go all out, their fight would go on for days. They don't have that much time on hand to waste. Besides, Blaze wanted to fight Garp to understand the use of Conqueror haki and familiarize himself with the use of advanced observation haki, future sight. Marine headquarters. Blaze and his unit reached the headquarters around noon after sailing for another few hours. As soon as their ship reached Marineford, and when Blaze stepped down from the ship he got goosebumps. Because the way everyone looked at him felt creepy and weird. But, in those eyes, he sensed deep respect and admiration. What's happening? What he didn't know is, his battle against Kaido has spread far and wide. Around Garndline and New World, there are not many people who don't know his name. Furthermore, today's news is all about him. The newspaper with the title Strongest Marine has spread the whole world that soared his fame to another level. When Blaze inquired the Marine soldier about what happened, he found the reason and how his battle was watched by everyone at the headquarters. Blaze's heart warmed a little as he understands what kind of influence it would have on the soldiers and how it would raise his reputation among the top-level Marine officers. In truth, he needs this kind of influence right now as he intends to separate the Marines from world government control. He needs to thank Sengoku for his trust. Blaze then went to meet Sengoku to describe the encounter with Kaido and give the devil fruit he obtained from King Fleet Admiral Office. It's a dragon fruit model, Allosaurus. No wonder Kaido showed interest. He tries to create an army made of Zoan-type users. Many rare kinds of Zoan fruit are eaten by his subordinates. Sengoku stored the devil fruit and asked, "What do you think of Yonko's strength?" "Strong. He's unbelievably strong? Compared to him, Crystal is very weak. He isn't even fit for the title of weakest among the 4 emperors." Blaze replied, "Crystal pirates have their own use. I know you have enmity against them, but if you go and kill them it will create unnecessary chaos, so wait for some time. I promise you, Sengoku-san, I won't go out of my way to destroy them, but if they cross my path I can't guarantee it." Blaze gave his word. "Okay, I appreciate it. You have been promoted to the ranks of Vice Admiral, taking your strength and merits into account. I hope you make use of your position wisely and bring justice to the world that's spread with criminals and pirates n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Yes, I know you just came back, but there's something that I need your help with. You have to make another trip to Amazon Lily. I plan to gather the 7 warlords for a small meeting. Since this is their first time, I don't think they would come to Marineford, so I arranged it on Sabayati Archipelago." "No problem, Sengoku-san. It's more like a vacation to me." Blaze chuckled while Hancock's figure appeared in his mind. Amazon Lily. Hancock lay in her bed, sweating, struggling to breathe while her entire face flushed red. Sander Sonia and Marigold looked at Hancock in worry. As for Elder Nyan, her complexion changed when she observed Hancock's condition. She heard the latter's mumble, "I can't breathe, am I going to die?" "Yes," Elder Nyan replied in a grave tone. "What? Elder Nyan, this isn't something to joke about." Sander Sonia and Marigold exploded in anger and warned her not to joke. But Elder Nyan's next words, "I'm not," made them realize the grave situation they are in. How did this happen? Elder Nyan placed the hand on her head in dismay. "Elder Nyan, do you know what's happening to Elder Sis? The former empresses suffered from the same illness before they died. I too caught it but survived as I left the country in time. Now, Habai-Hime suffers from the same illness, love sickness." Love sickness. Both Hancock sisters revealed a bewildering expression. "Yes. Habai-Hime, look at this article." Elder Nyan showed the newspaper that was circulated today with a striking title, "The Strongest Marine." But what caught Hancock's attention is Blaze's handsome figure in a marine outfit confronting a huge azure dragon, Kaido. Much to everyone's shock, Hancock sat upright and snatched the newspaper from Nyan's hand. "Elder Sis, are you okay?" Startled by her sudden action, Sander Sonia and Marigold asked with concern. Elder Nyan's face twitched as she knew what this means. To save Hancock, they have no choice but to call Blaze. Marine headquarters. As soon as Blaze came out of the Fleet Admiral's office, his den mushy rang. Seeing it's an unfamiliar call, he was surprised a little. Hello, it's Elder Nyan." "Oh, Elder Nyan, what is it?" Blaze spoke, remembering he left his contact before leaving Amazon Lily. "Blaze-kun, I need your help. Can you come to Amazon Lily?" Elder Nyan requested. "What happened?" Blaze asked, confused. "Hancock is suffering from an illness, I think only you can help." "Don't tell me." Blaze suddenly thought of the love sickness. "Actually, I was put in charge to escort Hancock for the first Warlords gathering. Even if you didn't call, I would have got there in a day or two." "Good. It's for the best for Hancock to leave the Amazon Lily for a few days. I will inform Hancock about your arrival." "Okay, I will reach there in a few hours, Elder Nyan." Saying this, Blaze ended the call. After informing his unit to rest as he's more than enough to escort Hancock, Blaze left the headquarters by creating a huge firebird. Amazon Lily. Blaze reached the Amazon Lily around dusk. When he entered the Kuja Palace, he was welcomed by a large number of dishes cooked just for him. As for Hancock, she looked extremely beautiful clad in a purple outfit with a cute smile hung on her face. Unlike in the original series, she didn't behave extremely as she did in the original timeline as soon as she saw him. But she avoided looking him in the eye and had a tinge of blush on her face like a young girl in love. Blaze didn't know how to react. In fact, he also likes Hancock not just because she's beautiful but because of her softer and compassionate side. He wants to spoil her, but he wasn't in a hurry to accept the feelings as he first wants to feel and take some time to realize them. He wants to make sure he doesn't love her just because of her beauty. "Hancock, I didn't think we would meet again so soon. How are you doing?" "I am good," Hancock replied, but she quickly turned shy. Next, Blaze enjoyed the huge feast prepared for them. During the feast, Elder Nyan asked, "I am surprised that you fought that monster Kaido alone." "You know Kaido. I know him long before he became the Emperor of the Sea, and how strong he is. Anyone with little knowledge of the New World would know his notorious reputation. He's indeed strong. My attacks did nothing but scratch him." Blaze said, swallowing a huge meat piece. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. About the gathering of warlords, since it's the first time it will take place in Sabayati. Hancock, we will depart in 2 days. Okay, Hancock replied as soon as Blaze spoke. Blaze didn't stay in the Kuja Palace or city, rejecting Hancock's insistence, and went to the jungle outside of the city. He needs to utilize his time wisely and train. He doesn't want to taste defeat again. It frustrates him more than anything. Furthermore, a huge crisis is approaching his way. 2 days passed quickly. Blaze left the Amazon Lily with Hancock while the Kuja pirates accompanied the latter for her safety. Hancock didn't care as she trusts Blaze very much. Elder Nyan watched as their ship left the Amazon Lily. She thought in her heart. All of the previous empresses died because they tried to suppress their feelings by distancing themselves from their object of desire. By going with Blaze, Hancock won't suffer the same fate. The return journey wasn't so boring as Hancock accompanied him. Blaze and Hancock conversed during the entire course, both sharing their past and good memories. Blaze told about his ambition, defeating the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, and separating Marines from world government control. You will definitely do it, I believe in you, Blaze. Hancock spoke in a shy tone. Blaze smiled but thought in his heart, I know I can do it, but the problem is I don't have time. There's a reason for his worries, as he was feeling uneasy over the past 2 days. He knew his senses won't lie and what this warning means. Some people are getting impatient. It won't be long before the world government make their move. This uneasy feeling didn't bring fear but only excitement to Blaze, but what troubles him is, will it affect the people around him like Regis, Rosinante, Kuna, and Hancock? Anyway, he can't stop what's coming. He can only face it head-on. Sabayati Archipelago, N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. The gathering of warlords is taking place today in Marine Base located at GR60. As for Blaze and Hancock, they reached Sabayati yesterday and spent the time touring the famous places. After having their breakfast, Blaze escorted Hancock along with her snake weapon Salome to the meeting site. Just as they neared, they heard a huge commotion from the distance. You, what are you doing? Why are you attacking me? I am not, my hands and legs are moving on their own. When Blaze took another few steps, he noticed what's happening. A vice admiral attacked the one standing next to him by slashing his sword while the other one defended, perplexed. It's the work of Doflamingo, playing the trick by pulling his strings. It's not just him in the vicinity, as all sorts of characters gathered around. Blaze saw Jinbi, Crocodile, Gecko Moria, and Bartholomew Kuma. Crocodile and Moria watched the play in amusement while Kuma and Jinbi stood without bothering. Among the 7, only Dracul my hawk missed. On the Marine side, he saw Vice Admiral Tsuru and few other Marines of lower rank. Doflamingo stopped his tricks as soon as he saw Blaze. His arrival attracted everyone's attention as they know very well about him, who's recently hailed by the strongest Marine. Blaze had a hint of nonchalance on his face, dressed in casual clothes with a Marine coat draped over his shoulders. Without him doing anything, the warlords in the surrounding felt an overpowering sensation. Blaze just simply looked at Doflamingo and the strings he used to control the Marine snapped and caught on fire by a bluish-white flame that burned through the strings. Doflamingo quickly cut the strings before the flames could touch him while his forehead drenched in sweat as his senses warned him. Vice Admiral Blaze. The lower-ranking Marines saluted with deep respect. Hancock's eyes, who's beside him, were filled with stars as she could sense how everyone looks at Blaze. There was a hint of reverence, admiration, gratitude, and fear. Doflamingo, what are you doing? Attacking the Marines? Want another beating? Blaze asked while his conqueror's haki crashed onto the ladder, nearly forcing him to the knees. He's even stronger than when I fought him. Even admirals aren't a threat in Doflamingo's eyes, but Blaze is a different matter. He's a monster who doesn't listen to anyone but his heart. You guys may be warlords allied with world government, but if I find any of you using the powers to hurt the innocents, I will beat you the same. Blaze as his eyes swept the crowd of warlords. Of course, Hancock is an exception. Hearing his threat, Crocodile and Moria's expression changed. Even though they are some lawless pirates, they have their own dignity and have a fair share of experience. But now, someone threatened them in their face. How could they not be enraged? Before they could erupt in anger, Sengoku arrived along with Admiral Kizuro. My apologies for being late. I am glad you all made it. Where's Hawkeye my hawk? A Marine Rear Admiral who's in charge of my hawk's situation reported. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Hawkeye told me he will come but he's still not here yet. Okay then. Let's not waste our time, everyone takes your seat. It's our first gathering, we have a lot to discuss. Soon, everyone entered the meeting hall prepared inside the Marine base. Blaze, you two take the seat. Sengoku spoke but Blaze refused. No, Sengoku-san, I will wait outside. There are some unpleasant faces in the room, I may accidentally kill them if I keep on looking at them. Blaze spoke as he glanced at Doflamingo, Crocodile, and Moria. Saying this, Blaze left while saying goodbye to Hancock with his eyes. After he left, Sengoku looked at Kizuro and nodded his head. Then, Kizuro left the hall and followed Blaze. Blaze-kun, where are you going? I can tag along. Kizuro asked. Of course, I am planning on drinking some wine. Blaze replied. Recently, he's been falling in love with wine and its wonderful taste. He thought in his heart, no wonder many characters love wine in One Piece world. Just as they came out of the Marine base, they met the last warlord, Dracul my hawk. He looked the same as shown in the series, clad in the black coat with the large sword Yoru on his back. Oh my, Dracula my hawk. Kizaru spoke in an apathetic voice as if he didn't care. Hawkeye my hawk. Blaze glanced at the latter. He could tell the latter is strong, very strong. In fact, his haki level is slightly above the Admiral's. Vice Admiral Blaze, I didn't expect to meet you here. My hawk also scrutinized Blaze. Aside from news, he heard about Blaze from Shanks when he recently met him. You should go, the meeting has already started. Leaving the words, Blaze went past the latter with an uninterested expression. If he met any other person at the level of Hawkeye, Blaze would be excited to fight them, but Hawkeye is different as he's a swordsman. Besides, he's not strong enough to rouse his interest. With Blaze's current strength, only a few people in the world can rival him. In a few minutes, Blaze and Kizaru reached GR70 chatting with each other. Grove 70 to 79 is famous for hotels and bars, so it's the right place to pass some free time. Blaze randomly entered a hotel and ordered wine and some delicacies. Then he asked Kizaru, "Is there anything you want to talk about, Admiral Kizaru? You are very keen any, Blaze-kun," Kizaru asked, feigning a surprised expression on his face. "No, it's just I know you well. You are no fun. Sengoku-san has an important task for us. It's an absolute secret, so don't divulge the information to anyone, not even to your unit." Blaze asked, "When are we leaving?" "We need to leave before today's sunset if we have to reach there on time." Kizaru then shared some of the mission details. After sharing the mission details, Kizaru left to complete some unfinished business. According to the latter, they will leave before sunset from Sabayati itself. From what Kizaru said, their assignment involves protecting a bunch of important scientists and help them move their base to a new location. It was supposed to be just Kizaru's task, but the Marine Intelligence Department received reports that underworld people are interested in the research and there's a chance that a certain great pirate crew is involved. So, at the last minute, Blaze was assigned to tag along with Kizaru to deal with any unnecessary situation. The gathering of warlords didn't go on for a long time as it ended after an hour. Blaze finished his wine and walked back to the Marine base, but before he could reach the place he noticed Hancock coming towards him along with Jinbi. "Did anything interesting happen in the gathering?" Blaze asked. "No, it was boring. This thing insisted on meeting you. If not for him saying he just wanted to thank you, I wouldn't have brought him along." Hancock snorted as she walked to Blaze's side. "Knight of the Sea, Jinbi, long time no see. I am sorry for your captain's loss, he was a good individual." Blaze walked forward and patted the latter's shoulder. Blaze's words made Jinbi shed tears and he felt grateful. From the first time they met, he knew Blaze is different from other Marines and has own way of doing things. Even that time when they were defeated by Blaze, Tiger told them he sensed no malice from the human being but was trying to save them. "Thank you for that time. I don't know why you decided to let us go, but the Sun Pirates are truly grateful for that." Blaze waved his hands. "I had my reasons, but it doesn't matter anymore." "How's Queen Otohim? Is she still asking the fishmen to sign the petition?" "She's doing good. Though she hardly had any success, Queen Otohim is indeed persistent in her efforts. Even if she succeeds, it's not time to relocate the Fishman Island to the surface." Blaze shook his head. Even so, he doesn't want Otohim to die early. Jinbi was puzzled. "Forget about that. You have someone called Hody Jones in your ranks, right?" Jinbi thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes. Keep an eye on him for me." "Why? Just do it. It's better if you do it yourself and monitor all his actions, then you will understand." "Okay," Jinbi agreed. It's because the request is from Blaze. If it was someone else he would have just scoffed off at that person. "See you then." Blaze bid farewell to Jinbi and accompanied Hancock to her ship. Just as they walked for a few minutes, Blaze gently grasped Hancock's hand and spoke. "Hancock, after you leave I don't know when we will meet again, so I thought a lot. I don't know when it happened, but I have fallen in love with you." Hearing his words, Hancock's heart pounded while sweet feelings covered them. Her face was flushed to the extreme and she didn't know how to respond. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. It took time for Blaze to admit that he started to love Hancock, as his heart is filled with ambition and resolve to become the strongest person in the world. He aims to defeat Whitebeard, who stands at the peak of this world. But today, he had a sensation that he should say what he feels, otherwise he may regret it for a lifetime. It didn't take long for them to reach the port area where the Kuja pirates' ship is docked. The entire time, Hancock quietly followed Blaze without speaking. Discerning the latter's state of mind, Blaze took the initiative. He suddenly grabbed Hancock's waist and pulled her to him. Lifting her chin slightly with his hand, Blaze kissed her gently on the lips. Savoring her lips for 10 seconds, he freed Hancock, who stood still like a statue as if she had lost all the ability to reason. In fact, this is also Blaze's first time kissing a woman since he didn't have a girlfriend even on Earth. During his time on Earth, he's worked in a gaming company, and his life revolved mostly around home and office. He wanted his life to be adventurous, but he didn't dare to try anything. The time he felt truly alive is when he let his imagination run wild, or while reading his favorite novels, mangas, or when watching anime. But when he transmigrated, his personality took a 180-degree turn as he had enough of his boring past life. This time, he wanted his life to be radiant, full of adventures and battle. He yearns to laugh uproariously in presence of death. So what if he dies? He will breathe his last with a sense of peace and fulfillment that he had done as his heart desired. Confessing to Hancock, Blaze felt his mind got clearer than ever. Caressing her soft cheek, Blaze spoke softly. In this life, you are mine and my everything is yours. Hancock bit her lip, while her eyes turned red and soon burst into tears. Without wasting any second, she plunged into Blaze's arm and embraced him tightly, feeling the warmth. Hancock knew Blaze is someone she would give her life for and someone she could love forever. He expressed his love even though he knows her past. What more could she want? In the meantime, the Kuja pirates looked at the lovely scene with their eyes wide open and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Did that man just now kiss Hebihime-sama in her mouth? How dare he? Especially, Sandersonia and Marigold, they didn't expect her cold and arrogant sister would hug a man in broad daylight and that too in front of so many people. So embarrassing. Unknown Island, New World. Blaze and Kizaru left Sabayati and reached the secret marine base of the Marine Science Division around midnight. The island is tightly guarded by special soldiers who were dressed differently from normal Marines. But, Kizaru's presence simplified the process as every one of them seemed to know and respect him highly. None of them questioned their entry. Blaze and Kizaru made their way into the facility that's spread with various scientific equipment and scientists who are busily running here and there. Soon, they came across a room that's full of tools, machines, half-finished cyborgs. All these things amazed Blaze to the extreme. Old man Kizaru, you came. A voice came from the distance. Amen. When Blaze looked over, he was surprised to see a familiar face. Centimero, captain within the Marine Science Unit and bodyguard of Vegapunk. Noticing Blaze's presence, Centimero showed a surprised expression and asked Kizaru, "Isn't he the Marine who was in the news recently?" "Yes. He's Blaze-kun." Kizaru answered and spoke, "Is everything ready? We are supposed to leave in the morning, right?" "Yes. But the geezers here are very busy so they haven't moved the equipment to the ship yet." Centimero replied. "Where's Vegapunk?" Kizaru asked. Centimero then brought them to a dark room with dim lighting. When Blaze entered, he took a breath of cold air as the room is packed with bottles full of devil fruits. It's his first time seeing so many devil fruits in one place. Though most of them are man-made that had an appearance similar to a smile, there are some genuine ones amongst them. From there, Centimero opened another metal door leading them to a large metal chamber that's spread with research papers and half-finished robots. There they met an old man wearing glasses who's at least 6 feet tall and looked healthy for his age. He was looking at something through a microscope with interest. Without a doubt, he's Vegapunk. He wore a standard white color robe over his striped shirt and yellow gloves. But, something caught Blaze's attention as he looked around. He saw all kinds of research papers, giantification, cloning, artificial devil fruits, experiment on lineage factor, sea stone, and many unknown things he didn't even understand. Old man Vegapunk, Admiral Kizaru is here. Centimero interrupted the research as if he didn't care. And, Vegapunk didn't seem to mind the interruption. He gazed at Kizaru and spoke. "Oh Admiral Kizaru, you are here. Your Pika Pika no Mi is a wonderful devil fruit. I have almost cracked it. It won't be long before I incorporate some of your abilities into the recent project of mine." Vegapunk seems thrilled about the results. "You came on time. I need more samples of your blood." "Dr. Vegapunk, we don't have time for that. We need to evacuate this facility now. Didn't you get the orders from world government?" Kizaru spoke, scratching his head. Vegapunk ignored Kizaru's words. "Who are you?" His eyes behind the glasses scrutinized Blaze and soon it glistened. Such strong vitality. He muttered as he neared Blaze. "Dr. Vegapunk, nice to meet you. I am Blaze, Headquarters Marine Vice Admiral. I heard many things about you." Blaze introduced himself. "You are very good. You have one of the most enviable physiques that I have ever seen that's balanced in all aspects. Your physical strength can't compare to Kaido's but with strong vitality, you are durable and can heal quickly." "Thanks," Blaze said, stopping Vegapunk's from touching his body. Only then he noticed the latter's glass is displaying a string of data that's probably scanned from his body. "Can I have your blood sample?" "No." Vegapunk found rejection disappointing but he didn't mull over it. He got past them and inquired Kizaru, "Where's the new facility? I don't want a similar thing to be happening again, it's interrupting my research." "The new facility is on an island near Red Line and it won't show on any log. So if a similar situation arises, the Marines will send the fleet at a quicker speed. You won't have any problems there," Kizaru explained, slowly. "Okay, I will inform the others to vacate the facility and destroy anything that's of no use." After Vegapunk's order, the evacuation process was smooth. Meanwhile, Blaze left Vegapunk's room and toured the science facility that's full of oddities. One particular research chamber caught his attention. He saw Caesar Clown experimenting on the prisoners that were sent here instead of impelled down. Caesar injected some kind of serum into the prisoner who violently twitched and screamed in pain. Looking at them in amusement, Caesar laughed. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Shururoro, indeed, this is the pinnacle of science. Experiments with live subjects. I like it here because we can do whatever we want. You can kick, or scream, but no one's coming to save you. As the prisoners of world government, no one would show sympathy to you all. Is that so?" Blaze walked over. "Who are why?" Caesar looked back but stopped his words as soon as he saw Blaze. You are the Marine who fought Kaido a few days back. You got any problem?" "No. Even though they are pirates, they are also human beings. Not every one of them is evil." Blaze spoke while Caesar nodded his head. In fact, he's a little afraid of Blaze as he saw the battle between him and Kaido via Den Den Mushi's projection. He won't forget it as he knew how strong that monster Kaido really is. Blaze continued. Didn't you hear the announcement just now? Evacuate the facility and transfer the required equipment to the marine battleship at the port. Next morning, 6 marine battleships cruised the sea arranged in a compact formation, 4 on each side protected the 2 in the middle. It's been 2 hours since they left the former marine base of the Science Division. Right now, they are heading to Punk Hazard where the new secret marine base has been created for the Science Division by the world government. Considering the number of resources, manpower, and protection invested by the world government, one can imagine how important the Science Division is to them. As they even sent some of the best world government agents for protection aside from the marine soldiers. Blaze suspects that even Cypher Pole are concealed amongst them. Blaze was in the lead ship that's at the front while Kizaru and Sentomero stays in the middle ship with Vegapunk, Caesar Clown, and other scientists. Just as Blaze was standing on the front deck and enjoying the morning sunrise, he suddenly noticed a fleet of ship shadows in the distance. Not just him, the marine soldiers on the lookout also noticed the incoming ships and alerted the entire marines. In no time, the fleet of shadows grew clear. There were 10 ships, all of them are equal to the size of a marine battleship. Among them, on the lead is a large ship with a Jolly Roger of a skull with a crystal design. Crystal pirates. Blaze's eyes turned cold with a hint of killing intent. Not just crystal pirates, he saw other renowned pirates of the New World along with the people of Underworld. Blaze frowned as he found it surprising to see them allied with the same goal. At that moment, Kizaru's figure flashed beside him. Staring at the ships in the distance, he spoke. Crystal pirates, they are the worst enemy to face on the sea. It's going to be troublesome any? His ability is similar to Kuzan. If he uses them, we will lose our ability to move and become immovable targets. Blaze nodded his head as he experienced the latter's ability firsthand. But like Kizaru, there's no change in his expression as if he didn't care. What do you think we should do, Blaze-kun? Kizaru asked. Do you even need to ask? We have no choice but to eliminate them as it's nearly impossible to outrun them. Blaze shrugged. In the meantime, on the crystal pirate ship, a pirate with a cigarette on his mouth looked at Blaze and Kizaru through the telescope and spoke. Captain, it's that guy we encountered before. And, Admiral Kizaru is also on board. It won't be easy to abduct Vegapunk under their watch. Such a formidable lineup, it's even scarier than the Buster call that I have heard. A sword-wielding pirate licked his shinning blade and asked, Captain, are we doing it? Of course, we are doing it. Crystal spoke in a stern tone while he exuded an aloof aura. He may be called a Yonko but Crystal knows his shortcomings very well and how many view this position. It's why he partnered with Kaido in secret. Once he completes this transaction of seizing Vegapunk and handing him over to Kaido, he was promised an arsenal of weapons and territories. To achieve his dream of obtaining the One Piece, he will do whatever it takes even it means walking in the fire. Blaze and Kizaru stood on the front deck gazing at the pirate ships that speedily catching up to them while the marines on board were on high alert. They aimed their rifles at the approaching ships and positioned the cannons such that they can fire at the moment's notice. Just as they entered the range, Kizaru commanded, "Fire." At the same time, the pirate ships also started shooting. The battle commenced shaking the very sea they stood. At that moment, Blaze stepped forward and stretched his hand. A huge amount of energy gathered in his index finger forming a blue miniature sun the size of a small coin. Just as Kizaru wondered what Blaze was doing, he saw the latter firing the thing from his hand like a laser that hit one of the pirate ships at a blinding speed. Boom. What followed after was a thunderous explosion that shocked everyone to the core, before they beheld a horrifying sight. After the explosion, the flames of high temperature expanded to a certain extent before they compressed to a single point, vaporizing everything in the range and dispersed in the air. The pirate ship that got hit by the attack was nowhere to be seen along with the pirates on board. But, anyone with a sane mind knows what happened to them. Gulp. The pirates on the other ship mechanically took a step back in fear. Facing this kind of monster that can obliterate them in an instant, they felt powerless and insignificant. Scary any, Kizaru commented. On the other hand, the Marines were in high spirit. They knew Blaze and his deeds, with him on their side they have nothing to fear. So what if the other side has a Yonko? We have Vice Admiral Blaze on our side. With the thought in mind, they attacked fearlessly. As for Admiral Kizaru, he was unimportant and completely forgotten. In the meantime, Vegapunk, Caesar Clown, Sentomero, and other scientists watched the battle from the distance, guarded by world government agents. He's a monster like Kaido, the Marines got another powerful figure on their side. It's the right decision to team with the world government. Caesar Clown sweated as he mused. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. As for Vegapunk, his eyes shined when he saw the attack. This attack, it's not simple. What kind of devil fruit did he eat? Why have I no knowledge of this? Blaze didn't stay idle, he attacked again. But, this time he intended for a wider range. He can't let the pirates close the gap between them as it would put all the Marines' life at risk. From what he sensed, the pirates' number is at least thrice that of Marines even after he destroyed one of their ships. Blaze breathed while bluish-white flames surged from his body. By pressing the palm together like that of a praying gesture, he drove it forward. The flames surged from his palms like an inferno and burned forward growing into a wide one, enough to annihilate the pirate ships in one fell swoop. Noticing his attack, the Marines cheered and fired the cannons enthusiastically as if the victory is in their grasp. On the other hand, aside from Crystal pirates, the other pirates and underworld people nearly pissed their pants facing Blaze's flame, as they witnessed what happened before. They don't want to scatter as ashes by the wind? Left with no choice, they all looked at Crystal for help. They knew he's the only one in their group who can stop the flames and fight Blaze as his equal. Crystal snorted and spread his hands, shooting a long crystal shard from his hands that connected to the sea and crystallized the entire seawater into the crystal that had a purple hue inside them. As far as one's eyes could follow, it was covered in crystal. The entire sea is crystallized while the ships of both sides had also stood in their position, losing the ability to move. Shook. The terrain quivered for a moment before a huge crystal wall of around 25 meters sprouted from the ground, covering the pirate ships thoroughly. It totally obstructed everyone's view. Even Blaze's flames can't break through such a sturdy crystal wall and hit the pirate ships that are protected behind. Everyone gasped at the sudden change in the situation. It seems they underestimated the Yonko. N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. But Blaze wasn't done with the attack. Before the flames could strike the crystal wall, Blaze undid the pressed palm and thrust them again. As soon as he did that, the flames parted into two ways and effortlessly avoided the crystal wall before they pressed together again, striving to destroy the pirates from both sides. Crystal was quick to react as he raised another layer of protection with his ability on the sides, but he failed to notice that Blaze's flames weren't the same as he encountered before. Boom. When Blaze's flames came in contact with the crystal wall, they battled for domination before his flames destroyed the defense with force and advanced forward. The momentum was disrupted by Crystal's ability, but Blaze's flames still destroyed two ships on both sides. As a result, the pirates' forces decreased further. In the meantime, Crystal stared at Blaze with his raised brows as he noticed the latter's flames are intense with high temperatures and had a solid texture to them, unlike before. In direct combat, it may pose a threat to him if not defended properly. His senses tell him that Blaze isn't the same person that his crew crushed before. Just as the remaining pirate crew rejoiced escaping Blaze's flames, Kizaru launched an attack of his own. Yasakani no Megatama. Crossing his arms before the chest, he used both hands to fire a torrent of destructive light beams that's capable of causing extreme damage to whatever they hit. But, against Crystal's impregnable defense, even Kizaru's light beams failed to deal significant damage. It surprised neither Kizaru nor Blaze, as they both knew well about the latter's ability. Kizaru's just testing the extent of his fruit power and at the same time, playing with the other side. Blaze knew very well about Crystal's power. His ability may look similar to Admiral Aokiji, but in fact, it was vastly different. Aokiji's ice ability work on the concept of elementalization, while Crystal has the ability to crystallize most of the things. Besides, he can harden or soften them as he wishes. A good example is the crystallized ground. If he wants, he can soften a part of the ground similar to the texture of mud and use it to sink the others before hardening them. Blaze had to admit Crystal's control over his devil fruit ability is unprecedented. With all his skills combined, he's indeed a terrifying opponent. If Blaze compares Crystal's use of devil fruit ability to his attribute point, it would be above the 70 bar limit. But, Blaze too has promoted the power of his devil fruit to the next level. The result won't be the same as the last time. I will take Crystal, you watch over the others, Blaze uttered to Kizaru. Okay. Both the sides jumped from their respective ship and faced one another. On one side is Marines and on the other side are pirates and underworld people. Left with no choice, both sides confronted one another after their superior's command. Clash. The sounds of metal clanking and the burst of blows reverberated across the surrounding. Meanwhile, Blaze too leaped from the ship and faced Crystal, who still stood in the same spot, looking at him while his subordinates went to stall Kizaru from rampaging. I should have killed you the last time when we had met. Crystal shook his head in pity. You should have when you had the chance. Not anymore. Saying this, Blaze waved his hand while a solid staff bluish-white in color actualized in his hand. It emitted a horrible heat and sense of oppression. Imbuing them with Conqueror's haki, Blaze rushed forward and brandished the staff horizontally with everything he got. The staff led a trail of black bolts of lightning that sparkled in all directions. As for Crystal, he produced a sword made out of black crystal and coated them with armament haki before waving at the direction Blaze's attack was coming from. Bang! The strikes collided for a brief second before a cracking noise echoed, followed by a thwack sound. Crystal's sword scattered and Blaze's staff banged Crystal's face, smashing him way back. Crystal's figure flew back for hundreds of meters before crashing into the ground. Though the strike connected perfectly, Crystal was quick to react, and at the last moment, he enveloped his face with a layer of crystal and further strengthened them with armament haki. Still, Blaze's attack injured him to some extent. Raising to his feet the next moment, Crystal wiped the blood off his lips and sent an incredulous look at Blaze. You can imbue your strikes with Conqueror's haki? How? Crystal clenched his fist as he found it unbelievable. He has been in the sea for how long, but Blaze mastered something that he couldn't do for years. Why? Crystal was unreconciled and his heart couldn't accept the reality. Controlling the wildly running thoughts, Crystal faced Blaze. He knew the latter isn't the same person that he battled before. A small mishap may take his life. Before Crystal could settle, Blaze attacked again. A miniature sun of terrifying temperature reached before his face. Not underestimating the attack, Crystal erected a huge crystal wall that sprouted from beneath his feet, completely enclosing him. Crystal was right about that. As soon as Blaze's miniature sun touched the wall, it exploded, triggering a strong current of intense heat that began to melt nearly indestructible crystal wall. Behind the wall, Crystal frowned as he felt the temperature of the flames is higher than he faced last time, so he further augmented them with haki. Taking the opportunity, Blaze rushed forward and smashed the crystal wall heavily with the staff that's imbued with Conqueror's haki. The drive and strength behind the attack shattered the crystal wall and advanced forward to strike Crystal, but the latter seemed to have expected it as he crossed the hands with his arms crystallized. The attack pushed Crystal back as his feet skidded for a few meters before stopping. Blaze is strong, without a doubt, but Crystal is in the league of his own with ultimate defense granted by his crystal fruit. Blaze and Crystal clashed with everything they got. Little by little, Blaze tactically lured Crystal far away from the battlefield so that he can unleash his powers without any worries. He doesn't want to make the same mistake that he had done last time. Besides, the reason why Blaze suffered last time is mainly due to Crystal's weird ability, but he's prepared this time. Are you wondering why your ability isn't working? Do you really think I won't be able to counter it the second time? Blaze smirked. Crystal scowled while glaring at Blaze. He's indeed surprised by the latter's ability to prevent them. Crystal's ability indeed bothered Blaze last time and nearly took his life. As for what that ability is, Crystal can crystallize even the air, and if it was inhaled, it's the end. With the microcrystal that's inconspicuous to the naked eye, it's extremely hard to notice and defend against. Once someone inhales the microcrystals, Crystal can restrain the other party's movement, even control, or kill them without much effort. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. But Blaze can burn these crystals as he's the sun itself. The last time he failed to do that because his flames weren't intense enough to destroy them. Furthermore, Blaze wasn't the same person who faced Crystal before. He improved drastically in this short time. He comprehended future sight and learned how to imbue his strike with Conqueror's haki. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Kizaru fought with Crystal Pirate's vice-captain, the Silver Sword the Maniac. He may not be as strong as his Captain Crystal, but he's also a powerful foe with a 1.2 billion berries bounty on his head. A reckless and bloodthirsty swordsman with extraordinary skills. Even Kizaru, who's an admiral, can't defeat him in a short time. Ama no Murakumo Sword of the Gathering Clouds of Heaven. Kizaru clashed with Silver Sword by forming a long sword out of light. Vegapunk, Centimero, and other scientists remained on the ship. As for Vegapunk, his sight is on the fight between Blaze and Crystal as he was fascinated by Blaze's flames. It was different from any other flames that he has ever seen. If possible, he wants to understand its meaning and merge them into his recent project. At the same time, he's also impressed by Blaze's strength. He muttered, "He's strong." Of course he is. Do you think someone who can fight Kaido and live is weak? He's even stronger than admirals. Caesar Clown uttered. Unknown to everyone, two men were also covertly watching Blaze's fight from one of the ships commanded by world government agents. They are none other than CP0, the strongest intelligence organization among Cypher Pol. No one noticed their presence. He's much stronger than we expected. It won't be easy to bring him down, just with our strength. It doesn't matter. Don't forget we came here to monitor his actions, not to fight. CP0 member who seems to be the one in command calmly spoke. Yes. Back to the fight. Blaze went all out as the entire region is surrounded by a sea of bluish-white flames that can incinerate anything. Even Crystal's abilities couldn't resist as they melted under extreme temperature. With a thought, flames around him came together and took an airy form behind Blaze. Soon, the huge structure came into the view. It was a titanic, many-handed shape with a face of Buddha at its center. It was similar to Hashirama's true 1,000 hands, but Blaze's didn't have that many hands. He only had around 200 to 300, but even that depleted half of his reserves, as he had to reinforce them with extreme temperature and further imbue them with Conqueror's haki. It was demanding, even to Blaze. As his opponent Crystal is someone with ultimate defense and powerful armament haki, it won't do Blaze any good to drag the fight. It's better to end it in a single move, if possible. Crystal glared over at the huge form behind Blaze and felt a sense of crisis. He knew facing whatever that ability head-on is a foolish decision, but what other choice does he have? Because running away from the attack isn't an option, his pride as a Yonko won't allow it. On the other hand, Blaze is taking the risk with the attack of this big as it consumes his haki too much. But he has an edge over his opponent thanks to his advanced observation haki, future sight. Wasting no time, Blaze attacked by thrusting his palm. As soon as he did that, nearly hundreds of hands launched forward that are made of extreme heat and coated with haki. Facing a myriad of blue flame fists that came at him from all directions, Crystal simply stomped his foot, and the next second, like volcanic eruptions, crystal chunks that's as big as a small mountain boomed from the ground. Not just 10, 20, nearly 100 sprouted from the ground and shielded Crystal while some advanced towards Blaze. It was a good move as he defended and attacked at the same time. But Blaze, who has already seen the future, effortlessly evaded the crystal chunks and sent the attacks right at Crystal. Though the latter was able to block a few with brute force, most of them found their mark. The countless fists clobbered Crystal at the same time, forcing the latter to crystallize his body and further reinforce them with armament haki. But before the barrage of blows could end, Blaze drove his left palm forward. But halfway through the attack, he stopped as he perceived the view of Crystal escaping. Under the torrent of flaming fists, even Crystal, who had nearly impervious defense, sustained injuries, so he promptly softened the crystal surface beneath him and slipped away. Though it may seem like the best move at that moment, it narrowed and restrained his ability. Blaze didn't expect that Crystal would make such a blunder, so he took the opportunity. You aren't going anywhere. Dispersing the ability behind him, he used the flames to actualize a myriad of spears and made them rotate at high speed. Aiming at Crystal's position, Blaze waved his hand. The spears zoomed forward. They didn't cover a wide area but centered on a small area targeting the latter's retreating point. And Blaze arranged the spears in 4 layers. The first and second layers that are entirely made of his Devil Fruit ability would focus on weakening Crystal's defense, while the third and fourth layers are the real deal as they are reinforced with a huge reserve of his haki. Sensing the incoming danger, Crystal gritted his teeth and used his ability to create a dome made of hard crystals, but it couldn't stop Blaze's flame spears from penetrating it. Boom! The torrents of spears found the mark, and the next moment, they exploded, triggering a mushroom cloud and terrifying shockwave that consumed everything within a kilometer range. The aftermath of the attack even affected the battle between the Marines and pirates that's happening far away from the explosion. N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. Kizaru, who was fighting Silver Sword, stopped for a moment to mumble, gazing at the frightening cloud that reached the sky. Scary any, if they confronted in the land, the scale of the attack would have destroyed the entire island. Vegapunk, who was watching the battle through some kind of advanced telescope, breathed quickly. There it is. That explosion is different than anything I have ever seen. If I could learn the mechanism behind it. As for others on the ships, they gulped, feeling the shockwave and intense heat even from such a distance. Back to the battle, Blaze hovered in midair utilizing his Devil Fruit ability. Below him, there's a kilometer-long crater with at least a 200-meter depth at its center. Crystal was in a sorry state with one of his knees touching the ground. His shirt was ripped to shred while burnt marks could be seen all over his body. Blood oozed from his left thigh and right abdomen area, exposing a punctured wound. Coughing a mouthful of blood, Crystal rose to his feet firmly while his wounds were crystallized to stop the bleeding. Blaze frowned seeing the latter's condition. Though he knew very well about the latter's capability, he was still surprised. Now he understands why Crystal is called a Yonko and was undefeated by many great pirate crews that beat his position. Blaze knew Crystal's strength comes majorly from his Devil Fruit and how he uses it creatively. From the outside, it may seem like the latter using his ability too much, but it's the complete opposite. He actualized most of his ability from the sea that he crystallized at the beginning. Since he doesn't create them out of thin air, even if their fight extends for 3 or 4 days he won't be exhausted. That's what makes him a formidable foe to handle. It's also the reason why Blaze chose to end the fight as soon as possible, but he just found it won't be easy. The fortunate thing is, Crystal is also human, as Blaze knew his last attack injured the latter to a certain extent. Facing another 2 or 3 strikes like that, even he will fall. Crystal's biggest weapon is defense, while Blaze's strong point is his offense. In this battle, the victory determines which or who is superior.